Hey guys, we're having tech difficulties here, so I'm muted in this, and you guys cannot hear the desktop audio, but I just want to let you know that I am here for you. And now's your time to ask me questions or tell me things that I should yell at people. Mic check. Am I using the wrong mic? I swear to God. If I'm having sound issues too, I'm gonna lose it. How's everybody doing today? Can anyone hear him? Don't fuck with me. We hear you. Connor may see my members don't lie to me. All right. What if Lady Gaga was Lady Radio? What does that mean? Lizard Wizard, the way they could blame Biden for the leaks is they talk about the CISA menu, the security, cybersecurity, and, oh my God, infrastructure security administration. They put out a memo in 2023 saying you could use Signal, but not for shit like this, obviously, so it's absolutely ridiculous. Sorry, I had the Aqua Teen Hunger Force intro stuck in my head. Oh, okay, I see what you're doing. Yell at people to go vegan. Yeah, everyone go vegan. Go vegan. Type 1 to go vegan. What leaks? So we're going to be talking about the leaks that Pete Hegseth and the like leaked. Oh, all right, we might be getting started here. Would you rather be able to front flip or back flip? Back flips look cooler. Ben Shapiro made a video on Bernie Sanders and AOC. I'm sure he made more than one. Did they put out notice that you could add journalists on Signal? Ryan, no, they didn't actually let people know you could do that, which they should have, because then we could blame Biden instead. Gibbs, what's going on? Are we in? Are we good? Yeah, we can hear you. Can I? All right, can I? Frogs, I do remember you. Guys, I'm hopping into this, so I won't be able to reach chat as much. Super chats will be right at the end. I'll stay on for a little after so we can talk, ask questions, but I'm going to unmute and you'll be able to hear them.
Everything was acting weird. I had a storm here this last couple of days that knocked out a bunch of fencing, so I was doing that, and then I get back and I think it turned the power on and off, and everything reset weird. Okay.
Yeah, sadly, I'm the wrong guy to ask. I was looking at Nonfon's branding on the bottom of his screen, and I was like, man, I got to figure out how to do that.
Yeah.
So,
that's pretty easy. You just
snap cam.
Make a little text thing with the icons, turn it into a PNG, and throw it up on OBS or whatever you use to stream.
Virtual cam. Yep.
Yeah, virtual cam. It's free software.
Yeah, man. I'm not saying it's hard. I'm saying it's easy, and the fact that I don't know how to do it implies that I shouldn't be.
He's non-fun. Don't listen. He's debate trucking us. He's trying to seem like he doesn't know how to do things, and then he's going to come out with all the facts and info. This is a tactic to lure us into a false sense of security. Don't listen to a single thing this man says. See the books behind him? He's reading those. All right. I don't have any books. Okay. I have a pickle rig. I'm an idiot.
I didn't say I didn't know how to read. So you got me. You found my tactic. I've been secretly reading.
So, Pill, are you on Twitch or just on YouTube?
I'm just on YouTube. I don't know if that's stupid of me, but yeah.
No, it's fine. I was just gonna try to get the stream together. Are you streaming, Thorn?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, let me get everybody up here. We'll get a stream together going. We'll kick it off, guys. Sorry, I had some technical difficulties and sent us back here, but we'll get going here shortly.
We will.
And yeah, I hope here. Barring anything else for unforeseen. The Twitch gods can be fickle sometimes. Thorn, what is your Twitch tag? The Thorny Horny or
the Thorn Horn?
Nice to meet you, Thorn, by the way. I was going to say, it's almost like when you're on Twitch or any of these moderated platforms, everyone does kind of have their own suicide vest, which is at any point you can just press the I say something against terms of service and blow the whole stream up button. So that is kind of scary. I sympathize with anyone who does this financially for a living.
Yeah.
I mean, Twitch made it pretty good now that if you say you said a no word, as long as I took steps immediately, kicked you and showed you, they'll be pretty lenient. They might be like, oh, you're banned for an hour or something, or a day.
Yeah, that's good. I appreciate that.
Used to, they were
Oh my God, wait. When I said S-Vest, is the S word also banned? Did I already do it in my own example? Jesus Christ.
I mean, I don't think so. I think, but yeah.
I'll find out, I guess,
Same to you.
when the when the VOD goes up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It might get you here. All right, now let's try to get you in here too. Okay, I got you. Now you can actually join because you're not banned in any of our.
But Tup wasn't here to fucking cuck me.
Not to cuck you, yeah, you know. All right, let me pull up the topics and we'll get going here. Wow. Sorry about that, guys. Like I said, it's been a long last 48 hours for me here. All right. So, here we are. Welcome to Give Me a Break. We got a little impromptu one. I don't even have lighting going, but we're going to kick it off right here. How's everybody doing? Let's start off with who you are, what you do, and whatever that. We'll start with you, Mr. Macaulay. How you doing tonight?
Oh, Mullally. Yeah, so Ryan Mullally. I'm a former teacher, current lawyer, and talk about law, politics, and philosophy on X. And because I'm, I guess, an enlightened centrist / classic liberal, I tend to annoy both sides and suspect I will continue to do so tonight.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Non-fun.
I'm non-fun. I'm a liberal streamer. Go check out my YouTube channel. That's all I have to say.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much. Now I got another sound going off my back, guy. Thorny, thank you, Thorn. Tell us who you are, what you do, where you're from, all that good jazz.
Yeah, I'm the Thornhorn. I've been on a couple of Modi streams. I got my degree in economics. I do real estate stuff for profession, and I like to stream on the side, and a little bit more left-leaning, but definitely respect free market approach to a lot of things.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And the soy pill.
Hey, I'm the Soy Pill. I make YouTube video essays. I also stream occasionally. And yeah, I'm a progressive.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. All right, so today we're going to talk about, we got two subjects, it looks like. We're going to talk about old Pete's Hedgeth, or whatever his name is here. Spell it. I can't ever pronounce his name right. I don't know why. We're going to say, giving out the shared info to that reporter and what we think of all those plans, if we should go to war or whatnot. And I guess the Postmaster General retiring, and how that's going to affect postmastering and the post office in general. And I think this is part of the cuts that DOGE is promising. But to start us off, let's go ahead and start us off with the first topics. I will go in the same order. How do you say your last name again?
Mullally, yeah.
Mullally, yeah.
Unpronounceable. Has 4 L's, which is like a huge branding error. So, no, I fix it, but whatever. It's the name I was born with. Yeah, so I'm someone who's generally been, I think the way I'd frame my view on the Trump administration is that I broadly support many of the goals that they seem to be aiming at. And I'm concerned that they just have a enormous propensity for stepping on rakes. And, at a certain point, you have to ask yourself, like, no matter how beautiful the design for the house you want to build is, if the dude who shows up has only sledgehammers, no nails, and just does demo all day and never builds it, you got to start wondering if things are going to work out. And I think this is an example of this. Like, this is just an own goal. It's the kind of thing that is avoidable and should be avoided. It's an obvious screw up and should be treated as such. I don't know that people need to necessarily resign over it, but it is the kind of thing where there should be accountability, and people should be, at the very least, owning up and saying, this was my bad, we can do better.
Non-fun.
I think this is pretty obviously insane and an incredible fuck up. I think it's likely illegal as a layman, if nothing else, because these records should be backed up and not set to disappear in 4 years. But I also think it's likely illegal to send this type of national defense information over Signal, which is a platform that was warned about even in a 2023 memo. Even for unclassified information that was just non-public. I think it would have been an incredible fuck up if the Houthis somehow got access to this. And I think in a more normal time, Pete Hegseth would probably have to resign and not, lie to the media and say this is a discredited journalist or whatever.
Thorn, what do you think?
I think that the previous points kind of lead to a lot of other things. I do think that this is by far like a huge fuck up, and it is something that goes beyond any like reasonable mistake that could happen. I think that it is something that warrants a review on it, and also the potential of jail time for some of the people that were involved with the incident, or the person that at least instigated the incident, if not having them be released from their position.
All right, thanks so much. Soy Bill.
Yeah, is anyone defending it actually in this chat? Are we not debating? Are we all just kind of ganging up on them? Because I'm cool with that. I thought I might have to argue with people, but it seems like we're on the same team here.
If I have to do a 1v4, I'll do it. But I don't.
Oh, hell yeah.
I think we're gonna go somewhere with it. I promise. I have an idea for this. I think we're gonna take it.
Okay, maybe that'll be fun.
Go ahead.
Okay, but regardless, yeah, no. Same as what everyone else is saying. Very slight deviation, I guess, from Ryan. I think it is clearly illegal. I mean, it's a violation of U.S. Code 793, Section F. It's just gross negligence. It is a huge fuck up. It's negligent in the sense of not only were they told not to use Signal for these sorts of things, they should know better. It's like very clear that they should know better. And God bless the Atlantic reporter for holding off one day on releasing them to bait them into lying about it under oath. That's hilarious. It's disgusting. It's incompetent, and it's pretty much in line with most of what the Trump administration has been doing. Their incompetence is the only thing holding us back from their inevitable fascist takeover. Thank God. Yeah, that's my position.
So go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think God bless the reporter is right, though not for the reason that you just said. God bless the reporter is right because he could have had he already has a sensational story, but like if he had gone instantly public with this, it would have had national security ramifications. It obviously would have been the wrong thing to do. It arguably would have been good for his career and for his publication, and he didn't. So,
that as well. I agree with you. They had a CIA agent's name in it who might have been killed for that. It would have, compromised, the Yemen strikes. They would have probably been able to avoid them, if not attack the pilots. So I agree. Yeah, he's also clearly a good person and took that into account. He didn't do a just blamed leak.
Well,
exactly.
Let me take that a bit. Well, let me take that a bit further. I like so there's a couple ways I want to take this because I feel like I think most people agree this is a fuck up. But one, you mentioned the reporter. Somebody here mentioned the reporter, and the way they handle it. I've been very interested in the way they handle it because it seems like Pete Hegseth and Tulsi Gabbard, and then they'll say one thing, and then the guy will release a little more. And be like, oh, well, you're wrong, you're lying, or whatever. And I think it's been an interesting tactic. It's like generated more interest in the story because it's like he keeps dropping breadcrumbs. What are y'all's thoughts on how he's handled it overall? Because I mean, you've said you liked it. It looks like you seem like it. Do y'all like this way, or do y'all think it would have been better if you just dropped the bombshell?
I think the way he's handling it is with journalistic integrity, which is to say, as soon as he saw that this was not supposed to happen, he removed himself from the chat. He did not stay in to dig up more dirt. He released a story, which was all true, but not exactly verified in that story. He didn't post the text themselves. They contradicted him under oath, and he said, well, if you're going to contradict me, then I will release these with some redactions, obviously to not compromise security. I don't necessarily think he's doing this in the same way WikiLeaks did the breadcrumb weekly releases to drum up hype and make it this drawn out thing instead of just releasing it all at once. Although maybe he will. We'll see in the future. I think this is just him being a good journalist.
Yeah, on top of that, part of the reason he waited is just because they told him, when he emailed the White House, he asked if they were classified, and they said, oh, no, these weren't classified, because it's obviously better for them now to say it's not classified, because they don't want to get investigated or charged or whatever. And then he released more of it, because presumably it's not classified, according to them.
Though, if he had called the White House before the strikes happened and said, hey, can I release these, or are they classified? I bet they would have said they were classified. Right? Yeah. Because I will freely admit this isn't the most technical details, but it's more than enough detail to ruin something you would not want that public. That's absolutely not something the White House would let get out if they knew about.
That's assuming that everyone in there is a rational actor.
Yeah, I mean, so Don Fod, you brought up something interesting. We have a lawyer here, so we might as well take advantage of this blessing from the Lord here. You brought up the ramifications of it being disappearing after 4 years, right? So and whatnot, and that not being a legal thing, and the idea that it's in the Signal app, which is like a peer-to-peer thing, it could be hacked or whatever. What do you think about the legal ramifications of that? Do you think that's something that Non-Fod has credit for being concerned about with this?
Well, there's a bunch of stuff that comes up there. The government is subject to reporting, so they're in the military, you typically can't make FOIA requests, Freedom of Information Act requests, and get documents. There's a ton of exceptions that protect the military. But as a general matter, the government has to keep records and has to produce those records upon certain types of requests. So when I advise clients about document retention, I'll often tell them, like, you do need to have a policy that allows for regular deletion, because you don't want to have documents sitting around forever, because, God forbid you get sued and now you've got this document that you wish you didn't have. You can't delete it then. So you want to have kind of a regular purging that matches your business, but also matches the requirements of the law. You can't, if you're an insurance agency, you can't get rid of emails because you're regulated. Similarly, the government has some requirements. Signal, to my knowledge, it's not my area, but Signal does not meet those requirements. And one of the benefits of something like Signal is that it has rapid deletion. So if you have a message chain back and forth, it's not going to last forever. At least that's an option. I don't know what they set their deletion protocol to. So it could have been years. It could have been days.
Right.
I really don't know the answer to that.
Does anybody here use Signal? Do any of y'all use Signal? I've never used Signal. I just
once or twice in Europe, but
yeah. I don't know. But go ahead with finish what you're saying. I was just curious.
I mean, the thing is, I strongly suspect. In fact, I think it's such a strong inference that I can just say it as a fact, even though I don't know it for sure, that there is an approved government message system by which senior leaders in the executive branch can communicate with each other, and they were opting not to use that one.
There's an internal one that they use at every embassy, and every official has one in their house. I don't know what it's called exactly. I don't know if it's like FUDO or whatever, but there is an approved one, and this is not it, obviously, yeah.
Now, there's a nefarious version of that where you're saying, like, oh, they're trying to avoid reporting, they're trying to get around deletion. There's the more likely one, which is that, like, the government version is probably hideously inconvenient and bad. And and
also made from the 1980s and hasn't been updated in 20 plus years. Yeah,
that's what Ranger Rogue was saying in the chat. He's saying that it's a laptop. You have to have a C insert, and it's a pain in the ass. Oh yeah, so
but that's like there's a reason for that, right? I don't know if you're saying about that in a bad way, but the reason that so many government systems are outdated is because they're more secure, because they have to go through a whole process to update them, and so they don't just introduce some crazy open source messaging on like the day it comes out and don't verify that it is secure. Although that said, I did want to bring up, Ryan, you mentioned that Signal could be hacked, and there's probably is potential to find vulnerabilities because it is open source, but to my understanding, the reason that they don't want to use Signal, because even though there is end-to-end encryption, is because it's very vulnerable to mistakes, like we saw here, and phishing scams, which allows you to get people into these chats that shouldn't be there, or people who impersonate other people. So it might actually be a more secure system. Insofar as in 2024, the CISA, the cybersecurity admin for Biden, recommended that they use it not for DOD stuff, but for like, hey, if you're just texting your friend, or if you're worried about your messages getting out, don't use SMS, use Signal instead. Obviously the right wing ran away and said, hey, like, see, they told us to do it, which is clearly not what they were intending, but it is pretty secure.
Well, that's interesting because you took it kind of where it like started the direction I want to take it, right? So Elon posted, I think, memeing, something about use Signal today. Is that correct? I feel like he did. I saw it, and it's interesting because this is an issue that I know we all. I think everybody here agrees that this was a pretty big fuck up with the sending out to the reporter.
No, they should have just done it all the time.
Yeah, it should have been totally
policy. Yeah.
Yeah. No, but I'm saying with more transparency. Yeah. Well, so where I'm going with this is, what do we think about the interventionism into Yemen as a whole, guaranteed a free trade? Are we more pro that? Is that something that people are upset about? Or are we just upset about the plans for it getting leaked? Whoever wants to go on that one.
I'm upset with like the process and procedure not being followed and not being updated to include that. It's totally fine to use whatever platform is deemed acceptable by it, but this just completely blatantly went away from any sort of policy or procedure that was put in place to make sure that this sort of thing didn't happen.
Right, but do you okay, that's fair, right? We agree that's the fuck up. Do you think like are you pro though intervening even to guarantee like the free trade aspect of this though? Because it seems like they're stepping up, because this is where I guess where the argument I'm going is so I had conversation recently with somebody on the right pointed this out. Is Hegseth is an interventionist, like, as opposed to, say, I don't know, Vance's isolationism. I'm not 100% sure that's exactly how I would, pitch it, but that's been how it's been described to some. So the argument is, if you actually go and pursue and get rid of Hexcath, you're actually helping the isolationists, which is not what a lot of people I know on the left want. Do y'all see it as that way? Are y'all pro intervening in Yemen, or despite Hexcath's like fuck up here, or like is this just like, oh, so terrible, we shouldn't be involved at all? Is kind of what I'm asking.
I don't think anyone here is like really super against bombing the Houthis. I mean, even Biden, you know, to a more limited extent, was bombing the Houthis. I am worried that Trump doesn't necessarily sort of have the diplomatic breaks necessary to not trigger a war with Iran while trying to, you know, bomb the Houthis. I think Biden probably would have done a better job of that. I think Biden also probably would have applied more pressure to Israel to try to make sure the ceasefire didn't fall through. But I mean, yeah, I think my main concern is the fuck up with the messaging app, and I guess I don't know. I think Trump's foreign policy is not going to be ideal no matter what. So I'm not that concerned with like getting rid of Pete Hegseth if he's just going to be, you know, replaced by someone maybe potentially marginally worse or whatever.
I mean, quite frankly, I liked Hegseth's approach more than on the substance more than Vance's from the message they went back and forth on. Like Vance's position was we should wait until, at least from what I read, we should wait and try to pair this with making Europe pay more because, you know, the trade through this channel benefits Europe more than us. And while I understand they ran on a kind of isolationism, there's, you know, Pax Americana has some real serious benefits, one of which is that we get to have cheap goods and services that move through free ports. And, you know, I think getting it, even if I'm supportive of the idea that we want Europe to pay more for their defense. I don't think letting pirates attack shipping freighters is the way to do it. You know, like this is,
yeah, it's running the country like a mob. Like, oh, you want to be protected from the pirates? Like, pay up. Like, I understand that we do things in America's interests, but like the fact that you're immediately withholding defense from someone under immediate duress because, hey, why don't you pay more? I think is pretty insane. I think you can use the fact that you did defend them as leverage against maybe Europe if you wanted them to pay more, but not.
What's the difference?
Well, the difference is you're letting them be attacked by pirates, and there's a very big difference between knowing you could intervene and stopping them and saying, hey, I'm going to let this keep happening day to day to day until you pay up, which is literally extortion, versus, hey, I've been helping you defend these people because I think it's the right thing to do. Now you should be doing something back. I think that's a very different negotiating tactic.
I think
right. And the messages say the U.S. is the only one with the capability even to, you know, stop the Houthis. They were all complaining about that, but I think it's true. We're the only one with a navy strong enough to actually stop these. Yeah.
Yeah, and look, if your goal is primarily to make Europe pay more for defense and secondarily to defeat the Houthi, then I could see Vance's position. You leverage it for a few months and then do it. But if your goal is primarily like there shouldn't be pirates, then this is a pretty easy call. And I'm pretty much on team there shouldn't be pirates.
Thor,
maybe that's a hot take. I don't know.
What do you think, Thor?
Hey, you know, my favorite anime is the One Piece, so I'm pro. No, I'm just kidding. I think that, like, strategically, geopolitically, with having like those pirate people kind of around that Cape area, going into a little bit more towards the Suez Canal, that puts more of a pressure point for kind of leveraging. I don't know, as the United States. Leveraging Europe paying a bit more into like the global policing that America's just assumed over the years and stuff, and that might be, I can understand like the JD Vance point and perspective towards that, but just in general, pirates aren't great, and if you let things fester for too long, it turns into a worse reality in the future than just like, you know, taking care of it today.
Me personally, I'm kind of torn. Like I agree. I don't like it when things fester because then you get something real nasty over there, like ISIS or something else, right? And I'm with you, but on the other side, I kind of like object to this take that y'all are giving me, where it's, oh, you know, we're the only ones who can do it, so we should do it. Like, well, the reason why we're the only ones who can do it is because you didn't really say this. The rest of y'all kind of said this. They were like, y'all are like, well, we're the ones who can do it, so we should do it. Well, the reason why we can't are the ones who can do it is because everybody else let their shit slip and just assumed we would do it forever. And at some point, you know, you got to pay the piper. Like, and now people don't like that they have to pay the piper. Right? what do you do in this situation? I mean, other than be like, hey, pay up. Like, I don't think it's extortion.
Or
at that
just
Well,
like
again-
contributing in any meaningful way towards it.
Yeah,
Honestly,
But Big Gibbs,
Yeah.
you said it in your own explanation there. They can't tomorrow stop these Yemen attacks, all right? They can't stop the Houthis tomorrow if we say, hey, we're not helping you. They can say, hey,
Yep.
we are going to make commitments to doing this because you're helping us in these because of these negotiations. But to then withhold aid and let pirates take over ships or kill people or do whatever the hell they're going to be doing because it's like, hey, we're going to let you get hurt until you pay up. That's why it's extortion. That's literally mob tactics. So that's very different from, hey, look, we're helping you out.
Is it though?
Yes.
Like, if you hold on, so like this is international waters, right? Like, we have to
Mhm.
follow international law, correct? Right.
Well,
Yeah.
America doesn't really follow
And
that.
so, in theory, this is the argument all y'all lefties give me all the time is we're supposed to follow international law. Okay, so
We're
cool.
supposed
so that
to.
means, yeah, we're supposed to, but somehow we're also supposed to simultaneously defend it because they won't. We're supposed to front the bill because they won't. And then whenever we go, okay, well, then we want to do it by our own rules, we're the bad guys. So like, it can't be both. It's either like
I'm
y'all
not
are
saying
beholden
we
to
should
us.
be doing it because it's international law. I'm saying we shouldn't, if we have the capability to stop a terrorist organization from blowing up a civilian ship and we say, hey, we're going to let this happen to you unless you give us money, that's extortion. That's what I'm saying. Not, we're doing, we have
China
to do
has
it.
the same capability of doing that, and they aren't.
Capability, do they have the
I don't know.
actual
That's a whole
ability
different
to?
conversation.
Are there,
They
have, like,
is
a
their
huge
navy?
fucking military.
No,
Yeah.
I know they have a capable navy. I'm saying, do they have navy
Yeah, they have the
positions?
capability to do it,
in-
but they can.
No, literally, like, sorry, my question, just to clarify, is not
Yeah.
can they do it, is are there Chinese naval ships in that area that are, like, with the flick of a switch, within 10 minutes could be engaged with Houthis to stop them from doing what they're doing? Or are you saying they just can because they have a good navy?
They can because they have a navy, and they choose
yeah.
not to invest themselves in this area.
Right, and also, I
apparently
don't...
the United States always wants to invest itself in every single
Well, I don't-
area.
That's in our
necessarily
best
hold-
interest, though. We don't want to cede
Yeah.
Chinese influence to Europe and say, hey, like, now Europe is now beholden to China in the same way. Like, we
Yeah,
don't
but
want
I'm
that.
just saying, like,
Yeah,
we're
I
not
mean,
the
I
only
was
ones
gonna-
that can do something.
I was going to add, and Gibbs, we've kind of had this discussion before. Part of the reason the U.S. has so much power in the world is because we are the only people who can do this, right? Like, if if Europe expands their defense capabilities, they're probably going to have more of a say in NATO and things like that. Like, the reason we rule the world is partly because we're the only one who can do these things.
Or we're the
Yeah.
only ones that actually stepped up to it.
There are
Wow.
blocks of power that have very, very different worldviews. And while we're bickering with Europe right now, the West is still very distinct from like Islamic Middle East, from China, from Russia. These are very distinct geopolitical views. And I do think we can, get Europe to pay more for their defense and contribute more and like have these disagreements while still maintaining the idea that, like, you know what, like, Western values are good. The West is worth defending, and if we need free trade routes in order to like make sure that the Western way of life it persists and flourishes, then America should do something about it because we can. And I don't think that's that hard to call personally, but
So like, when I look at this though, I see them like slowly ramping up like defensive production, right? And like, y'all are right about something about the here and now, but if we look at other examples of where Europe has lost military power, and we look like Africa, for example, what have they done?
Yeah,
Well, they've
China
outsourced.
owns Africa.
Well, it's China and Rwanda basically are carving up the continent. Like, and you
Yep.
know why? Because the Rwanda is now just being outsourced for by the EU and the US. Basically, like, they're taking over all the contracts. They provide the most people in Africa to the UN for peacekeepers. So when y'all say, oh well, we're not going to do it, they're going to outsource it. Yeah, they're going to outsource it, sure. But like, I don't know. Like, you think Rwanda is going to be able to take over for the United States in that region? I don't think so. Like, is China? I mean, yeah, I don't agree that I want China going in there, but China's making these people pay up front for a lot of this stuff. Like, it's not like China's doing this out of the goodness of the heart. When they go and do Belt and Roads, this is the same thing with the USAID. Like, I thought USAID was a good one to cut first because I didn't think it was very efficient. I like soft power, but Belt and Roads much more efficient. We're building trans operas or secret black ops, and they're over there building roads and bridges and like railroads and stuff. Like, which one do you think the people are going gonna respond to more. I don't know. I don't see it as efficient. So when I see like
China
stepping in,
Gibbs, we do infrastructure. Like you're talking about Transopera,
sure,
it wasn't like a $50,000 thing compared to like the other billions of dollars.
I'm not saying it was the more. I'm just saying China's been more efficient at it. It seems to me in the short time they've been doing it.
And but then why should we cut it all off, right? Like that isn't that just going to make them more strong and have more influence? That's
not been my argument. To be fair, I think that
you just said we should cut out USAID, right?
Yeah, I think we should gut it to some degree, and then we should reevaluate and get the efficient programs going.
Oh, okay. Well, they're not doing that, but that's a little more reasonable than the Trump admin.
Yeah, I mean, reevaluate the use of NGOs and how
that's a good point too.
How that's handled, just because that's essentially like an accountability black box on many levels. If only because, comparing these two situations, when Trump orders a military strike, it's going to be a topic of political conversation. People vote for the president. It's going to be a big thing. By the time you get USAID money trickling down to an NGO and then figuring out how that NGO is using the money, it's so outside the public eye until very recently that it's essentially a black box.
What do you mean? I mean, maybe the specific audits are, but all of this stuff was completely available to everyone if they wanted to look it up. The only reason no one did is because no one cared, because no one talked about it. But then everyone started complaining.
You can look up which NGO is getting the money.
Yeah.
Can you look up what the NGO is doing with the money? That's probably harder
for a lot of them. I mean, I don't know if that's on the government websites, but none of this stuff is the stuff that people complain about, like the trans operas or this LGBT funding in Serbia. That wasn't secret. That was never secret.
No. Here's the example I give. There's an organization that I frankly like them. It's Catholic Legal Services. When I do immigration work, I often partner with them because they do a lot of asylum work, and I'm not an asylum specialist, so they can provide expertise in case law and help me do asylum cases. Right. So I'm a fan. They're great lawyers, good people. That said, them getting money to fight for broader access to asylum in our system is clearly not a Trump administration priority.
Sure.
Right? So the fact that they're getting USAID money, which they can then use for this purpose, which is contrary to the administration's stated positions, seems odd. It seems like it's outside the political, the spectrum of political accountability.
Sure, and if I were the Trump admin, I would lobby Congress to pass some sort of amendment to the spending bill and have them remove that program. Okay. But that's a whole other story.
So, this is an argument I've heard recently, and I'm not sure how. This is not my argument, so don't anybody run with it. But I'm sure y'all can poke holes in it, and that's why I'm bringing it here. What if, hypothetically, Trump was to just go, okay, y'all want to stop me from getting rid of USAID? Instead of these left-leaning NGOs, I'm going to give them to, I don't know, right-leaning ones. Would that be a problem then? What's going to be the objection?
I mean, objectively, I disagree with the policy, but at least he wouldn't be breaking the law by subverting Congress. I would have a lot less problem with him, being a person who is dissolving the powers and checks and balances and just say, hey, I don't like the thing he's doing, right? I can be upset that they get rid of, the Roe v. Wade protection, but I'm not going to say, oh, this was illegal. This was clearly part of the process. I just don't like the policy.
Right. Fair enough. Non-fun, you seem to be objective. Go ahead.
I was basically going to say this. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I was just going to say basically the same things, like Soy Pale said. I'd just be upset at the policy at that point and not upset at the process and procedure that I think he's violating.
But go ahead.
I think it's a great example of what I was saying in my opening, which is that as somebody who I think is often supportive of the aims of the Trump administration, but not the way they're doing things, that would be a great example of a savvy way of accomplishing the same goal. You look at what Congress passed and it says, it's never going to say you give money to this NGO. It's going to say you give money to this category of people who can do this type of work. And then you find organizations that you prefer and give the money to them. That's a savvy operator move that's designed to survive legal challenges. And if they did a little more of that, I think they'd be more successful in pursuing their aims.
I have an interesting question from my chat, actually. Can anyone here name a explicitly right-wing NGO? I know you said this Catholic thing that's helping asylum, but I guess that would be counterproductive to the right-wing goals. Is there a right? I realize I've never thought about this. Is there a right-wing NGO?
Yeah, the Heritage Foundation's a good one. I mean, that's the one that everybody talks about. Isn't that the guys that did the Project 2025 that we keep hearing about?
Okay, sure. I was thinking more along the aid in other countries. But yeah, I guess that is an NGO. But
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have one
more
on
as
my
like
head.
a think tank and not really like a NGO. But
No.
I don't know. Maybe there's.
I'm sure you could find people who want to teach abstinence in Africa if you wanted to.
Good luck.
I found out.
Not that it's going to work. I'm just saying I'm sure they exist.
What I'm saying is, it's just interesting to me that no one off the top of their head can name one. I could name like several left-wing ones. It seems like left-wing biases, or maybe this is kind of cart before the horse sort of thing. But a lot of these places that want to go to other countries and help people who are impoverished seems to be more of a left-wing idea. But it's very.
But you just stumbled on the whole game. That's the whole game. The whole purpose of the kind of DOGE type gutting of these agencies is that exactly what you just said. If you build a bureaucracy or you build an NGO, the people who populate it over time, especially in a place like DC, are going to be overwhelmingly left-leaning.
Okay.
Just like we have in most universities.
Wait, what's wrong with that?
They build a system with the
what's
cronies
wrong with
over
that
time.
is that if you,
Did not
this
say
is
cronies.
we're on that arc where it's like
Cronies,
and
bro.
people saying there's a deep state, and we all said no, there wasn't, and now we're saying yes, there is. This
With
is
the
exactly
USAID
what
as part of the deep state?
Well, it's more. It's also like it's not necessarily so much like.
Actually, wait.
like,
I want to retract what I just said as counter, because I do know that parts of USAID have been funded in certain subversion tactics with the CIA. So there actually, unironically, might be a little bit of a deep state aspect to some point.
Well, there's also there's also like I know for at least for the right, I'm a conservative, right? I don't really fall. I guess I'm closer to MAGA than some and further than others, right? But like when I go and look at it, there's also the uniparty aspect that's very appealing to like the MAGA side of people. When they see, they go, oh, these guys, the Bushes, the Clintons, all these guys, they're all in cahoots. They push these. And when you said there's no right-wing NGOs, well, of course, I guess the Heritage Foundation. But now that I'm looking at it, there's a whole bunch.
I'm sure there are. I wasn't denying.
I don't want to do the dance and rigmarole I usually do, but a lot of them are like Jewish for some reason. And I don't know if you noticed, there's a lot of anti-Israel sentiment coming out lately, saying over and over. So it's kind of like. I feel like there's the same groups of people are going, look, they're on the left, they're doing this on the right, and they were like, we want to gut out all of it. Like, and I think that's the sentiment. That's why the DOGE is going in there the way they are, as opposed to doing it within the system like I proposed, let's make right-wing NGOs kind of thing. I think that's part of the reason why they're going about that way.
Also, Elon Musk was under investigation by them. That might be part of it, but,
Well, I mean, I think what happens is Trump comes in, and then he hears about like the trans opera, and you're right, by the way, that's like 50 grand. I don't know the exact number, but it's
$200K to stutter butchers' languages in France.
Yeah, it's not a
butchers'
meaningful
languages?
amount of money. In
Yeah,
terms of
dead
budget,
butchers'
right?
languages.
Yeah.
okay.
I think the significance is that Trump hears that and goes, "Oh, well, the people who approved this, I can't trust. Like the people who thought this was a good idea are going to be friction points. They're not going to be helpful to me." And I think that's kind of what's happening here, is that these realize that there are just
Okay, but why not replace the USAID employees and not fire all of them?
Well, I mean, I think.
Well, he said he couldn't trust the employees, but how is that at all coherent with the firing and dismantling of the entire organization? If you can't trust them, you don't get rid of it completely. You say, okay, I'm replacing these people. You're like, all right, I picked my own 4,000 or 2,000 employees.
Replacing them would be firing them, yeah.
Yeah, but that's clearly not what's happening.
Okay.
He's just dismantling it. He's just dismantling it. Period. And the rhetoric is not in line with what you're saying. It's not, hey, I don't trust these people. Let's get some of my people in here. It's let's get rid of this thing completely.
Well, this is kind of moving to the second topic. I guess we can go ahead and start that. I don't care.
Can I ask one? Wait, can I ask before we move off the thing, because we totally obscured this, and I know there's no one really far third left than me, and I don't even understand this to a degree. But when we're talking about Yemen and how you said whether or not we agree with it, one thing, I mean, why are the Houthis even doing this? Their stated reason, I don't know who thinks this is legitimate or not, is that they're doing it to stop what Israel is doing, and if Israel stops, they will stop. Does anyone here have any more insight on that, or whether or not we can address this at all?
They're lying. They've been fighting Saudi Arabia for the past decade. I don't think that that's why they're doing this. I mean, sure, they might tangentially get some support from Iran and get money and weapons and training and stuff, and I'm sure that they do not support Israel because they're a radical Islamic terrorist group, right? So I'm sure that all those things are partially true, but yeah, I think they would be attacking shipping regardless. I mean, they're just like Al-Shabaab and Somalia. Yeah, they say they do it for all sorts of reasons, but they're really just pirates.
Were they doing it before October 7th? I'm actually uninformed on this.
Not really.
I mean, they definitely had some drone attacks on ships and shit. I don't know about
I mean,
anything big.
I think the Houthis benefit from chaos, and they are taking advantage
Yeah.
of the chaos after October 7th. I do think they, probably just don't want Israel to exist, right? Like, I don't think they're actually, or a lot of them, or their leadership at least, is not like righteously fighting for the Palestinian people. But I do think if the ceasefire stuck and, stability in the Middle East kind of got back to where it was pre-October 7th, they might, stop attacking just because they can't take advantage of the chaos anymore. And I am worried that, some shit could go down with Saudi Arabia again, by the way, because of these attacks with the Houthis. If Saudi Arabia tries to take advantage
I just
of
want to
chaos
say
for their own sake as well.
I got fact checked by well, I didn't get fact checked, but my
Yeah.
chat is fact checking, and they say, and I found the link for this as an NPR article, that during the Gaza ceasefire, the Houthis stopped attacking ships in the Red Sea. So whether or not they're doing that because it's expedient to do so, I'm at the very least they're consistent with their messaging, and like they would do this or stop doing it if Israel were to stop doing what it's doing in Gaza. So it's interesting that we have all this rhetoric of whether or not America should be bombing Houthis when clearly, apparently, if you wanted this to stop completely, they'd just tell Israel to stop what they're doing. But it's kind of an interesting little tidbit there. I don't know what you guys think about that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. They've done some pretty bad stuff. The Houthis, they're some of the biggest slavers in the world. Still, I believe.
I'm not defending the Houthis here. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you're not pulling the old Assad and getting old. What's his name?
Tim
Luffy
Houthi
on
Charlemagne.
there?
Yeah, just like One
you know,
Piece. Yeah, Thorne brought it up already. Yeah.
Ultimately, man, geopolitics is a team sport. They're not on Team West. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of what this boils down to. Like what they're doing. I'm sure they have multiple reasons, but the main thread is that they think it's good for chaos, it's good for them, it's bad for the West. So
Well,
Sure,
So
but
that-
I mean, well, I'm just saying that even if they are lying about their stated reasons, they're clearly being consistent and saying, "Hey, we stopped doing this as soon as that ceasefire happened, and now that ceasefire has been broken, they're kind of starting up again." It seems, and we don't have to believe them. We don't have to trust them. We don't have to say that their goals are aligned with ours or defend them as an organization to say, hey, there's a clear way to stop this. They've shown that they are stopping it. Maybe you say like the same way, like, oh, we could broker a ceasefire with Russia, but for how long? Do we trust them? Sure, but
then what's next?
Yeah, well,
After we give up on
Yeah,
Israel,
let's just let 'em fester.
because the pirates were bombing, were
well,
attacking ships.
that's
What's
what I
the
want to
next
go.
scenario?
Well, so like we brought up the
Exactly.
chaos thing, but I one of the chatters brought it up, and I remember this now that they detained a British oil tanker, if y'all remember, and I do remember isolated reports of like drone attacks. But the thing is, they have been fighting Saudi Arabia since 2015. They're our ally, right? And these guys are Iran's ally. Like, so we're not friends with them. We're diametrically opposed. What like how far should we take an intervention if y'all, because y'all seem to be on team, let's intervene, defense of the seas, defense of free trade, but like, are we talking boots on the ground? Are we talking like just airstrikes? Are we talking like what are we really talking about here when we want to intervene and stop the Houthis? I mean, you made a pretty interesting argument, Soy Pill, like, oh, well, maybe we rein in Israel and that gets them to stop. I have my doubts personally because we have evidence of them doing this before. I just don't think they were tech ready as they are now, but. What do we think? How far should we go in intervening on the Houthis?
I mean, it's the same with any other U.S. intervention. We go as far as it is politically expedient for us and not very expensive and popular, right? So, Vietnam was intervention that was incredibly unpopular. It was incredibly expensive. It cost a lot of American lives because it was boots on the ground. So we stopped. Ukraine is actually not particularly expensive. We're giving them a bunch of stuff we don't need. It's like, hey, cool. Like, this is very politically expedient. We're weakening one of our enemies. Like, we're making friends with Europe. So insofar as I don't think it costs us that much money to intervene, we should probably keep doing it. I don't think we should be sending troops in. I think that would be incredibly unpopular, but yeah.
What do you think, Thorne?
Also, just kind of like on the Ukraine thing, like for the most part, we were giving them military equipment that was already going to be decommissioned anyways. So like that basically cost us nothing. I think that like I don't know. It's something that if you let something just keep on festering and festering for a long time and you know that it's a problem, it doesn't become a problem until it does. And if you have like a unstable organization that's going to be doing this crap all the time and you know about it, it's just going to get worse. And it doesn't matter if like today they say Israel stopping, that'll stop us. If in 5 years there's somebody else that takes charge of that organization, it's still gonna be kind of bad. I don't know. It's like kind of like the Taliban. Like we supplied them weapons way back in the day, and we just left them be, and then they became a major problem for us in the future.
Yeah, now they're worse than ever. Like, they're over here talking about invading other countries and shit now. Like, with our tech. I mean, that's a fair point. What do you think, Non-Fun?
Listen, I got a Israeli friend, not willing to die from him. Okay, not willing to be drafted. I don't think I would support boots on the ground in Yemen ever. I mean, I think Soy is right. We're gonna do what's relatively cheap and politically popular, which is, I mean, continuing airstrikes. But I mean, again, I am worried that like Trump doesn't necessarily have the diplomatic tools to like slow down when shit with Iran could go down, or Saudi Arabia starts looking at intervening in the Middle East, destabilizes even more. And I also don't think.
Do you think Saudi Arabia would so say we do strike the Houthis? Would you not be pro Saudi Arabia taking over Yemen or something? I don't know what that would look like. I'm just throwing a hypothetical at you.
I mean, I probably not. Listen, it's not like I haven't done a ton of reading on the Saudi Arabian Yemen war or whatever, but I mean, from what I just don't think it would be good for the Middle East as a whole. I think it would basically cause more chaos. It'd be more destabilizing. I mean, if I'll grant you, if they were successful, like if they were able to like literally destroy the Houthis and some civil government got in Yemen, I probably support it then. But I don't know how well Saudi Arabia could do that. I really don't know.
Yeah.
All right,
I mean,
Mr. Ryan.
I think America's history in at least recent years is pretty clear. We're incredibly good at projecting force and incredibly bad at nation building. So, we should probably stick to what we're good at, which is, we can eliminate problems like this. We can project force globally in a way that benefits us and our allies geopolitically. We can make them pay their fair share. And what we should avoid is getting to situations like we've been lured into, where we have to be there for years trying to build a stable government that we think is going to look like a Western democracy, and it never does, and then it collapses and gets replaced by something worse. So what we need is partnerships and allies and diplomacy with regional powers that can be friendly. In the Middle East, that's challenging. Saudi Arabia does seem like the best bet. Certainly, if you wanted to go back to Israel-Palestine, I don't think there's going to be peace there until Iran gets involved in a way that is in favor of peace. But that's the path forward. I think we've tried nation building and we suck at it.
Well, that's interesting. So you said that unless Iran gets involved in a way that means peace, what if the current Iranian regime was toppled or replaced? Would that be something that could lead to peace in the region? Like, I mean, because traditionally they seem like they're the opposite power.
With something worse. It's always something worse. Like, it's never
Is
like
it though? Is it always?
And you're like, oh my god, here we go. It's this wonderful democracy. It's always worse.
Well, as terrible as I think this would be, I mean, Ryan and I don't know who else might support this. Maybe Gibbs. The current Trump admin plan is to support Israel's ethnic cleansing, i.e., expulsion of all 2 million or whoever's left of these people. I think if you remove in its entirety one side of the conflict, that probably will end up in peace, as awful as that is. That may or may not need Iranian involvement. No.
Well, that is the historic.
I don't know. Yeah, it's interesting.
You would still have the West Bank, but
Yeah.
Well, they're going to get annexed by Israel. That was the whole next thing that they've just claimed. Remember?
Yeah,
I
mean,
will shoot myself. Wait, hold on. Wait,
Whoa. With a Nerf gun. With a Nerf gun. With a Nerf gun.
Wait. In Minecraft, obviously, in the game I'm playing on stream right now. Okay, I'm just super curious. Do either of you guys think that if Israel annexes the West Bank, like large portions of the West Bank, maybe the entire Area C, I'm curious, do you think, one, Trump would support it, two, that would be good for peace in the Middle East?
I might be the only one on this panel that's going to say this. I personally don't believe in the idea of like permanent nation states. I think they change all the time. They've changed throughout history. So if they decide tomorrow that they want to conquer the West Bank, which they basically already do, I feel like almost assimilation might be the best thing at this point. Just take it over, make it all one country, who that's at it, whatever. Let them figure it out. Because I'm tired of sending people over there to die and not get nothing back. I feel like next time we go over, we need to stop nation building, and maybe Mad Gaza doesn't sound so bad if we own it, like permanently, in perpetuity. But I don't think
what's
that
it called?
people.
Magaza?
Magaza,
Oh,
Trumptopia. If like he comes in there and like decides he's going to repave it and turn it into the Riviera of the West, and U.S. troops are going to occupy it, I would be more pro of that if we never gave it back, because if we're going to have people dying over there, then we might as well get permanent benefits from it. I don't know what those permanent benefits
What do you do with the 2 million
with,
people who live there?
I don't know. We could make them. We could maybe assimilate them into a wonderful company of Magaza, where they can be part of the special economic U.S.
keep them
economic
there. So don't expel them.
We can figure out something, right? Like I don't know. Like I'll work on that. But my point is, I think I don't think the nation building's worked. I know that's going to be the least popular opinion of even in my own group, is just going in there and conquering shit and keeping it. But I feel like when we leave, it's always worse, because it's like we leave these half things, right? So there's a whole generation of Afghani women now who lived under U.S. rule for 20 years, and they went to school, and now they're more oppressed than they ever were, and they're going to have these little seeds of Westernism in there, and that are going to get stamped out brutally. I think that's much worse than if we had just stayed there for 100 years, which with the U.S. public would never have the stomach to do, and actually cultural changed it, just like the Romans did. That's why every European country wants to be Roman, right? Like Afghanistan's where empires go to die. I mean, because nobody wants to sit there for that long for a country that just doesn't have the resources. Same thing with like Iraq. It's just a permanent turmoil. On the flip side, though, I don't know that it is always worse, because with Iran, yeah, it turned out worse. They got rid of the Shah, who's a brutal dictator, and they put in, Khalami, I can't even think of the Ayatollah's name, right? Yeah, there you go. And he's real bad. Yeah, it's bad. But in some ways, it actually has stabilized the region. I know this will be hard, because we now have almost two clear sides. You have the Iranians and you have the Saudis. You have the people that back the Saudis. You have the people that back the. So it's almost like which powers that be. And if you take out the king on the side, which is the Iranian guy, these people are just gonna be like small little groups. And how are they really gonna do anything? I don't really know if that's the real solution here. But I mean, do y'all think that these terror groups are gonna be able to recover and be as sophisticated without Iranian government backing? I don't think so.
No, I mean they do rely on Iranian backing, but the thing is, it just. You look back at like the Arab Spring. It's the rule of consequences. You don't know what's going to happen next. You destabilize the region and you create the next horrible thing. I think honestly, yeah, unless the neighboring countries want to get involved and start accepting Palestinians, they sure don't. That would be one solution. Then Israel's going to do what Israel has done every time it's attacked, which is decisively win all the wars and then expand its borders and expand them until someone tells them they can't anymore, and then that's the new borders. And then people will say, oh, you violated international law, and they'll say whatever, and they'll be the status quo for another 10 years, and then it'll happen again, and then Israel will win another war decisively and expand its borders again. So I mean, I think like the West Bank stuff and the Gaza stuff is almost the inevitability if we just keep this pattern like that.
I agree.
We're going to do that eventually.
Thoughts? Any disagreement?
I don't know if I entirely disagree, but I just think it's really unfortunate that like we are potentially headed for a situation where like Palestinians are basically just put on like reservations within Area C or within areas A and B, which they still have control over, and then Gaza. I don't even know what'll happen to that. I just think that's sad. But.
Yeah.
Well, y'all brought up but the other countries taking them. Well, Jordan took a bunch of them. What happened in Jordan? I don't necessarily blame these countries for not wanting to take the refugees. Because what did Jordan did them? They took like 40% of the total population is now Palestinian. What did they do? They immediately tried to assassinate the monarchy, and then which they like in Jordan. And they immediately tried to assassinate the monarchy, and then created a civil war for like 10 years. So I mean. Would you want, if you were another country nearby, this group of people that's clearly ready to like try to take over your country, come in like large numbers? I don't blame them. I don't really know what we do in this situation, because it seems like everybody's a hostile actor in the region.
I'm just against the whole ethnic cleansing thing, but I know that's a hot take here. I don't know.
I mean, I don't think ethnic cleansing is not a hot take in general. I mean, I don't particularly like the idea of forcing 2 million people to move either. That's why my plan is like we annex them, make them Americans, or something.
And put them back.
51st
state.
Yeah, maybe we move them for like a little bit. We build the Riviera, and then they get the Riviera.
Making it their own actually independent state that they have control over. I think you probably find more support for that on the left, but I know Trump's not going to do that. So
Yeah, it'd be the 51st state in Gaza, bro. Like I'm saying, like.
Yeah, and Republicans would
love
never
that,
win
man.
another Senate election ever, by the way, because you know who they're voting. Well, actually, I don't know. Once they got their independence, they
Well.
take a little while to get progressive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Demographics are not destiny. We found this out.
Yeah. Interesting. So we were talking earlier. We'll move to the other one because it seems like we were diving into that a little more. We were talking earlier about with DOGE, right? Postmaster General stepping down. That's directly related to DOGE. He's talking about cutting out 10K people. Part of what we were what that was is replacing people. Y'all said y'all don't want to fire them and replace them. That's not what's happening. That's exactly what the Postmaster General said. A week ago or 2 weeks ago was the reason why they were willing to fire people because he wanted to fire them, hire better qualified people at market rate that could do the jobs of 2 people for better pay with half the cost is kind of the implication. And now he's gone. What are we thinking about all this? Is this a damning of that plan, or is this you're not getting a job? What do we think about this?
I think the post office,
go ahead.
the way that Republicans have been attacking the post office, at least since 2006, but probably before that, I haven't looked into the history before that, is pretty disgusting. I think the idea of treating it like it's a business that needs to make a profit is silly. It's a service. It's supposed to be a universal service that every American is guaranteed to be able to get mail. They want to privatize it. They want to make it inefficient. They've been doing this for years. In 2006, they passed the law that forced them to fund pensions for 75 years into the future for people that weren't even born yet, because they knew it would cause billions of dollars in deficits every single year, and they knew that it would make them go insolvent. And the idea that this is a business that needs to make money is just ridiculous. It's a service. It needs to remain a service, and it needs to make it so that people in rural areas who are getting screwed over by what DeJoy was doing, because he's consolidating postal centers and making it harder to deliver mail to people that have the guaranteed right to receive mail through the U.S. Postal Service. It's slower, it's more inefficient, and yeah, it's going to cost us money. It should be a drain on our funds, because in the same way the military is not supposed to make money, we're not supposed to make money to guarantee something to someone. It is simply there so that you can spend 55, I guess it's 73 cents now for this forever stamp, and send mail to your grandma who lives on like the top of Mount, I don't know, Appalachia or whatever. It's not supposed to be like Amazon.
Lord, what do you thought? We'll go.
The U.S. Postal Service is something that's really deeply ingrained in what is America, and I think that it really goes down into a lot of First Amendment rights and stuff with that, and what they enable to the American public is something that I think that it's not a place that you want to cut. It's something that is deeply American, and it needs to be like protected under that. And I don't know exact stuff that DeJoy has done since in his tenure of it, but I know that like he did kind of revamp a lot of things that made it so that it wasn't as resource depleting as it was. That being said, I totally agree with it is a service at the end of the day, and there are certain things that don't get solved by the free market. And the postal service reaching those people that can't be reached otherwise, that's one of those places where free market does not solve the solution to it. A government organization does.
All right, Mr. Wright.
I mean, this is a weird one to say that free market can't solve the problem when the free market basically has solved the problem already.
No, it doesn't get
hold on.
grandma on the top of the mountain.
No,
Yeah,
no.
We'll do openings and we'll respond.
With
All right, go ahead.
privatizing things that can't, with failing to privatize things that can be privatized when they can be privatized. Like when the Postal Service was founded, I would agree there was no way to run that business. And almost everybody was grandma on the mountain back in the day. Today, grandma on the mountain is a niche case, and you could probably come up with a very small government program to subsidize and solve that niche problem if you felt you needed to. But like when you get into a situation where you're saying what we need to do is use taxpayer money to make a solution regardless of cost that solves for the 0.0% that has a specific problem, you end up inefficient for the sake of inefficient. Like
The post office doesn't use taxpayer money.
Hold on, we're gonna come back around. We're gonna non-fly after
we're
that.
gonna-
why
Yeah,
the fuck do
yeah.
you care about the deficits that it's running?
Yeah. Well, hold on. Go ahead and finish, and then
Yeah,
we're gonna
sorry.
go non-fly, and then I'll open it up. Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. Finish out, right, Mr. Ryan. I wouldn't say your last name, but I'm gonna butcher it every time. And I think that's worse.
All right. Yeah, no. So I mean, I think that we're in a very different place technologically, and we're in a very different place with logistical companies than we were in even 20, 30 years ago. There's got to be a more efficient solution, and I don't think it's wrong to figure out what that is. Does that mean you cut the agency tomorrow? No, but I think you do looking at options makes sense.
All right, non-fly, and then we'll open it up. Go ahead.
You guys are gonna hate me. My neoliberal is gonna come out. Okay, so
Yeah, we're gonna send you to Yemen.
yeah. I mean, I think the post office is more akin to like a state-owned enterprise than strictly a service. Now, because it's a state-owned enterprise, it does also have a social goal, which I do think is important, and the free market fails to solve, which is delivering mail to everyone at reasonable cost. Obviously, I think that is a worthy goal, and I think it's also important for mail-in ballots, so I can send in 20 Joe Biden ballots, obviously, and for military deliveries as well. It seems like the post office does an effective job of that. I will add, well, I do disagree with you a little, Soy, and the other, Thorn. It is a state-owned enterprise, not necessarily a service, and any monopoly rights that they do have, which I don't know, I don't remember the full extent of them, but I do believe there are places where they have like a legislative monopoly.
Over
Probably
priority
that should
first
go
class
away.
mail. Yeah.
Priority, yeah. I don't think that's necessarily a good thing, but I also don't think it's like hugely distortionary. But
We'll open it up. There were some objections to what some people were saying, so y'all go ahead and get those objections in.
I wasn't objecting to non-fun. I was just saying I might even potentially agree that, like, I don't know how much a monopoly is helpful or not. I'd have to look into that specifically, whether or not it can or should be removed. But my objection was with Ryan, which is
Right.
the idea that this has the free market can solve this. The free market solution to this is it costs too much for me to send grandma on the top of Appalachia a letter. I mean, I will do it if you pay me 40 times what the U.S. government is charging you for it. And it's like, yeah, sure, but like the whole point of it is to guarantee that anyone can get a letter to anyone. That's the guaranteed. It's literally constitutionally guaranteed that exists. And the idea that first of all, the taxpayers have only funded it insofar as to make up for the deficits that were caused by this ridiculous retiree program that was intended to destroy and make this insolvent. It had no basis in reality. They've never done any sort of retiree pension thing so onerous as 75 years in the future. It was literally just to get rid of the post office. They want to privatize it, and they agree with you. There's probably a more efficient way. I'm sure Amazon probably uses less gasoline, I would guess, because they have like EV trucks. I'm sure they are able to do things faster because of their lack of labor laws and protections for their employees. But that doesn't mean that necessarily is the way to go. One, because it does not give that guarantee, and two, it's not going to help everyone. And in the same way that you can't restrict voting past some poll tax or past some onerous thing, you can't restrict the right that is guaranteed in the Constitution by saying, well, this will make it 90% cost less, but we're gonna fuck over 15% of people in rural communities, it's ridiculous. It's not how it should work.
It's not a constitutional right. The Congress has the power to create the post office. You don't have a right to receive mail.
You have a right to universal service for this. Let me see. There's actually literally a term for this. What's it called, non-fun? Do you know what this is? It's like UPM or something?
I think it's just universal service.
Is it just universal service?
Whatever.
Yeah, you literally are guaranteed the ability to be able to send mail through the federal government.
No. One thing is the Constitution.
That's by
Congress
statute,
has the
not
power to create the post office. And once the post office is created, you have a right to service, as you're describing. That is not a constitutional right, because Congress could simply not create the post office, and then you would not have this right. Like that, it's a may. Congress may create the post office. They're not obligated to create the post office.
That might be true. Let me double check.
This is a very tangential point, so we don't need to belabor it. And I think that what we're running into is the quintessential government question, which is, and we talk about Social Security also, which is when you try to create a program that protects absolute fail states, where like people don't do the things that they need to do to take care of themselves, they become hugely inefficient because you are using the public funds to correct for potentially inefficient behavior. And if you don't do that, then there are going to be people who are disadvantaged by that. And if you do that, you have a hugely inefficient system. And, like, I mean, if we can come up with ways to make the post office more efficient so it's not losing money, that's great. If getting rid of these pensions would solve the problem, or even partially solve the problem.
We've already done that. That was done in 2022, but the damage was done. It was 16 years of having to fund this treasury fund. So
I think that like LaJoy was on the road to actually making some things more efficient.
Yeah, no, he was.
The way that they went towards it, and like he was like implementing different strategies that were making them very more like solvent. Like this was like the first time like in a long time that they had not a deficit in their time there, and that was because of like some of the implementation changes that he did.
Actually, I'm pretty sure the reason they didn't have a deficit in 2023 was specifically because the legislation passed by Biden to get rid of the onerous thing. So they still had a deficit last year. They still do run deficits, but again, it doesn't matter. Like they should have deficits. That you say it's inefficient, Ryan, to be able to catch these niche cases. Yes, 100%, and that is because it doesn't matter how efficient it is. It matters that these people are guaranteed this service, right? Everyone should have the right to vote, right? And if we say, well, some people will fall through the cracks if we get rid of a bunch of polling places because it costs us a bunch of money, that doesn't matter. We should be, I don't care, you should be spending billions of dollars to make sure that every single person has the right and ability to vote. Like you can't just, this is better for 90% of people, but fuck the 10%. Like that's the whole point of a service.
Let me ask this, right? So, okay, like what happens when technology makes something like outdated, right? So I would argue almost at this point that mail is outdated. Like you can get a signal 99% of the United States. And like maybe that 1% you can't is like Alaska, then you could get that.
Do you support voting by email, Gibbs?
No, hold on. I'm not talking about voting by email. We're not talking about voting by email. Okay. But I'm talking about like regular, normal mail. Like I mean, personally, I want like in-person voting only, personally. But we can get into that later. But what I'm saying here is with this, when I go, okay, the service completes 99% of like people. Like we can email anything, right? Cell phones, texts, they can that does the same thing for
packages.
Mail. Like packages maybe not, but whole lot. Like when I look at this, what's whaling, for example, disappeared overnight with the invention of petrochemicals, right? We've had telegraphs have disappeared. I don't even know if there's telegraphs anymore, right? Where are you gonna get this stuff? So it's not like industries haven't gone like been replaced by stuff before, right?
Sure.
And in this case, why, other than like packages, which I don't know why you couldn't have FedEx or UPS fill this role. You want to send it to Grandma on the mountain,
not being able to get to
because it's not guaranteed and it's not cheap.
Well,
those are the two reasons.
Okay, but sure. But at one point, I get we have zoning laws. There's places where people can't live all over the United States, right? Mm-hmm. Now, whether we agree with those, that's a whole different debate as well. But we have those. So if Grandma decides to live up on top of Appalachian Peak number 37 with no roads, well, I kind of of the opinion, fuck Grandma, she should move somewhere closer.
Well, hold on. This isn't about no roads. This is about isolated areas that are accessible and a legal address. Okay, so like we're not talking about I have a house, unregistered house in the middle of a forest that no mailman can get to. This is people that have registered addresses that are like actual homes and residencies that are hard to reach, and why FedEx says, hey, yeah, like I know you could spend 73 cents to mail a letter here. I'm going to charge you $40 to do it because it costs me a lot of money.
Towns turn into ghost towns all the time. Like I drive through Texas, there's ghost towns. You just drive through them. Nobody lives there. Right, those are legal addresses. I could buy property, I guess.
Okay, but if they live there, they should be guaranteed the ability to get mail. That's what I'm saying.
Why?
Because it's good. We don't want to restrict the ability to have people communicate and send packages or get mail-in ballots just because they're somewhat off of a major city or an inconvenient route from where an Amazon truck would otherwise be delivering to. Also, I don't know if I've mentioned this yet.
Probably a positive externality. It's the
but I mean, take the deficit that the post office tends to run, take half of it, set up some kind of fund that private companies can make claims against, and then if you live in a place that's hugely difficult to get mail at, then part of the cost goes to you, part of the cost goes to the fund. Like I mean,
okay. Two things, Ryan. I agree with you.
The edge cases, if that's the concern, I don't think the edge cases are a sufficient reason to justify.
Yeah, but like
if the Trump admin was proposing what you were proposing, which is guarantee that anyone who needs the service can get it through this administration, but for the general layman, they're all going to be using this privatized thing, I might even agree with you. But that's not what's happening whatsoever. And
well, why can't she go to a central location? Like y'all arguing like, okay, like she can't travel. If grandma honestly can't travel to
have you never had another person in your life that can't travel?
Sure, listen, hear me out though. But she's still getting her groceries, right?
I don't know. Maybe someone delivers groceries for her.
Oh, somebody delivers groceries to her. Okay, so we expect this person to live out in the middle of nowhere, and somehow we're gonna have groceries delivered to her. We're gonna, which is not by the USPS, as far as I know. I've never seen.
Okay,
it.
yeah,
maybe
maybe.
USPS. Yeah, that's by
maybe they're doing a side gig.
Yeah, sure, but like, okay. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no,
so
I see what you're saying.
Gibbs. Why would we want to like fund this? We could just put a central location and just be like,
well, she can't get to that central. Wait, hold on. If you're advocating for putting more mailing and post office locations, so it's people don't need to be able to travel farther, I 100% agree with you. But that's not what's happening. They're getting rid of post office locations. They're trying to gut the agencies and the ability to deliver to these places. So if you're saying, hey, let's expand access, yeah, 100%. But that's not what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, are you advocating that we require Walmart to put a Walmart in, like, I don't know, the top of like Mount, like Timbuktu in Alaska?
No, because it's a private corporation.
I think kind of like what you're going at here, Gibbs, also kind of goes against the bundle of rights that are inherently held within like real estate and stuff like that, and taxing authorities, because there are federal taxes that go into that. Like, it's going against that as like just a fundamental right of buying the property.
But I mean, this is the thing. Like, all this stuff gets priced in when you're talking about real estate, right? Like, if you have property,
no, it's priced into the taxes that they get levied against them.
Mail there, regardless of how inefficient it is, that actually makes the property value higher. If you didn't have that right, that would affect the property value just like anything else would. So
yeah, like if I bought like acres in like the middle of Midland, Texas, like out there, I bought a ranch out in by Big Bend. Right, I could go. There's literally like acres of land in Texas that are like $5-10 an acre. You know why? Because there's literally nothing but you and the cactus out there, right? Like, so, like, do I think that if I set up a legal residence off Freeway like 37, and I'm out in middle of nowhere, and I'm the only guy for 200 miles, yet I should like, oh, good. It's going to cost them $500 to deliver spam to me every day, and they're going to deliver spam to me every day. And this is something we want the taxpayers to be paying for.
Okay, wait, hold on. This is the second thing I want. First of all, yes, they should. But second of all, it's not taxpayer funded. It's funded by the postage. Okay, so it's like the only time that taxpayer money even comes into this whatsoever is when the ridiculous retirement plan comes in, and Congress might have to bail them out because they're hemorrhaging an extra $5 or $6 billion a year to pay for people that haven't been born. So taxpayers don't fund this. This is funded by the post office, and the rate increases under DOGE are what actually help it able to get into those like positive areas. It's like, yeah, okay, 55 cents is no longer it's great that we could have done it before. Now we had to raise it to 73. That sucks that they had to raise it, but like sometimes those things do need to happen. But that's very different from saying, hey, taxpayer, fuck you, pay for my stupid decision. And even if it is a dumb decision, yeah, I still think it should be guaranteed.
Hold on, we gave them billions of dollars during the pandemic. Yeah. Like that's like
during the pandemic, we gave everyone billions of dollars.
Yeah,
this is a very different set of.
But this is a very niche. This is a very niche situation, and
it's been running a deficit. So that, like it's. Yes, you are right. If their budget is even, they're not taxpayer funded, but their budget has not been even.
But the reason their budget is not even is because they've been paying billions and billions and billions into a ridiculous retirement fund that was created to bankrupt them by the Republican Party. So if you look, first of all, they've overfunded it. There's like an extra $75 billion in this treasury thing because of the way the rules and the money is distributed. So they could pass some sort of law to take that money back out and put it back into the post office, but also primarily it is funded with its own services, which is good. Like, and again, this is off topic. I don't even care. I think the taxpayer should fund it regardless, but it's
is it going? Do you think it's going to be neutral? It's going to be net neutral this year?
No, they literally were making money otherwise. Like there was a game. It was actually a productive service for a while. Actually, I think like way back in, oh man, I want to say for like a few years.
91.
Yeah, but
I mean,
like.
1991, I think is the last time I remember being profitable. I mean, I think they had some kind of hiccup in 2022. But
it was 23 was because of the funding.
It was a quarter. It was like a quarter of the year was like it was profitable or something. I think even this year is profitable, but it's
usually not profitable. but they are like relatively close. Usually, I think on average, it's like the revenue is like 89% of the spending, and that's not a big deficit gap or anything, especially in the context of the entire U.S. budget. And it's kind of dumb to expect them to make money so long as we give them a goal explicitly to not make money, to deliver shit to military bases, to do all the mail-in ballot stuff, to serve rural communities who otherwise would have to pay absurd amounts of money for the mail. Like,
yeah, like Gibbs, would you make the same argument for voting? Like, would you say, hey, like, if you live out in the boonies, like, we should make it more difficult for you to vote? Like, we should act like you should face the consequences.
My argument, voting
actually is a constitutional right, as opposed to this is where the distinction does matter.
Sure. Okay. Well, but I'd be willing to bet that Gibbs would make the same argument for voting regardless.
My argument for voting is that all voting should be done in person. Like, that would be my voting with an ID of some kind. That would be my ideal voting world. And the only reason for that is there's no excuse you shouldn't have that. Not you can't get a state issued ID.
There's no excuse.
Yeah, there's no excuse.
Have you ever looked at the DMV maps in Alabama and how some people live like 40 miles away from them and may or may not be able to drive to them?
40 miles, bro. Oh, God. Okay.
Do you have no one in your life that like cannot drive a car? Like, has this never ever happened to you?
I will grant you this. There is a lens of bias that I have for whenever people say, 40 miles, because everything is 40 miles away where I live. Like, I don't like...
Right,
you know
but I'm assuming you have the able body to drive a car. You have people in your life that might be able to help you get somewhere. What do you do to the citizen who should have the constitutional right to vote and cannot access the DMV, which, by the way, they're shutting down on purpose to make it harder for people to vote in these areas? What do you say to that person?
Most of the states now issue state IDs that count, and the real IDs that you can order.
Wait, how are they gonna get them though?
You will just upload. They have I have the answer. This Texas,
yeah, but how are they going to get transferred?
Yeah, how would they receive these Gibbs?
Amazon. Yeah, but the point that I'm making, you should listen. I get you where you're going with that, but my point is with the ID thing. I'll agree. States shouldn't charge for them. I feel like you should be able to get your state ID issue, whatever. But you can go online and upload a picture. And currently, the post office does deliver to all these places. So there's no reason you shouldn't be able to get an ID and be able to vote in person. And honestly, if you are not physically capable enough to go vote in person, then
you should have the postmaster come to your house and certify.
Oh my God!
There we go. Perfect.
You want the postmaster of each place?
Yeah. He has to go to all those ones out in the boonies.
Well I'll say this, especially
he's with a notary, and then notarize each vote.
Gibbs, I'm assuming is your audience more like right leaning, right, Gibbs?
It's like 60-40.
Okay, because I'll say this. Look, you look at like Europe and these places, and I lived in Germany, and this was the case there. Everyone turns 18 and they get a free ID. It just is given to them. Like, they issue that automatically. There's like a federal like mandate that everyone needs to have some sort of voting location within a certain like radius of their residence. So if and this is not what the Republicans are advocating for, if there was this universal, ID that gets sent out when you're 18, and everyone has the capability of in very, very close proximity the polling location, I would 100% be okay with this voter ID. The problem is that's not the way this is implemented. And in the same way that they are getting rid of this ability to deliver to anyone, they also want the ability to vote to be harder for people. They want it to be harder. So I want a secure election, but that's not, I think, what's being advocated for.
This is crazy.
Go ahead.
It's like every solution has to be national. Like what's the proposed solution? There's a national ID that's going to be issued, right? Like, we're not Germany. It's a really big country.
Yeah, and they have a bunch of states within it. And if you are going to make any argument for restricting someone's right to vote, it better be a damn good one. If you're saying, well, maybe this state can do it, and it's not as good as the way this state does it.
They just did do that. They made it. Each state ID now has to meet a national standard. It's called like the real ID.
Yeah,
you can't fly on whatever. So like, you don't even have to make a national ID at that point, because we already have. I guess it's basically equivalent. Your ID, your state ID can be different.
Well, sorry,
equal these standards.
I interrupted you, Ryan. Please do finish.
Yeah, I just don't think that every solution doesn't have to be national. Our country's really big, and there's room for regional differences. Like, it's okay.
Do you want
for
anyone
in different states to live differently and have different ways of approaching things? There are constitutional limitations on that. But I think one of the mistakes that we've made is that we've gotten to this point where we nationalize everything. And because we nationalize everything, we end up with one-size-fits-all solutions that don't work everywhere. And people would be better off if they could make these decisions locally, and that the people who actually have skin in the game are the ones making the calls.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is if you have this state-by-state way of issuing these IDs and making sure that everyone has the right to vote, you're
As we
inevitably
currently do.
right, and you're inevitably going to have people that are limited by those state-by-state policies. For example, North Carolina issuing a voter ID requirement that like surgically targets black people because they don't want them to vote. And it's like, hey, holy shit, wait a minute, you shouldn't be able to do this.
Sorry, what do you mean surgically? Can you explain? I'm not
The North Carolina Supreme Court found that there was a voter ID law implemented that specifically during the communications and the implementation of was meant to specifically target black populations who don't have those kind of IDs so that they couldn't vote. So in the same way that I say, hey, look, if you're going to require voter ID, you have to make sure that everyone gets one, every single person. And I think the federal government is probably the only way to guarantee that all 50 states do it that way. You can't let one state decide, well, we will only use this type of ID, and then suddenly, oops, we accidentally picked one that we knew and we discussed did not have, black people just didn't have access to because, literally we wanted to say, go fuck them. And the Supreme Court had to be like, the North Carolina Supreme Court had to say, we know you literally did this to exclude black people. Like that's what happens when you let a state-by-state population do this.
I'm not familiar with this case, so I can't comment on it directly, but the one thing, I'm just taking the facts as you described them as given, and I have to imagine they're a little bit more complicated than that. But
I promise you it's not. I'll link you this right now, and I want you to read this up on this because this is really, really
found
bad.
It to be illegal.
Yeah, after it happened.
Yeah, so but if your goal is to prevent all bad things ever from happening, that's a little rough. There's a process. They had a process. They found that it was illegal. They fixed it. That's good.
And don't you think that will happen less if we can? This is a bad analogy, really, but the reason we're against nuclear proliferation is because one guy fucks up and shoots off a nuke. Well, now we started World War III, so let's have fewer ways that this can go wrong. I.e., let's not let every state make their own way of issuing an ID and deciding what ID people can use to vote. Let's say, here's the ID, everyone gets one, and if you want this to be secure, good, because we give it to every single person. So there's no poor person who's falling through the cracks. Grandma's getting one in the mail through our guaranteed mail system. This is how you don't restrict the right. Every single person has the right to vote.
This is the typical thing. It's like you say, okay, can we solve this problem by cramming down on states and localities? Yeah, that would be great.
That's not cramming down.
If we had like some federal masterminds who picked the perfect ID policy and they just crammed it down in every state, and then the states don't get a say at all. And we do that increasingly, and the results don't speak for themselves. It turns out that a lot of the time, people in different states have different ideas, actually would like to do things differently, and should be given the room to experiment and figure it out. That doesn't mean it's going to be perfect. There's going to be problems. There's going to be failures. There's going to be things that are unconstitutional, and then they get litigated.
Yeah, but that's unacceptable when it infringes on a right.
Yeah.
Let's go to non-font here, and then I want to go to Thorn after that because we'll get it in here. Go ahead, non-font.
I mean, literally under any system, there's going to be problems. Obviously, I don't think anyone disagrees with this, but when it comes to something as important, as to the right to vote and making it as easy to vote while still having a secure election, I think this is an important thing for the federal government to try their best to ensure this happens.
Would you support 50 states?
North Carolina, my great North Carolina state. Okay, our Supreme Court made the right decision. Okay, I don't trust fucking Oklahoma. I don't trust all these other states to come to the same conclusions, right? I don't I just simply don't trust them, and I'd be in favor of the federal government.
So just to play devil's advocate here, because both sides do this, and I mean this is not a fair one-to-one comparison, so don't try to nail me to the wall on this. But Louisiana just is having a big Supreme Court case because they used everybody's favorite thing, redistricting, to basically make it so white people lost every election in this area, right? And they're suing over it, right? I mean, I don't know. This feels like a little bit like pot calling the kettle black here. Whenever we're like, oh no, one little incident in North Carolina, but we're gonna overlook over here.
Well, first of all, this lends credence to our argument, which is the federal government should take over and make sure we can't do this. But second of all, I don't think the Louisiana case was
but what happens when
the
government what happens when the government comes in, the federal government does it, and this is why, as a Texan, this is my opinion, right? I look you want the federal government to put us a one-size-shoe-fits-all kind of thing, but what happens whenever the first time it comes in, it benefits Papa Gibbs. Big fan. Second time they come in, suddenly it's not benefiting Papa Gibbs no more. It's benefiting the powers that be. You would be real pissed if their one-size-fits-all solution was hey, this is what the Republicans want. We want this ID. We gotta have this
No,
rule. Nobody, whatever. But if the Dems do the same thing, like
Look,
vice versa,
Gibbs, I've been mad at the Electoral College since I learned about it. I've been. Go ahead. Sorry.
Just 1 second. It's actually worse than that, because what happens is it doesn't even do left and right thing. Like one side does it, they nationalize the issue. Then, like you said, the other side says, "Oh, this is a national power now, so I get to do it, and I'm going to do it the way that benefits me." And then the other side says, "No, the way you're doing it's unfair. We're going to take this to the Supreme Court." And now this is being decided by judges instead of local people voting for how they want their communities.
I don't know how you get from A to Z where it's like, well, we invented this voter ID like ability to be distributed by the American government, and then suddenly, you know, the opposing party comes in and says, well, actually, what if we just gave it to every odd social security number instead of everyone? You know, what if the guarantee is everyone gets one? How do you obscure that or like make this in a way that's so bad that you need to take it to Supreme Court?
I
Like,
can tell you how to do it. It's easy. Wait, say again?
It costs $5. It's not free.
Now it costs money. Well, now it's not universally guaranteed. Yeah.
Yeah. So
it goes against the message of why it was initially like founded in the first place.
So then it's going to be litigated, and people are going to say, "No, you have a right to vote. It can't cost $5."
Right. So do you want one litigation case over this or 50?
50.
Why? Wait, hold on. This is the question I was going to ask. Do you think that every state should have the delegation to decide what free speech is?
Free speech is constitutionally guaranteed and applies to the state.
Do you think every state should have the right to make the determination of who an insurrectionist is?
Are you asking about the Article 14 case?
Section 3.4. Do you think states should have the ability to disqualify people based on what they determine to be?
We know for that purpose that they don't.
Well, I'm saying, do you support that?
We think that they don't.
That was an obvious 9-0. Like everyone, there are different rationales for why you'd support it, but it's like it was an obvious decision.
I understand it's 9-0, but you can disagree with the 9-0 decision. Like, I mean,
well, you can disagree with the 9-0
presumably,
decision. You say, "Oh, presumably the Supreme Court's 9-0, but me and my wisdom, I disagree." I think the answer is, well, fuck you.
Well, to be clear, I'm not even necessarily it's not.
Yeah. I have taken an anti-9-0 position against on some of the shit in the Supreme Court before, and but I think that the way you can do that is that you recognize that you don't have a legal basis for that claim, and you say the legal basis is oppression. Fuck those bitches. That's about the only way you can, I think, do that with any substance. I think to that argument.
I'm not a lawyer. I'm not necessarily commenting on the court case, but I do know it's not impossible for even lawyers to disagree with a 9-0 decision. I was more just using it to kind of prove a point that clearly in some ways we do let the federal government have control over elections, at least when it comes to the federal ballot. And it seems that's fine.
We absolutely do. There's no question that there are things that need to be federal. You know, the difference between somebody who supports a smaller government and someone who supports a bigger government is not that nothing should be federal. It's just that somebody who supports a smaller government wants it to be only the essential things. We want it to be less.
Do you think guaranteeing voting to everyone, foreign mail, or guaranteeing voting, what is non-essential about making sure that every citizen has the right to vote without a poll tax or a fucking literacy test before they get to the polling booth?
We already do that without requiring a federal ID. So
that's what I'm saying. If we did require this federal ID, which you would say we shouldn't, we should require it. Well, actually, wait, hold on. Donald Trump actually signed an executive order on Tuesday requiring or trying to make it so that every state requires a some sort of passport adjacent thing to vote. So he's already trying to do this, and again, in principle, as long as everyone gets one, I would be okay with this. But I think it's most Americans do not have a passport. This would, if anything, actually fuck over his constituency more. So yeah, if they are trying to do this, and if you want this to happen, which is a very real discussion that is happening, you need to guarantee that everyone has equal access to that, and not, oh, well, it costs $5, or, oh, we're not going to deliver it to you because you live 200 miles away from the center of the city. So, if you can't make it here, go fuck yourself. You can't vote. That, you can't infringe someone's right to vote to that. It's insane.
What did the? I'm not from, because we're way off topic, so I'm not familiar with the executive order.
Yeah,
it's a passport or passport adjacent. What does that mean?
Let me read you the exact language. It's executive order, March 20. I want to say 6th.
Yeah, sometimes these panels they go go random places, and we just go with
Yeah.
it. You know? Don't worry about it, right? Like,
wasn't prepping on that, so.
yeah.
Well, hey, I mean, first of all, I want to say I respect everyone in here for taking the very principled position that Pete Hegseth and crew are fucking stupid, so I'm glad we moved off it fast. Yeah, so got the article here. I'll send it to you guys in chats. But this was on Tuesday. And what I think it says, I think 146 million Americans don't have a passport. Yeah, so that's like almost half of people do not have this, if not more than half. I forgot what our population is.
But okay, but like you're arguing this is a pretty heavy obstacle. Okay, I'll grant you that not very many people have that passport. But let me just throw this out there. My friend Mel is in the other room. We've been planning a trip, and I'm like, okay. She's like, oh, I don't have a passport. It's like, my passport ran out in January. I was like, okay, I need to go get my passport renewed. And I'm like, what do I do? How hard is this? They have at some of the post offices now, and they have dedicated centers in like major cities, 24 hour passport.
Yeah, you're speaking to what we were talking about before, though. They're shutting down these post offices. What happens if you don't live close to one of those? What if you're not in a major city?
I mean, tough tits.
That you can't say that about voting, though. Tough tits. It's voting. This is pretty fucking important.
I just feel like there should be, like, I don't know about requirement. I feel like everybody should vote. I just feel like, how do you secure it without some kind of ID?
I feel people are 200 feet.
No, sure. But make sure everyone can get this ID and it's free.
But like,
but
there is going to be a barrier of entry to this. No matter what kind of ID you put. Like, if you do say, okay, we're going to require ID, you're going to have to go somewhere and get a photo taken.
Mm-hmm. And you should make it so that, like in Germany, there is one of these municipalities within range of almost every residency, if not every residency, if you can help it happen. And Germany is a place with like a large rural population, and they make this work because they know.
Smaller than Texas. What do you like? You know what you're saying? Right?
It's 80 million people. They make it work. Okay, like I know we can do it. Are you saying America isn't good enough to do this? I believe in America, Gibbs. Do you believe in America?
I think America's great.
I know we can do it, but we're not going to do it well, and we're going to do it with a lot of my taxpayer dollars. That's what I know.
I support your taxpayer dollars, letting everyone have the right to vote on where your taxpayer dollars go.
Can we back up a little bit?
Sure.
I just looked at the White House fact sheet on the executive order. I haven't looked at the actual or context, so if it says something different, I'm sorry. But what it says is that it's not passport adjacent, which is I think the phrase you used. It said that you have to prove citizenship is what Trump wants you to have to do.
Right, but again, like how do you prove citizenship other than maybe birth certificate or passport, right? Driver's license is not a proof of citizenship.
A little bit more heavy than that, because one of the issues that we have right now is that state IDs don't differentiate on the grounds of citizenship.
Mm-hmm. Right, and if this said, hey, we're creating this new ID that says proof of citizenship and every state has to issue it, I'd be totally okay with it.
Or any state could avoid this problem by making their state ID note whether you're a citizen or not.
Right, and if they don't do it, fuck everyone who doesn't have that thing in their state. Like,
well, what I'm saying is, then first of all, this is not law and is going to be challenged in the court. So I'm not sure this is even constitutional as done. So I'm going to set aside.
The point is they're trying to, though, right? Yeah,
we don't know the answer. But I think then what you have is you have states coming up with solutions to a federal mandate.
Great, and you want every state to have to try to figure this out individually and hope to God that just one of them doesn't fuck it up, or we just say, hey, everyone, here's the state ID, we're all giving it to you, and you can all use it to vote.
You're so negative about it. You view it as the risk that things are fucking up rather than the risk that having a laboratory of experimentation where things actually can improve, where you see
if there is even a modicum of a chance that the experimentation can fail and a bunch of people don't get to vote, yeah, I'm against that. That's negative.
I will grant one thing to soy pill.
Modicum of a chance, then we federalize it. That's why people who oppose big government get so frustrated in these conversations, because if your standard is if there's a modicum of a chance that it goes the other way, it should be a national issue.
How is it going the other way if they're guaranteeing to send it to everyone?
Well, hold on. I would actually argue that Ryan is correct in this. This is my position. Is the same thing as yours, actually, in some regards. Is if there's a modicum of chance they're going to fuck up, I'm not going to argue that. I think there's like a 99% chance that they are going to fuck up if they go to the federal level. Like, what federal program is run well? Like, I can't think of
the
it.
FDIC.
The post office.
BLM. Yeah, there's no federal programs that work like
Airplane
perfectly. So whenever you're
Yeah,
they're like, if there's a modicum of like possibility it's gonna fuck up, well, that's to me, it's almost a guaranteed possibility it's gonna fuck up if we do it at a federal level.
If
so like, what's worse? Like, I think that's
maybe
worse,
maybe we shouldn't then make it so you have to get an ID to have your right to vote. Maybe we should just say, hey, we're gonna
Well, then how do you secure it like in this regard? Because
based on every investigation we've done in the past like 20 years, it seems that signature verification and every other way has turned out very, very, very few cases of voter fraud. So it seems to be working out pretty well. But if you insist on doing it, we better make damn sure that no one's not going to be able to not vote because of it who should be able to vote.
If you're a U.S. citizen, you should vote. You should be able to vote, regardless.
Right, but you should be able to prove you're a citizen, right? Like how do you? Okay, I get that this is going to be a very small group of people.
Do you think?
But like, say like I'm Bob and I live out in rural whatever Timbuktu, bumfuck Egypt, here in Texas, right? And I don't, for whatever reason, I don't have a social security number. I don't know. I lost the car 10 years ago. I don't have a driver's license.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have how do you know this person is who they're saying they are? Like, you're like, yeah, every citizen should vote.
We should detain them.
Like, I mean, my question is, it's not.
Yeah, get them out of here.
But like,
get them out of the country.
But really though, like what you're saying is we shouldn't have any check on this person to see.
We don't know who Bob is. Get him the hell out of here.
I mean, yeah, you don't think we should check on who Bob is? Like,
no, absolutely. I think there should be an incredibly, with minimal onerous hoops to jump through, a way to, hey, you lost your birth certificate, you lost your SSN. Here's the municipality. It's very close to you. You can get to it. Go figure it out. We'll expediently get you your new ID if you are indeed who you say you are. However, if you're completely off the grid, there's probably, I don't know what happens if you like lose your passport and your everything that would otherwise identify you as a U.S. citizen, how they identify, birth records or go to the hospital, but that's a whole other story. That is a very niche case, but we should have, yes, a government institution that deals with that. And I think we do, at least for birth certificate SSNs
you let that guy vote. So say he shows up.
Oh, if he has nothing and he's not registered the address, no. If you can't verify he is who he is through
he filled out
signature,
a voter registration form somehow. He just showed up. Now he's ready to go. You think this guy's the guy we can let vote?
If you can't verify who he says he is in the way that we're currently doing it, if you can't verify that he has an SSN or a birth certificate or any of that, yeah, like maybe he shouldn't vote. But again, if you want to put any sort of restriction or check on this, it needs to be in such a way that everyone has access to having that check or whatever it is. So right now that check is, hey, you sign up and register, we verify with your address, we see, we have some database with birth records or who you are and see if that is indeed who you are. And people fall through. People get mail-in ballots just sent to, grandma who's 130, right? And that's not good. Like we should, and some people fill those out and they get caught. I'm sure some people don't get caught. There's a non-zero amount of people that do voter fraud in this country that probably get away with it. The question is, how widespread is it? Apparently it's not that widespread according to Trump's admin and every other admin that's investigating it. But if it is a thing that we have to address as Trump is pushing, you need to make sure you are not restricting anyone when you do it. And so that's why I want to ask you, Gibbs. I mean, do you think people who can't read should be able to vote? Should we have literacy tests? Like, I think it would suck that people who can't read are voting, but I don't think that they shouldn't be able to vote.
I'm with you on that. Don't know about the education being a factor. I don't like the idea of tests. I'd like more on the side of hey, this guy's got no information, let's let him vote, than I am on the side of let's test people. I've heard this argument from libertarians before, where they argue, hey, only landowners should vote, and and I'm like, wow. I mean, I would like that. That'd be great, right? Personally, but their argument is, well, they're invested in this country, they're invested in the community, as opposed to somebody just renting, is not providing. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds a lot like I don't know, Starship Troopers, Citizen Guarantee Service to me. I don't know that I necessarily agree with that either. I'm more on this, on the side of the nothing, than I am on the other side with that kind of thing.
Okay, but and then do you think there should be monetary restrictions if you think there shouldn't be literature or knowledge restrictions?
Well, okay, so this is really where this is what gets me, right? To me, I don't see having to pay $5 for an ID as any difference than you taking out my taxes. What is the fundamental difference there? Because A, you're still using government.
The difference is the backstop is the government. The government says, we took your tax dollars, here's your ID, and not, hey, if you couldn't scrounge up $5 on this one day and that you were able to travel to this 200-mile away DMV, get fucked, you can't vote. That's the difference.
I think that's a perfect explanation of the difference in opinion, which is that if you think that the government should or morally must step in to make sure that no matter how bad your decision making is,
Well, first of all, I didn't say anything about
that you will be
decision
taken
making,
care of.
but
Well, that seems like a bad
No,
decision if you go.
exactly what you're saying. Because you're saying,
do you think
you
do poor
wrap
people
the
choose to be
money
poor?
in
Do you guys think
taxes
that?
And then have the federal government make the decision
Gibbs
for
definitely
you.
thinks
and
that.
then allow-
I do think that. Yeah.
Yeah, every poor person could
allow
become
someone to make
rich if they
decisions.
made
I-
better
listen,
choices.
yeah.
Wait, hold on. We're talking
Yeah,
to
I
Ryan.
agree.
Sorry, Ryan. Can you repeat that, Ryan? Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah, repeat the last part. We cut you off there. Go ahead.
The heart of what you were saying is you would prefer to have taxes and have the federal government make the decisions for you because there's a risk that if you let people make decisions, they will make bad decisions. Which is,
Yes.
of course, possible, but that is the heart of the disagreement. Like, because that applies to almost everything.
Well,
Like,
first
there's
of all,
almost
that's a
no
false
scenario
dichotomy,
where
Ryan.
you allow bad decisions.
Is it though?
You're implying that the only way that someone couldn't afford a $5 ID is because they made bad decisions, and not a multitude of other reasons that could be happening
You're
right
telling
now.
me you're telling me you can't one time every 10 years come up with $5 and drive 200 miles.
No, I'm
Like,
telling you.
like,
I'm
that's a
telling
lot.
you
Like,
that
that's a
if
pretty-
I'm telling you
that's
that
just
lots
a
of
stat, like,
Americans
I
live
picked the big
paycheck to
one.
paycheck and rely on welfare systems. There are DMVs that are incredibly
It's a
hard to
problem.
access for tons of rural Americans that they need to spend an incredible large amount of money to get to, especially if they don't have a car, by doing these incredibly stupid, expensive, slow, inefficient public transportation systems. And yes, that extra $5 might be the difference between them being able to vote or not. So I don't think it should exist. And the same way you can say, oh, Social Security, Ponzi scheme, blah, blah, blah. Social Security doesn't perform as well as a 401k. It doesn't beat out market investments. I'm sure if people made better decisions, with their gambling in the stock market, they could make way more money than Social Security would ever put out. But the point is, it's guaranteed. It is not saying, hey, if the stock market crashes tomorrow, you get nothing. It's saying no matter what, you are guaranteed this. In the same way we should guarantee the voting, because people could make bad decisions and fuck off with their money. And that's kind of been demonstrated by 401ks. They're not really performing very well.
Yeah, I mean, but like, okay, so this is the argument I hear with Social Security is like protect the people from themselves, right? Like, and my argument's always been like, hey, if you take Social Security, I took the same amount of my tax dollars I go into Social Security, I put it in the S&P or a mutual fund.
What do we do with you if you fuck up and you accidentally invest it all in Tesla and it goes bankrupt?
Yeah, a lot of people, by the way, just don't
I'll
do
tell you
that.
what you do. I'll tell you. And that solution is this. It's right here. Is I'm going to pull out my world's smallest violin, and I'm going to start playing "My Heart Cries for You" on it.
No, sorry, you had to pawn that off for money actually because you lost it all.
I was going to say that's tough tips, bro.
$5.
I'm saying, well, it was $3, so not even $5. But the point is, though,
See, that wouldn't even get you the right to vote.
yeah, well, I'm saying, and so if you can't afford $5 to vote, like I don't
Fuck
know,
you, I
like
guess,
I feel
yeah.
like this is kind of the thing. I bought a whiteboard as a joke because I keep going on these panels, and non-FOD can co-sign this. I go on these panels, I argue economics a lot, and it feels like I'm talking to Plank from Ed, Ed, and Eddie. Because these people don't understand economics, and then they want me to go and vote to take care of them, and it's like, hey, bro, I'm sorry.
Well,
I think
hold
you're
on.
choosing to be poor.
I think this is.
You are choosing to be poor. That was the thing I was trying to get to. I know an illegal alien guy that's now a legal alien that works 3 jobs. He works 100 hours a week, 90 hours a week, most weeks, right? And he now owns a Porsche. He's now a legal alien working on citizenship. He just married a big fat American woman. That's always been his goal. And listen, this guy's living. Now he's trying to have kids. This is the American dream. This guy's living. If you're telling me this guy from Guatemala, who barely knows how to read English, that speaks worse English, and can work 3 minimum wage jobs, get a citizenship, find a wife, and buy a Porsche and like $130,000 home, and he can do it. Why are you telling me this guy can't afford $5?
Gibbs, wait, hold on. I have the perfect counter story to this, Gibbs. I actually know 17 million elders who were in poverty until Social Security was passed and kept them out of it. Like I knew all 17 million of these people personally, they are all hardworking, incredibly hardworking, but they just could not keep up. They didn't have enough savings from retirement. The stock market didn't support them.
Sounds like bad investment.
So we should we should let them die, I guess.
First of all,
hey, that's your position. I respect that you're consistent, but like,
I'm just saying,
you are just not like, God forbid you ever have the power to make that happen, because I don't think we should just let 17 million people die just because they invested in the wrong thing. But that's just me.
Sure. Go ahead, Nalva.
A lot of people don't even have like the opportunity to invest, right? Like a lot of the population is disabled, or there are people who don't contribute. A lot of them are students, at least for some portion, and they don't get regular factor payments, and that's why I think actually the majority of people on welfare are people who just can't work or like shouldn't be working, right? Like that's the.
Well, let me take a middle ground position here, right? So, okay, let's just say I know. Hey, I'm a build a bridge. I know that's crazy. Gibbs' bridges, but I know that I'm pretty far on the extreme side. Like let grandma die. That stuff. That's sad.
Well, let 17 million grandmas die. To be clear, let's
listen, grandma, grandpa. They
On
fucked
top
up.
of
I'm tired. I'm tired of
Right.
grandma and grandpa. They're getting too damn old and they're behind on times, right? Whatever. So listen, all right, I'll bite that bullet. But let's just build a middle ground. Say that I wanted some sort of this like go out. Let's just,
What's the middle ground between these two positions, dude? What you're saying?
Not to get you. My question is, at what point do we have to say enough is enough? Like that's what I want to know, because to me it feels like every time like someone on the right like kind of like agrees, then it's like if you give a mouse a cookie. Next, I'm over here paying for steak and lobster on whatever.
Yeah,
and then I'm
mouse a cookie, then communism.
It is.
Hey.
It's how you get it. That is exactly how you get communism. You give them
No,
a
it's
cookie and
not.
they keep going.
You give
No.
the people the welfare, and they all turn
No,
into
that's such a
Yeah.
horrible freaking
I actually
story,
think
and
this
it
is the-
not
this is
based
the
in
liberal-
reality at all.
This is the liberal argument for the welfare state. One of them is that markets are just generally volatile, and at any given time, there's going to be people sort of left behind by the volatile market, and those people are often get radicalized. If you want them to stay liberals and not turn into
Give them money,
you give them money, you give them welfare.
That's the opposite, because all these people. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna be honest with you. All right, this is maybe a personal anecdote. It is a personal anecdote. I have never met anybody that's a pro Hassan Piper that isn't one of two categories. They're either super rich and terminally online, or they're super broke and they're terminally online. There's the only two, and let me tell you which one it's way more of. It's not the super rich one, and all the ones that are super rich are like extreme ideologues, right?
Look,
so like
Gibbs, have you never met a middle class worker who just thinks he's hot and wants to goon? Like, I know of many women in my life who watch him just for that reason.
Yeah, and they all have rich husbands.
No, she's unmarried actually.
All the ones I know, they all got like rich husbands or secret boyfriends.
Come over to California. I'll introduce you to all the gooners.
Last time I was in California, I got stabbed by a hobo. Terrible times.
Hey, you know what? You know what? You get rid of Social Security, there's going to be a lot more hobos stabbing people for money. All right, so
You say that, but we don't have that problem here in Texas. The hobos, we got like our tweaker types.
well, you ship them all over to us anyway. So
yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. Well, let me get some closing thoughts here. Let me get some outros. We're about that time. It's about till then. We'll start with Mr. Right. All right, we're trying to Malal. How we want you?
Malawi, thanks, man.
Malawi. Yeah.
Thanks
I
for
feel
having me.
rude.
Yeah, this was fun, and we veered spectacularly, which is part of the fun. So that's good. I think that this is actually a great example of just like a conflict of visions about how the world works. And I think when you get to the kind of progressive side of the left, there's a vision that everything could be perfect if we just put people in power who had the right authenticity, the right sincerity, and just fixed all the problems. And on the right, you see people who are more saying that, the world is flawed inevitably. There's going to be problems. All we can do is the best we can. And what we should do is we should let people who are on the ground as close as possible to the situation make the decisions, because they're the people who have skin in the game. It's their community. It's their life. And we don't want to centralize everything and have, the powers that be cram down solutions on everybody. And, this is an age-old argument, but it's a good one, and it's one worth having. So I'm glad we got to have it tonight.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks for coming on. I also want to, I wanted to do this panel today because I had two new recommended new people, and Thorn here wanted to do it, and they were trying to get it. I always like to bring new people on, and then only Thorn showed up, so we've had to fill in with all of my other wonderful guests here. And so thank you for all coming on at short notice, the rest of y'all, and thank you, Thorn, for coming. And speaking of Thorn, go ahead and you tell us what your thoughts are next, and where they can find you and all the good jazz.
Yeah, so on the Yemen situation, we send non-fun and he will destroy them. It was a good conversation. I don't know. It was nice, like, kind of jumping into this. A little bit nervous on kind of like talking through it, but you guys didn't eviscerate me too bad, so that was nice. It was generally cordial, and I appreciate that. I think we kind of got into some topics about isolationism versus nationalism and stuff, and I think that it was interesting hearing the different sides of that and the different flavors and the different what should be sorts of things or visions on the world, and that was interesting to hear the different perspectives on that. And I really appreciated like the nationalistic versus state by state solution, or like kind of degree of conversation to that. And it was really enlightening for me, and I really appreciated just the dialogue by everyone. So
Well, fantastic. Thanks for being here. And then, sorry, Bill.
Yeah, just real quick, Thorn, I didn't catch nervousness at all. I was going to say your reserved demeanor just exuded this confidence of like, I will only talk when I have the most perfect thing to say. So you killed it. Thanks for coming on. Yeah, thanks everyone for being here. This is much more cordial than my debates usually go, even though I heavily disagree. I think that, yeah, obviously I'm glad we all agree on Yemen. That was a colossal fuck up, and these people are incompetent and should be prosecuted, if not at least resign. I think for the post office, it's an amazing service that we need to guarantee to everyone, regardless of how much money it costs, although it can be made more efficient. I agree with that. And as far as voting goes and Social Security and all these things, just based on what Ryan said, no, I don't think it would be, I mean, yeah, obviously, if we had some altruistic king or group of people would go in, yeah, maybe it would be all utopiaistic and perfect. That's not what I'm advocating for. I'm saying that rights should not be restricted. And yeah, there's going to be some people that fall through the cracks in any system that we have, but there are ways to guarantee this to people that are not being enforced or advocated for by the current administration. They're doing it in ways because they want people to fall through the cracks. They want more people to fall through the cracks. I think the federal government, yeah, can be too big, but there's absolutely things that they should be taken care of. And one of those is guaranteeing our rights to vote and our guaranteeing to not be homeless or dying for millions and millions of people. I think 22 million people, just because maybe they made bad investments or did any other thing that has completely out of their control. Sometimes the federal government does good things. Sorry. I'm the Soy Pilot. You can find me making fun of Ben Shapiro as of recently and other people on my video essays on my channel. Thanks so much for having me, Gibbs.
Oh, yeah. Loved it. Big fan. It's been fun and non-fun. Go ahead. Thoughts?
I'm happy to basically co-sign his Soy's closing statement. I don't think I haven't done more to add. We were kind of all over the place. Liberalism is good. Free trade is good. Okay. Screw the Houthis for messing with my free trade. All right. And I will add, there is a perfect federal government institution. It is called the FDIC, the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. It is so incredibly fucking based. Since 1933, no one has lost a single penny of an FDIC insured fund, and I don't know for sure this is true, but I believe since 2008, no one has lost even a uninsured deposit. Like it was Silicon Valley Bank, even the uninsured deposits were kind of implicitly insured. I'll be on another panel with Gibbs right after this, so everyone go to my channel, Non-Fun 420 and Twitch and Kick, Non-Fun on YouTube. Go watch all my debates, and yeah.
Yeah, I think we're going to start. I've been sitting here deciding because I've had a very wild last 48 hours what the topics are going to be for the next one. I think we're going to start off with Tesla terrorism. I think that's going to be a fun one. And I'm sure that no one will disagree on that. Also, I want to say it was an echo chamber today a little bit. That's okay till about middle of the second topic because that's fine. The righties didn't show up this time and one of the lefties. But to all my critics saying I'm going to run out of lefties. Never. There's a lot of them.
Yeah, I'm going to impregnate 10 women every day just to make sure our ranks never diminish. So
see, he's got the right idea. See, you know what I'm saying? So, just like old Harry Sisson, ass is the future. Anyway, no, I'm sorry, joking.
My man.
But yeah. So here about 30 minutes, we'll have another panel going on. I'm going to put something on in a minute, but Non-Fun, if you want to stay in the call so you don't get booted out of the call when we do the share together.
Hey, if anyone leaves, Gibbs, throw me in too. I love talking about Tesla.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see who's gone here. If we got room, I'll hit you back here in a couple minutes. We might have room. I don't know who's coming or not. And then, because like I said, it's been a wild last 48 hours. I'm very sorry about being as unprepared as I usually am today. I usually have set things, but
you got bigger shows. You're on Tim Pool. You're like, oh, sorry, I was busy doing my $1 million show.
What happened was Tuesday. We had Teeny come down. She's a partner streamer and does DJ and stuff, so obviously gonna do DJs. And then yesterday we had storms, and they washed out all my fits. FEMA, where's my money? Send me some of these illegals that are working on ag. I need them to come fix these fences. This is some bullshit. I don't see nobody out there.
You made bad decisions to live in a storm area, and the government should not be taking care of you.
Listen, it's me and
That's true. I agree with that.
Yeah, it's me and Fabian out there. Not Fabian, my guy. And we're out there posting holes at 12 in the morning covered in mud. No FEMA, no illegals helping us. Where are they at? I want to know.
The best solution. That's the best solution, Gibbs.
You know what? Beef price is going to keep going up, and guess who's going to keep benefiting me? The rest of y'all, no, not so much. But, yeah, that's my little soapbox there. I was sitting here getting pinged for topics last night, and I had mud up to my eyeballs. I about fucking snapped on somebody when I got pinged about a topic DMs. But yeah, so in about 30 minutes we'll be having another convo. Hopefully we get you all back on a more spicy panel soon, and we'll go from there. But until then, just we're gonna wave bye, everybody. Woo!
Bye bye.
Thanks for coming, everybody.
Well, that was a panel. I had fun. Guys, I'm going to go to the restroom real quick. Let me fix my webcam here. Am I back? I'm back. Yeah, give me 1 sec, guys. I'll be right back. How are my little soybeans doing? That was fun. I liked that. I can't believe that Gibbs admitted that he would let 17 million people die because of their investments. That's fucking insane. But hey, you know, we're there. Oh my god, my chat is moving so fucking fast right now. Is it catching up? What is happening? Jesus. What is going on? Oh, okay, it's catching up. All right, I'm gonna... Yeah, no, I can't believe he shrugged at the... oh, you know, 17 million people die from poverty? Whatever, I guess they'll die. Small violin. I mean, if that wasn't the most transparent, like, Republican position I've ever seen, absolutely ridiculous. You heard me? Did you hear me pee? I'm so sorry, everybody. It's right across the hall. One's in the chat. Oh, hey, Devin. I've had people on the left tell me that I'm not even surprised when I hear it. Yeah, what the fuck? Like, how can you be on the left and do that? I love your video. Thank you, Conjun Cat. Oh my god, you heard me pee. That's so gross. I should have muted. Do a Nick Fuentes video. I don't want to talk about Nick Fuentes. He's so boring. He decided to bite the bullet. Yeah, Nicole, I guess, but like, at least Republicans pretend like they don't want that to happen. They're like, well, you know, like, I just don't think people should, you know, I just don't think people should be able to die regardless of if it's a bad decision or not. But Jesus fucking Christ. Like, I mean, it's yeah, it's fun as you can hold that against them forever. You know, it's like, hey, like, you want to murder babies. And it's like, you think 17 million people should die for whatever reason made them impoverished. Like, I'm sorry, you have no moral authority over me. Yeah, and yes, name. Bro doesn't realize he benefits from those people being alive. Yeah, like, as if these aren't like 17 million people that may or may not still be working if they're not retired. The 17 million people that may or may not, you know, have connections in the community that do things for this country, that might pay taxes, you know, or do definitely pay taxes. Like, these are all things that, like, utility-wise benefit him. And then also just take a step back. Hey, these are people's fucking lives, family members. Like, we shouldn't just let them fucking die just because, you know, fuck them, I guess. You know, this is because, like, oh, they don't have money, so they should die. It's just ridiculous. I'm repeating myself. Yeah, remember when they were willing to let all essential workers risk death during COVID? Yes, I do remember that. And hey, but we, you know, at least we got the GDP back up, right? You know, for the economy, right? Good content lately. Glad the YouTube algorithm sent you to me. Well, I'm glad it did too. Thank you. Welcome, Doofy Doo. Phantom Chaos, when are you going to post more Thirst Trap? Well, I'm definitely doing a workout video, and I'm sure I'll get shirtless in it when I'm all nice and cut. I don't know. Sometimes I'll just post a gym thing if I think I look nice in it. But I don't do it that often. I don't want to be the thirst trap guy. But hey, look, it worked for Hassan, right? Like, he definitely didn't get there because of his incredibly intelligent opinions. So I got to do what I can. These people genuinely hate the idea of helping other people and want to just kill poor people either in the country or outside of it. Yep. Like, you know, I used to fluctuate, right? I was born in this liberal area, and growing up, all my parents and every single adult was like, Republicans are evil, Republicans are evil, Republicans are evil. And then you go through your teenage phase and you're like, you know, I kind of see the nuance of limited government, and I understand. I think maybe I've been propagandized a little bit. And then you grow up a little more and you're like, hear the Republicans say to you, I think poor people should die. And you're like, oh, I guess you're just fucking evil then. Like, so we're back to square one. Nick's recent statements realizing they might come after him have been funny, but he is a piece of shit. Yes. Emmanuel asks, do you think the rich should be taxed the same percentage as everyone else, or should they pay a higher percentage? I believe in progressive tax rates, obviously. A flat tax would be fair insofar as everyone would have the same tax, but 10% of my income matters a lot more when I make $50,000 than 10% of my income when I make $100 million. So yeah, I think it should be progressive taxes. I'm not super sold on the whole 90% over, what is it, 400,000 or whatever it is that Sam Cedar advocates for, but I hate when I see people living in excess, and on the way to walking to their house, I had to walk through homeless people that probably could be saved with some sort of social program. So how does the USPS even work in America? It's funded by stamps and postage, and they have to be able to deliver to anyone. They have a obligation. It's the Universal Service, not agreement, obligation. Is it obligation? USO. Let me look this up. USO, USPS. Because I forgot this. Universal Service Obligation. Yeah, they have to be able to do that. Yeah, his Yemen takes, I just like, it was like, yeah, well, maybe we should, I mean, at least in Gaza, he said, well, they can come back after we turn it into the strip mall, you know? So many of Gibbs' takes on the postal system was infuriating. Yeah, okay, so guys, like, if you found any of those arguments compelling, like, I promise you, like, just look up the statistics on people that do not have access to places. I have a video on voter ID. It's my first video ever. You can go look at this, and it's not as well edited. My mic sucks way more, but I talk about the ability to access these places, how these municipalities are not easy to access, and suddenly, like, you just can't get there. It's like, oh, go fuck yourself? No, you should be able to vote no matter where you live. So, it's, you know, if you've never had an old relative who, you know, what happens when an old relative gets, I don't know, ostracized by their family for whatever reason? Should they not be able to vote? Should the MAGA Republican grandpa who says, oh, my daughter doesn't talk to me anymore because of my policy, should he not be able to vote? No, he should be able to vote. And if his daughter isn't there to be able to drive him somewhere, he should have a very easy access to an ability to get an ID if they're going to do an ID, or at least the polling station. Sorry, I just, you know, even if I don't agree with his policies, I think he has the right to vote, and I don't think we should restrict that. Yeah, before Social Security, there was a 70% senior poverty rate. Yeah, it was really bad. And it's the reason it's like one of the top two things we fund. It's really important. We need beefy edgelords on the left. That's how we win the culture war. Well, I'm one at a time. I think Kyle Kalinske is one of my favorite YouTubers, says Natalie. Okay, Natalie, I'm okay with that, but if you're going to give one of us money, give it to me, because Kyle Kalinske is rich. And I know you don't have any money to give. In fact, nobody super chatted. Hi, my ungrateful audience didn't even super chat me once. I set up this debate. Who was that person? Was it Pokimane who like yelled at her fans for not giving them her money for cookies or some shit? Who will be the bottom percent of the current bottom percent die? That's true. Hey, I might be impoverished if they kill all the impoverished people. Hey, that Republican chick is kind of hot. I don't know if that's in response to. Hi, Mega Scrub. The left needs to be funny. The left is funny. The liberals aren't funny, unfortunately. Yeah, the problem with everyone saying like, hey, liberal democracy, it's good to... Thank you, JP, for the $10. I was joking. Don't feel pressure to give me money as much as I do need it. If you can't afford to, don't do it. Don't give it to me because I ask for it. I'm never going to beg you for it. But yeah, no, it's... God, what was I just saying? Fuck. Scrolling up. Oh no, I went too far. Oh yeah, by the way, you kept saying illegals. Guys, right? People on the right are always going to call them illegals. Do not get like I know it's dehumanizing. I'm never going to use that term, obviously. I might say illegal alien if I'm like trying to not because it'll trigger them the other way. If I said undocumented people to them, and they'll make a big fuss about it, like I'm some libcock, and it's like, okay, look, maybe I'll say this in certain contexts, but for the most part, yeah, like it's a person who doesn't have documents, an undocumented person, or I don't really like the whole unhoused person. But what I was saying is, don't get triggered when a right winger says illegal alien, because they're gonna do it no matter what, and it's just, you know what they're trying to say. Don't let them bait you into like getting upset that they're dehumanizing them. They're already dehumanizing them. Let's see. What was it? Oh yeah, okay. So Zephyr, you said limited government would have more value if it wasn't, if it was just getting rid of like extra bureaucracy. Yeah, but that's the problem, is they say fraud and waste, and then they cut all these things that actually fucking matter. It's like, no, you don't care about fraud and waste. You care about fucking people over. Like, it's not fraud. Social Security isn't fraud and waste. Social Security is not a Ponzi scheme. And everyone go watch Sam Cedar. Just type Sam Cedar Social Security and watch him rant about it in every capacity, as he has been for years and years and years, because this is his baby. Being poor is a moral issue. What's so crazy to me is there's so many poor right-wingers, and like I know that a lot of them aren't poor from their own choices. Can't believe you want a poor person to pay no taxes and a wealthy person to pay lots. Woke. True. Have you kept up with Ben Shapiro's series on Derek Chauvin? I've watched every episode except today's, because I don't think he has anything of interest to say, and I've already looked at all those horrible images long enough. So unless he comes out with some crazy thing I never considered that makes me say, wow, he convinced me, I guess he is innocent, it's not worth watching anymore. Couldn't you say that you're basically being penalized for making more money than someone else? Yes, if you want to say that, but I don't care. I think if you make more money, I agree. What is the thing? Like, to each his need, or whatever. I don't remember what it's called. But yeah, I think that we live in a society, bottom text, and the people that have the capability to take care of the people that can't take care of themselves should do it. And if you don't like that, if the government does it in a way that you don't like, then get out. All right. I think we should support people at the bottom rungs of society. And I think that people who have more to give should give more. I hate the idea that so many people live in excess while we could be solving so many more problems. If you want to call that stealing, whatever. But thoughts on compulsory voting? I don't like compulsory voting. I don't think it's a duty in the same way that people describe it. Like, I think everyone should be informed, but I don't think we should just, because people are just going to go in there and just check a random box. It'll skew the data either way. Just look, if you have everyone should have the right to vote, but if you choose not to, I think you should have the choice. Yeah, I know Republicans don't not want to help people. It's just a very like moral thing of like, well, we shouldn't, subsidize people's bad decisions. And it's like, I understand that you don't want, like, look, the concept of a welfare queen, I think, is rare insofar as there's not a lot of welfare queens that are like, I won't work because I'm on welfare. But people do that, all right? I'm not going to say there's not waste. I'm not going to say there's not fraud. Like, there is, but I still think that you should have a guarantee by the government to not die because you're poor. And I think we should incentivize people to get out of those programs. There's a lot of, I almost made a video on welfare. It just wasn't funny enough or well edited, and I just never put it out. This was back in like 2020. But like, welfare programs do incentivize you getting off of welfare. Most people do eventually get off welfare, and that's good, right? It should be the backstop. It shouldn't be the standard. Not everyone should be on welfare, but welfare should exist to make sure that people don't go poor. The voting process should be the most democratic. Yeah. My father-in-law was a Navy vet because of mail-in voting. He was able to vote one last time before he passed away. Well, that's good, and my condolences. Whoa, when did Wick get here? Is Wick in my chat? Or are you saying I'm Wick? Did someone say beefy edgelord? Here I come. Come on, Devin. Come on, beefy edgelord. Oh, missed that. I spent all my money on rent and Lady Gaga tickets. That's okay. I support you. Liberals and leftists are the same thing. Liberals and leftists aren't the same, but right-wingers think that, and that's why when I say left, I'm on the left. You really embodied the true power of soy in that debate. Thanks, I try. Zephyr says, I have a chronic illness. I love mailing voting because I can take my vote in when I'm having a good day instead of praying that I have one on election day. Well, guess what, Zephyr? How dare you? How dare you abuse taxpayer funding and not go walk 500 miles on a day you have chronic back pain or whatever your chronic illness is to go vote? yeah, no, I'm very happy that that helps you, and I hope it continues to help you. But I'm actually genuinely very scared about this thing. And the executive order passed on Tuesday, and Gibbs is saying, "Oh, you know, it's going to be challenged. Thank God." But like, what happens if they go with it? Like, it's going to disenfranchise 150 million people. Maybe that's insane. Like, we might never win another election. Well, it might actually fuck over rural communities more because, you know, rich white Democrats are more likely to have a passport. You can say illegal aliens, but only if you're talking about Destroy All Humans, the video game, yes. I say illegal immigrant. Am I dehumanizing them by saying it? I think so. If you're not intending it in a bad way, Emmanuel, I understand that you probably don't mean to dehumanize, but it is a dehumanizing term. I would recommend not using it, especially in America, especially in blue areas. If they're mad when you say undocumented immigrants, call them snowflakes. Yes. Pill, do you watch MMA, and are you a natty? I am natural. I don't watch MMA. I think it's a little boring. Maybe the highlights are kind of fun, but I would recommend season 1 of MMA. What's it called? Ultimate Fighter Competition. Season 1 of UFC is hilarious because they actually, it's every single fighter. Boxer versus sumo wrestler or whatever. They should have a really secure and efficient voting website. I think that might be vulnerable to attacks, Natalie, and which is why I understand people being scared of that. I find it difficult to take anyone serious after they make the broad, sweeping claim that being poor is a choice. I don't know anyone, serious that actually makes that claim, and I guess I don't take Gibbs' opinions very seriously. But he's nice and he puts me on panels, so I'll keep indulging. Thank you, Jord Ray. From each according to his ability to each according to his need. Also see, a starving man is not free. Yeah. Making a lot of money is exploitative under capitalism, so taxing them more is a little too light. Yeah, I agree. They should probably be taxed way, way more. Those poor billionaires losing a little more money, think of it as a punishment for breaking laws that they probably broke. Yeah. The anti-USPS arguments are so stupid. I have so many friends whose business lives and dies on how cheap it is. Oh, yeah. I didn't even get into this. I totally forgot. Thank you for reminding me, Max Sterner. It is insane how many businesses rely on the ability to ship things for cheap through the USPS, and how fucked that would just make so many businesses. I think voting should be compulsory, but with a I don't choose a side vote, I still don't think so. I really don't think you should force people to vote. I don't like that. Like, look, anyone who really wants to vote, unless they're obstructed by some stupid government policy, is going to go vote. It should be a holiday. It should absolutely be a holiday, a federal holiday. I don't understand why it's okay for people to greedily hoard assets, but it's a moral conundrum to make a mistake and have to choose between eating and paying rent. Yeah, exactly. It's like, it is totally fine for people to exploit workers and steal and cheat on their contracts, do all this white collar crime, but the instant that one poor person makes a mistake, they should die. It's an incoherent ideology. Zephyr. Yeah, compulsory voting would make it harder to do voter suppression. Yeah. I don't think that's a good enough argument. Is it the job of rich people to help out everyone else? No, it's the job of the government to make sure that poor people don't die and that everyone has their needs met, basic needs. And them being rich means that they can give more. And I think morally they should be giving more. And I think legally they should be forced to give more. I was very happy to do it in Germany. I gave 40% of my paycheck away, and God bless all that tax money going to good stuff there. Except the only one I didn't agree with was the TV tax, because I didn't watch TV and I had to pay it, but very small. Yeah, Connor Mason, to pull yourself up by your bootstraps is literally based on an impossible task, and then it got turned into a way to reference like hard work, which is ridiculous. Natalie is Wick TV? Natalie. Your secret girl persona of Wick? No way. Optional voting brings out the radicals, people who vote because they're politically motivated. Compulsory voting brings out the moderated average voter. I didn't think of it that way. I just don't know if that would be good, because then you're just advocating for, like, I don't know. I don't know if I'd have to look into it more, but that isn't a completely untenable argument to me, Captain Bucket. I understand what you're saying. I don't think that's the way to sniff out radicals, though. If a wealthy job is helping people enough, they wouldn't, for example, be a billionaire. I think I know what you're saying, Jord Ray, but yeah, no, I think if you're a billionaire from your company who made a shit ton of money, you should probably be giving a lot of that money back to your employees, and most of these billionaires don't. Ains asks, what do I think of syndicalism? Never heard of it, so I don't have any thoughts. Sorry. There was a claim that Dr. Baker was coerced in the Derrick case, and since he referenced it, I was curious if you knew about it. Like I said when I addressed this in the video, look, it is entirely possible that every jury member was so scared that they said we have to convict. Every doctor lied. Every police officer lied. Okay, maybe that happened. I highly doubt it. It's incredibly unlikely, and I think these people would be whistleblowing a lot harder. They did have pressure on them, but if that's what your argument is, it's like, hey, I think the entire legal system's decision was unjustified because every single person involved lied about it. All right, show me the proof. Oh, you don't have any? Okay, yeah, it's ridiculous. Like, it's kind of a very spurious claim, but good luck proving it. Do I fuck with Red Dead Redemption? Yes, I used to play it every day and do my cowboy chores for the daily quests. If rich people gave people jobs, we'd see that trickle-down effect. We haven't. Exactly. Do I play prostate jiu-jitsu? No, didn't know that was a thing. I liked how the guy was trying to play devil's advocate on people's voting rights. Yeah, and saying like, oh, what's the middle ground between killing 17 million people and not? Like, just insane. How dare we want to mail in a vote to a place that has a non-zero chance to be rezoned to an entirely different zip code? Yeah. JP attended UFC 2. Wow. Awesome. Was it still cool and based then? I've only ever seen UFC 1. Power Slap is where it's at. That is a pretty fun one to watch. Watching giant men slap the shit out of each other is pretty entertaining. Medicare for all is also great for small businesses. Yeah, because they don't have to pay for all the private medical costs. What are your thoughts on removing mail-in voting and making voting a national holiday? So no, we can't remove mail-in voting, okay? Like, some people, despite the fact that they get the whole day off, might not be able to make it to the polling station. I think they should be able to mail in their vote. If we need it all to happen on one day, sure, I think early voting is fine. People overseas need to be able to vote. People in military bases need to be voting. So I don't think we should get rid of mail-in voting. I don't think there's a huge problem with it. What do you think of an outright wealth tax? I have not been sold on a way that makes sense for people that have unrealized gains in the stock market. It's not liquid, so how do you tax it? I think when they spend the money, there should be a greater tax on them. Like, potentially when they leverage some stock or asset for a loan and they get some liquidity, I think that should maybe be taxed differently. I just don't know exactly how you do it. I'd have to ask. Maybe Econoboy could help with that. Shri says billionaires shouldn't exist. I think, yeah. Kind of, in the sense that like no one should have that much excess in wealth when we have the problems we do because of lack of funding. Zephyr grew up surrounded by farms. Do you remember the last time they tried to fuck with the USPS and farmers got their chicks too late and they were dead? I did not remember that, but yeah, that's part of the issue. I forgot they mailed animals. It's so funny. It's inefficient to be old, Soy. Can't you see? That's true. Old people are inefficient, FanFX. Also welcome. I haven't seen you in chat in a while, but yeah, if you're not efficient, you should just die, I guess. Like, we should treat America like an ant colony, and just every time one ant breaks down, we should all eat them for sustenance and then move on and excise our inefficiencies. You don't need to make people vote. We just need to make voting be meaningful, sensible, and convenient. Oh, and convenient? Yeah, sure. But a lot of people don't, so. I see absolutely no point in voting because I know my gerrymandered district will go red. Yeah, I don't like gerrymandering. I think we should just have like all votes go in sort of system, like a proportionality. Actually, that's what they do in Germany. I don't know if you guys know, they have a first vote and a second vote. So the first one is county based, and it doesn't matter about the districting. If you're in a big red SPD area and you're a CDU black voter, you're not going to win. So you vote for whatever the closest thing to win is. Maybe you vote CDU, but you don't win. But then your second vote is proportional. And so it's like, hey, all the proportional votes get added up. You got 5%. I think it's the threshold. That's how much representation you get. Soypill learns the pain of the Telly license. Yeah, the Telly license was so annoying in Germany. It's like, sorry, everyone needs this. Which is funny because if they just took it out of my paycheck and used that to fund like the local news and all that, I would never care. But the fact that it's a separate thing and I'm like seeing it like specifically going to the TV makes me upset. It would be like if like I had denominations on my W-2 form, and one of them was, here's the military bombing children, tax. I'd be really mad about that. Do you think the Electoral College will ever be removed? Not anytime soon. Rich people use more resources. Your sedan, it does literally nothing to damage the road. Walmart's army of trucks is what creates the need for maintenance. Yeah, that's true. Billionaires should pay more of a tax percentage than everyone else. Not millionaires, though. I think millionaires should, too. Do you play Skyrim? Not anymore. I haven't played in 14 years since it came out. How many lives have I cost by voting for myself in November? I don't think you solely are responsible, Dylan, but please vote responsibly. I hate Power Slap. That should be illegal. Why? Does it cause brain damage? Probably, actually. UFC 2 was cool because I got to watch my best friend's brother-in-law get absolutely owned. He was an asshole. Okay, awesome. What's his name? Throw it in chat. Well, don't dox him, but maybe I'll go watch it. If you're driving 200 miles and you have to pay for the gas, it doesn't matter if you have the day off. Exactly, Avarius. Like, $5 is $5, right? If it was like, hey, first of all, it shouldn't matter. If it was a quarter and you didn't have a quarter, I don't care. Look, it should be free. But let's just say it was a quarter. It's not the quarter, because you're not going out to the vending machine in your front door and putting into the voter ID thing and getting the ID out. You are getting a bus, which might cost some money, taking time off work, which might lose you some money, getting somewhere really far away, which is going to take you time and money. And impoverished people can't always afford that. Your hairline looks all right. How old are you? I'm 28. What amount of money does a person have to make that they should now pay more of a tax percentage? Anything more than me should be taxed at 90%, Emmanuel. How else are farms supposed to get their livestock, says Zephyr? I don't know. I just thought they were already there. I'm stupid. If we started eating old people, that would be so much extra food. Not a bad idea. Oh no. What have I done? Poor people shouldn't pay tax. Medium income earners should pay some. Billionaires should be prohibited from getting above $1 billion. Rest is sliding scale. That sounds pretty reasonable. Have you already talked about the Trump crypto coin? There's not much to talk about. It's just a horrible scam that he used to scam people out of their money. No one's using crypto coin to pay for anything. It's stupid. It's fucking stupid. And it's evil. And at least that one guy in the debate yesterday called out Trump for doing that. And I respected that. Wann hast du in Deutschland gewohnt? In 2021. For 2 Jahren in München. People should still be taxed, just not to the point where they disintegrate. Yeah, billionaires are not disintegrating by not letting them make more than $100 gajillion. Am I going to run for office? Fuck no. Soifel, also the 2 votes in Germany allow specific politicians who are outpace their party to be elected. Oh, interesting. Okay, that's cool. Increase the representation numbers to decrease gerrymandering. Yeah, you know what we should do? Every single person should get 1 House rep. We should have a House of 380 million people. Do I like any sports? I don't like watching sports per se. I really like playing soccer, basketball. I just don't really like watching them. In the same way, I just don't like watching someone play a video game unless they themselves are entertaining. Not my thing. I like playing them. I'm currently on my yearly binge of Skyrim. Yeah, I'm going back and I'm playing Baldur's Gate 3 again. And the only reason I'm not streaming that is because I don't think it'd be interesting to watch the way I play. And it's a very slow game, so. I may stream tomorrow, though, for you guys. Do some gaming streaming. Andy says, I love you, Soy. Have my children. Okay, drop them off. Can they work? Are they strong? Can they pick stuff up for me? Paint my fence? I don't have a fence. I have an apartment. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to catch up with these chats, and the scroll bar is very inefficient. It keeps jumping around. Power slap should be banned because it's a sport that maximizes the chance of major injuries and absolutely no chance for the contestants to avoid it. Well, no, that's not true, Natalie. If the first guy hits the second guy so hard that he can't retaliate, then you completely avoid the slap. But yes, I agree. It's probably not good. It should be 25 cents, and you put them in a big gumball machine that dispenses IDs. All right, fine. But there's for anyone who doesn't have a quarter, there's one of those arcade guys or laundry guys with the roll a quarter dispenser, and he gives you a free one. How would you legally stop someone from becoming a billionaire? Tax them over that amount of money. Zephyr says, you're fine. I was just amused. I had the image of a little chicks and calves just teleporting into barns. Yeah, pretty much. I just thought this is stupid, but I thought farms were Like you just there was a bunch of cows and chickens, and you're like, all right, and you put a fence around it. Like obviously you have to get them from somewhere. Any book recs? Yeah, actually I'm reading one right now. It's called One Person, No Vote, and it's about the history of voter suppression. And I don't know if they talk about that North Carolina bill that I brought up, but absolutely go read One Person, No Vote. I'm enjoying it so far. Taxes need to be based on what the government is actually doing. It's not based on wealth that people have. Although if you want redistribution, you obviously start from the top. Yeah, and I want redistribution. That's a little radical, but that's just me. Just double the representatives? That's not nearly enough. 380 million representatives. Yeah. Shri became a member. Weren't you already a member? But thank you. I could have sworn you were a member already, Shri. Yeah. There's a little member thing next to the thing. Or did you like upgrade your membership or renew it or something? Regardless, thank you. I really appreciate it, Shri. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Shri? Is that Indian? I guess they would spell it SRI. Football. Sorry to be annoying. Oh. Because I said soccer? Yeah, sorry, I'm an American. Excuse me. I know you're Portuguese, Nicole. But yes, I do like playing football. You know what the cringiest thing ever was? When everyone started calling it on the internet in the 2010s, they called American football hand egg. And they thought it was some like funny own. Like, that is not with your foot, it is hand egg. I just saw a woman get abducted by ICE on my phone. How do I resist the urge to start a Minecraft server? Well, I think meditation helps. And yeah, you should absolutely... if you guys watch that Some More News episode, the recent one that I recommended, they talk about ways that you can help people that are getting deported right now. Shouting legal advice at them is one. Helping out, donating to legal services, making sure they know their rights. Like, these are all very helpful things. But do not try to interfere with an ICE raid. I think that might get you in a lot of legal trouble, if not physically harmed, if not dead. I love cats. Take off your shirt. I don't even know if I'm allowed to do that on stream, but you know, I will at some point be shirtless in my workout video. So thank you for the recommendation. To answer the more recent question, look at the share of the wealth program. Any income pushing you above £1 billion gets given directly to the state. I think I would probably support that, or at least 90%. Children yearn for the mines. They do. America should start a sumo wrestling league. Yeah, the only reason Japan has not been usurped is that Americans are too lazy to get off and push them off of that ring, because we would kick their ass. We've got the most rotund. Soy is very much a city guy. I am a city man. Natalie, I think the slapping competition needs skill, all right? There's definitely form there that I don't think I'd be able to do. Do you think Italian politics is cooked? I don't know. I'm going to ask Fami, because she's my Italian liaison. I don't know anything about Italian politics. What do you think about Gary Economics' ideas on taxing their capital in the state, taxing large corporations for their landholding? I don't know enough about whether or not that's a good idea, but maybe. Like increasing taxes. Like, how would you do that, though? Like, increase land and property tax specifically for people who have a certain net worth? I don't know. It was his 2 months, I think. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, sick. Thank you, Shri. The UK has 650 reps for 80 million. The US should have at least 1,000. Yeah, we need more. I don't know what the Wyoming principle is, Jordre. Yeah, it's Indian, and you're pronouncing it right. Awesome. Well, I'm glad I guessed correctly. I think I saw a video titled Hand Egg once, yeah. How do you feel about Trump voters suffering under his term? So, obviously, I feel the sense of schadenfreude insofar as, like, it feels good to be right. It feels good to be like, hey, this is going to happen, and that's right. But it's not, I'm not happy, all right? Like, yeah, there's a subreddit called Leopards Ate My Face, and it's like the subreddit of people who voted for the Leopard Party, voted for Trump, and are suffering from it. And part of me, you know, you read that initially, and you're like, yep, told you so. And that gives you a little dopamine. But I don't revel in the suffering of these people. This fucking sucks. I don't like when people suffer. I don't want people to die because they get kicked off Medicare, Social Security. Like, you know, insofar as like I can be like, ha, I was right. Trump wanted to cut Social Security and Medicare, and then it fucks over Republicans, or the USPS goes away and it fucks over Republicans. There's a small moment of Schadenfreude and then a large moment of empathy and holy shit, let's not have these people suffer. I don't like that. There are very few people that I think deserve suffering. And those people are the people like Ben Shapiro who are like lying to you on purpose, misleading you on purpose, like causing the people who know better and still cause damage. Those people deserve to suffer. But even then, like, I don't think they should like be like, you know, thrown in jail and tortured or something crazy. It's like, no, like these people deserve some sort of comeuppance or punishment for the damage that they do. But like, I don't believe in like retribution and like a punitive justice. Even I admit hand egg is cringe. Thank you, Nicole, for admitting it. The Europeans are all cringe. Elizabeth Warren had a great wealth tax if you want to look into it. I actually do want to look into it. Can you send me the link for it? The name of the fighter is Roland Payne. That sounds like a made-up name, but I will look into this. What's the most amount of money you can ethically make? I don't think there's a hard line, Emmanuel, but here's the thing. I, at some point in my life, have made upwards of like, and this is a California salary, take in mind, but like $150,000 a year. With that amount of money, you could not afford a house. You would have to save for a very, very long time. And even then, like, you could not sustain the mortgage payments and the upkeep, like, by yourself. You might be able to combine your money with a person, but I thought my taxes were too low. I think that I could be taxed more than I did. I had a fair amount of spending money that I did not need, other than for the house. I could afford anything else. And I didn't live a particularly luxurious lifestyle, but what I'm saying is there's an amount of excess that everyone has, right? Like, I don't want everyone to just only have what they need to survive. Like, oh, just go buy rice and beans and eat gruel, right? But I think that past a certain point, and especially the amount of rich, wealthy people that I know in this area, or especially the millionaires and the billionaires out there who are just living in such luxury and wealth excess that is disgusting to me. There needs to just be more taxes. And like, I'm totally fine with experimenting and increasing it until it's like, all right, now it kind of seems almost counterproductive, but I'd much rather be on the liberal side of taxation than the conservative side of taxation. Master Dismount says, I'd like to thank you for cleansing my mind of iFunny right-wing propaganda. I didn't know iFunny was right-wing, but you're welcome. Second and third home. Sorry, I don't know what that is responding to, JP. Taxing property might work. Oh, you're saying tax a second and third home. I see. I'd love to see Gorlock the Destroyer on a female American Sumo League one day. I can't wait for that debate on Fox News, because I think Gorlock is trans, if I'm not mistaken. So it's like, should Gorlock the Destroyer be able to participate in female sumo wrestling? The Wyoming principle is basically the idea that one representative per smallest state population. It might be a one representative per smallest state population. Oh, okay. I think I'd agree with that. The power slap is extremely dystopian. It is taking poor people and getting them to likely permanently injure themselves to give them just enough money to treat the injuries. Natalie, if you look at how big those guys are, they are not poor. You know how much you have to eat to get that big, and all the steroids. I understand the idea of commodifying violence, like a gladiator arena, but I promise you, these people are not like the dregs, the denizens of society. Like, these people are probably a little more wealthy than just that. But I would say maybe that could be true. You could say about the UFC MMA stuff. Like, it seems a lot of fair people come out from like more poor areas from there. It would replace the 1911 Appointment Act, which arbitrarily capped it. Wow, really? We've been doing the 435 representatives since 1911? Christ, yeah, we should definitely increase that. Vagrant Golem says, it's upsetting that they don't care until it personally affects them. Look, that's like 99% of Republicans, guys. And that's why I keep saying, if you want to try to convert some of those people, like, these anecdotal stories work so well, especially when it's someone that like they know or care about. It's like, hey, this person got fucked over by this kind of policy. That's why I don't support that policy. It really works. I came across a subreddit called Project 2025 Award, and it's just all the people that, yeah, have problems with fundraisers. Yeah, it's all the people that got fucked over by Project 2025. Yeah, it's very sad. Try not to doom scroll too much. What about the people that won't learn until they have negative consequences? I'm not saying we shouldn't have like some sort of means testing. Like I think certain welfare programs are like, hey, you need to be, or like unemployment, like you have to prove to them, and this isn't very strict, but you have to prove you're looking for a job. Welfare, it's like, hey, I don't like the idea of drug testing it because it doesn't seem like it's actually worth it. But I like the idea of like, hey, if you're on this welfare program, we have like a social worker check up on you and try to help you get out of poverty. Like, and some people are never going to learn and they're never going to face the negative consequences. And I say, I don't care. As long as it's not so much easier to never work because you're on this, which incentivizes people from never changing, I think that some people are going to abuse it, and that's fine because I want more people to not be in poverty. I'm willing to put up with that. You should move to North Carolina. 150K and can't afford a house is crazy. Yeah, no, it's like $2 million, $3 million for a house here. And it's close though. And if I, got married to someone who made that amount of money, we could afford it together. It'd be a little stretch, but like that's the whole point. A house is an investment, and a house is meant to be like a place you raise a family, right? So like I don't need a house right now. I have an apartment. I share it with someone, and I pay not too much in rent. It's a pretty hefty amount, but like this is all I need right now. If I lived with like a girlfriend or something, then it might be like, okay, maybe this isn't enough space. Now I want to raise a kid in this place. Definitely not enough space, right? So like as you kind of accumulate wealth and accumulate like your needs, like, yeah, you do need more wealth for that. And I mean, I understand why people leave. Wish there were more apartments for sale. I want one. I wish they would build more housing and apartments. Yeah. A one-story house used to be 70 to 100K. My parents bought their house in like 1998, maybe 9, for like 400,000, and it is now $2 million. It is insane how bad housing prices have got. Obviously, accounting for inflation, there's a little more wiggle room there. The House needs to uncap. It's ridiculous that less than 500 people are supposed to represent the needs and desires of 350 million. I don't even remember who my rep is. I contacted Rokana recently because he was my rep for like a good chunk of time, and now I don't remember who it is because I moved to a different place, and I need to go back and double check. Like, I wish it was something kind of like our city council where I could go and talk to them, but it's not like that. Nonfon says, join us if you want. Oh, are you in a call, Nonfon? Oh, shit. Admiral Gibbs is reaching out. Join the VC. Oh, am I going back? Guys, I'm dropping back in. Let's see. Going in the waiting room. Hold on, guys. $30 minutes one-on-one.
I signed up.
I bet you did.
Yeah, I'm the guy number 648, and I signed up for the a-hole.
Yeah, you know that they. Oh, that's something. Let me tell you.
Oh, Tyler's taking the road less traveled. He's really paving his own path here.
I'm sure that road's been traveled enough.
Yeah, listen. Like, I think we did this on a panel one time. We were wondering like how many miles of dick that is.
Hello.
Well, it just depends what race
we
were
need
the contenders, the past contenders.
Nope, we're not going there. Don't do it. No.
Really,
now you turn into Tyler. Turn into Tyler over here. This is how we get canceled.
My question is, if there's a demand for it, why are you guys trying to gatekeep supply because you just don't like it? Just don't buy it.
because Christ is king and atheism is wrong.
All deities are kings, okay?
Yeah. Okay, moving on. All right, let's get into the first topic here. Let's actually talk. Let's give intros. Tyler, go ahead and start us off. You just on the Crucible. Tell us how and why you should have won that, but somehow lost the grid. Tell us.
Oh, no, Grid was great. Andrew was great. I had a fantastic time. And I in my mind and heart, getting 26% of enemy territory to vote for me is a fantastic accomplishment. I had a great time. I'd do it again tomorrow. And, I'm always right. And the only thing that matches my intellect is my empathy. So, I get where they were coming from. And, average debate enjoyer on everything, it would find me and shit.
All right, thank you so much. Let's go to our new guest here, Drew. Tell us who you are, what you do.
What's up, everybody? My name is Drew Chandler. I am a streamer, podcaster, and yeah, I talk politics, culture, just I'm kind of a jack of all trades. So, yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Non-fun.
What's up? I'm Nonfun. I stream on Twitch and Kick, Nonfun420, YouTube at Nonfun. I'm here to defend liberalism as always.
Fantastic. Big Double.
Hey, I'm Double TV. I'm a Twitch streamer. We do politics and baseball. MAGA headquarters.
Fantastic. The Soy Pill.
Hey, I'm the Soy Pill. I was just on a debate. Now I'm on another one. I make video essays. I stream sometimes, and I'm here to defend non-fun.
Fantastic. That's good to hear. I'm excited for this one. I think this one will be a little more spicy. Let's talk about the Tesla terrorism. Is it terrorism? Should they be tried for terrorism? It's interesting that allegedly the makeup of the perpetrators all seem to be rich white people or white people in general. I thought that was interesting. I know we don't usually dive into race, but that's been brought to me that they're all a certain political leaning, whatever, and the right has never done anything like this. Allegedly, I might have taken some umbrage with that declaration, but let's dive into it and see what's happening with Tesla terrorism. Average debater, Joyer, start us off.
I'm gonna go with I'm trying to be consistent here. I liked the upgrading of the charges to the January 6th protesters based off of terrorism. I like the terrorist upgrade charges here too. I think we need to put a foot down to political violence. I like that it's being done across the board. I would have liked to see the Palestinian rioters that took over Colombia and that Mohammed Khalil dude was negotiating for also get the same treatment. Like, political misbehavior that leads to violent action should actually be something we police very thoroughly because it undermines actual good protest.
Fantastic. Drew, go ahead.
What was the prompt again?
Tesla terrorism.
Oh yeah. So Tesla terrorism, no good. A lot of it seems to just be stemming from a hatred of Elon Musk due to his support of Trump in this last election. Keep in mind, liberals loved Elon Musk up until he supported Trump. So it's a funny phenomenon going on, where all of a sudden they're just crashing out and whether it be destroying dealerships, destroying individual Teslas. I saw a video the other day of a guy keying a Tesla, which is retarded because, as we know, Teslas have cameras on them. So it just seems very low IQ terrorism and pretty gay.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, non-fun.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I have an issue with any of these people being charged as terrorists or whatever if it fits the definition of the law, which I think it probably does. And I don't think it's really an effective form of protest or anything. You're not going to find that much disagreement on that, but.
Okay. To double.
So I'm not going to go all lawyer and try to do like a legal analysis on terrorism or anything, but generally terrorism is violence carried out for political gain. I would say it seems pretty obvious here that the political gain here would be is trying to dissuade Elon from participating in government. So I think it is arguably terrorism. There's the political element there. I don't know how this would hold up in court necessarily. I think a lot of the cases will probably just be, pretty basic charges for, like arson or whatever the, most extreme cases are that we're talking about. I don't think keying cars is going to be terrorism, but I think that the people that are, really trying to like intentionally hurt Tesla stock, I think these sort of things are a roundabout way of trying to dissuade Elon. It's pretty obvious that not that everything that's aiming to dissuade Elon from participating in government would make it terrorism, but political violence, political goal. The political goal is to hurt Elon, try to get him to step away from, the administration. So I think it's certainly the closest we've gotten to terrorism, probably domestically.
All right, Soy Pill.
Yeah, just like on its face, obviously, I think there's very easily ways you could say this is terrorism, this is vandalism, they should be charged, and to the, my lawyers advocated that I don't advocate for any of those things. However, I think the more interesting question is, why is it happening to Elon? I realized, sorry, I don't know everyone's name here, Drew mentioned, they're crashing out because he's supporting Trump. I think it's much more serious than that. You see a man who is promoting a lot of Nazis on Twitter, who has done a Nazi salute, who's doing things that I heavily disagree with, and to be fair, fair, I am a liberal, and I thought he was a dumb piece of shit when I worked for him back in 2016. So I've been kind of ahead of the curve, but now he's just made it way worse. I think there are, in the same way during the Mario Brothers debacle with the United Healthcare CEO. Yeah, I don't think we should advocate for the kind of behavior that is happening, but I think there's a very interesting discussion to be had for the people that are being materially harmed by the actions that are parties that they're taking action against. So if you are one of these people who are losing their cancer medication, who are losing their tuberculosis medication for any of the fucking dumbass Elon cuts through DOGE, if you can't do anything about it by protesting peacefully in the streets, what do you tell those people when they are being materially harmed, if not maybe literally killed by Elon's policies? I think
Storm the Capitol. That's what you tell them. Storm the motherfucking Capitol, baby. Woo!
All right, let him finish his opening, though.
No, that was about done. That was a good jump in anyway. We should...
Sorry, I thought it was funny.
Did you meet Elon when you worked for him?
No, I was one degree of separation away from him. My boss talked to him on the phone, and I got downstream orders from him. But I was just...
Are you a programmer?
Okay, I am. I was a aerospace engineer, and I worked... I did an internship at SpaceX, and because he works at the... I was at McGregor, Texas. He's usually in Hawthorne, LA. So he didn't come out that much.
So you just think it's like a justified reaction? Although here's my question about like the cancer research thing, for example, because I see this point being paraded around. But how much of the cancer research industry was this program that got cut? Do you know?
It doesn't matter. Let's say it's
and
one.
If
you're the one person,
hang on. You said
it's one person. Let's say one person gets wrong by this. This is like the whole conversation, right?
Well,
let's say that 99. All I'm saying, this is just my argument. I'm not trying to like argue with you specifically, but what I'm saying is, look, let's say 99% of denials from like a healthcare company are 100% justified. They're for medication that costs too much. It doesn't make any sense. But there's one case that they unjustly, they're just like, hey, fuck this guy. And they kill that guy, quote unquote, insofar as they prevent him from getting the healthcare that would save his life. What do you tell that man? What do you say to that person who is saying, hey, this company's killing me. There's no legal recourse for me. What am I supposed to do about it? That's kind of like the basis where I come from. Just like morally, like,
right, but
how
you're kind of just
that?
drawing a direct line from like the death. Like there's how many variables do you have to actually go through to justify like what we're talking about here?
Yeah,
and, like,
how
I don't
many,
know that
how many people
this
die
cancer
of lack
program...
of tuberculosis medicine because Elon Musk says fuck US aid and cuts it unilaterally without any sort of check and balance?
Well, right, but that's why I'm saying, like, isn't there an obvious follow-up question, like how much of the tuberculosis research industry would this be? Like,
it's
how
not research.
This
is direct tuberculosis medication for people today. This is not so the cancer research, that is a little more. I think you could stretch that one a little bit, because it's like, okay, like someone might die because they didn't get a medication that didn't get created because of cancer research 10 years from now. Like, yeah, that's a little harder. Tuberculosis medication in certain countries, that's today, right? Although you might say, well, those people aren't vandalizing Teslas. They live in fucking Burundi, so that's a different thing.
Yeah, I guess you just rebutted for me.
Well, sort of.
I mean,
sometimes you need an American to do something because the Burundi people are too incompetent, because they can't get over here.
Wait. So are you advocating for like an American to take up the cause of the people of Burundi not getting like a tuberculosis medication because we decided we're going to
spending a small amount of money to...
I just think ultimately the difference here is that you think that there's like
that's perfectly fine.
There is a justification we can figure out. Whether you like saying exactly what it is different than like saying that there are justifications for it. Like we don't have to say what those are, but I don't believe that there are any. But you do, and that's, I think, the difference here mostly between us and White Bill and maybe Tyler.
I'm pretty pro-interventionist myself here. I like putting money into people's pockets to have them become our allies in the long term here. But if we're giving these nations money because they can't solve simple problems that most of the Western world has solved decades, if not centuries ago, maybe we could get some concessions out of them. Maybe we could make them do things we wanted to. Maybe we could make them vassal states or even go in and take them over. If they're that incapable, let's just go in and make them mini Americas,
It's not that they're incapable. It's that they don't have the money to buy like the patented... Actually, I don't even know if they're patented. I think some of them are patented.
Why is Africa so poor? What's going on there,
A whole host of reasons. I mean, like, it's...
A whole host of reasons, huh?
Yeah, like every other nation that's had a similar upbringing figured it out. They have inclusive economic institutions that they can use to build nation states up. And when we see these going on in South Africa, we're seeing racial hostilities going on there where people are being stripped of their land and leaving the country as asylees. So there's a lot of issues there where it really trickles down from government not going in the proper direction to have an inclusive, economic, stable environment. That's really where nations
Yeah,
are.
but- okay,
I don't
so let's just-
entirely
hold on, let's
disagree
just-
with you, but it's very hard. Wait, real quick. It's very hard for these like unstable nations to sort of like get on this, narrow corridor of, where the state has just enough power to sort of protect civil liberties and these economic institutions, but not go too far as to undermine, the free market and all of these economic institutions. Like it's very difficult for countries to do that, and that it just doesn't happen that often. But
okay, yeah. So moving back to Tesla terrorism, because I don't think we're talking about the Burundis who need our funding any American terrorists. Let's just throw that out there. But back to Tesla terrorism, so I've seen this compared recently to the same as the KKK burning crosses in people's yards. Do we think that's a fair comparison?
Hey,
like drawing a swastika.
They're doing it to an African American. They're doing it to an African American. So.
Well, I mean, what if they
close.
draw a swastika on a Jewish person's Tesla? Wouldn't that be the same thing?
If you ignore intent, then yes, it is the same thing. But
If you completely ignore the intent, yes.
What do you mean?
I mean, that they were Jewish.
If I'm burning
did it because they were Jewish.
Yeah,
then
it's
maybe
doing
Hold
it.
on, does a hate crime have to be specifically based on that?
Yes, actually, a hate crime does have to have the like intent behind it and the slur involved.
Hold on,
actually.
so hold on.
If someone spray painted the N-word on a Cybertruck and they were like, "I didn't know the guy that drove it was black," like what? They'd be like,
yeah,
"Would you believe him?"
Well, if they're
Would you
calling,
believe
wait,
it?
hold on. If they're calling Elon Musk the N-word, then yeah, I would believe him. But yeah, it's kind of silly. The point is that they're drawing the swastikas not because they think that the Tesla owner is a Nazi. It's because the CEO of Tesla they believe is a Nazi, and they're trying to implicate the people who support him financially in that. It's a form of societal ostracizing that is illegal, but
Doesn't it kind of come off like that you've lost on every front politically, that you've had to resort to just like trying to convince Elon to stop by attacking his businesses? It's like, isn't it kind of like
I don't think that's what they're trying to do.
Position to be in for
I
the
don't.
left?
I don't think this is a message to Elon insofar as like, "Hey, stop what you're doing. We're going to stop you." I think that would be a little naive to believe that anyone.
I mean, Tim Walz was literally saying like, "Oh, like we want to see the stock go down," and there's been plenty of articles that are like, "If we can push the stock down to this price, then like Elon will have to, short sell and all this stuff will happen." Like they're trying to fuck his business.
Let me move it here. That's actually interesting because I kind of want to move this a little bit. So Tim Walz, he's advocated against Tesla, and his constituents apparently have a ton of Tesla stock in his whatever funds they funded, right? And on the flip side, I've also seen people compare like, hey, I'm a Tesla owner and I voted left my whole life, and someone vandalized my car, and now I'm going to definitely vote for the other guy because I don't like that you just ruined my Cybertruck or my Tesla that I spent all this money on.
Yeah, if they were never on the left, if that's what makes them switch, get fucked. I'd say to that. But
you think so? You really?
Wait,
Okay,
you
hold
don't
on.
think anyone who owns a Tesla was actually on the left?
No, I'm saying if you are on the left as of now, and the thing that made you switch is someone vandalized your car because Elon Musk is doing Nazi shit, then you're never on the left. I'm sorry, you're just unprincipled.
They do say that.
Wait, what? You expect them to sell it?
Just to be,
yeah,
just to. Tim Walz may not like Tesla, but you guys lost your fucking mind when Bud Light did a collab with a trans woman, okay? And when you guys lost on political fronts, your people stormed the Capitol.
But hold on, that's not the same as well. The Bud Light thing is not the same. But yeah, hold on. Like, how's the Bud Light thing the same? And whenever it's like a grassroots Republican movement.
It was just a meme. It wasn't even a boycott. It was just like people called it gay, and then people were like, "It was just a meme."
Literally trash.
I don't know about you, but here, I don't know if you know Hispanic culture. They immediately stopped buying Bud Light overnight. Modelo became the number one, like at least in Texas, right? And so whenever you say that, but that's different though. I don't know that the Texas government, for example, has any stock in Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch. Like Minnesota's government has stock in Tesla. Like that's supposed to be for their people's benefits. He's advocating for something against his own constituents.
Hey, Gibbs, did you know that Modelo is owned by Anheuser-Busch?
That's not my point.
Okay, it's a side note. That's really fucking funny that they boycotted it by buying their other product.
It is number one now. Hey, listen, it's brewed with a fighting spirit.
Well, that's why I'm saying it wasn't really a boycott. It was just like a meme.
Well, just because you guys are too stupid to boycott doesn't mean it wasn't a boycott.
No, first of all, it was the Hispanics that do that one.
That literally is.
The Hispanics too stupid.
Those Hispanics are stupid. Yes, those specific ones.
Why do you think it came back when Shane Gillis ended the meme? Shane Gillis basically ended the whole
because you guys have no principles and you'll just fucking flip flip flop on anything as soon as it makes you.
No,
feel
I know, but
good.
you're like, it's. I mean, it was just, I don't know.
There were absolutely people unironically boycotting it and cheering that the stock of.
I mean, yeah, on social media, but it's like when we're talking about what actually happened to the business at scale.
I can
it was
you want
just
me to find
basically
videos of
bad
people going
marketing.
into Target and like trashing all the Bud Light section.
And to be fair, wait, Dylan Mulvaney didn't Nazi salute in a bathtub, and because I would have boycotted Bud Light as well if
I just think you're
that,
basically saying like, oh, people didn't buy it equals boycott. Is like,
Hey,
I mean,
like,
that's what
that's
literally what a boycott is.
Well, Jasmine Crockett just did a Nazi salute last week, like a couple days ago.
Right. That's so true.
Don't talk about my honey bear
Totally
like that. Do not talk about my honey bear like that.
It's like, hey, look, just like it's not racism when black people do it, it's not a Nazi salute if a black woman does it, okay? Because a black woman can't be a Nazi.
Hold on. Isn't the Nazis' #1 fighter right now?
According to Gemini,
a Hispanic guy that's an incel named Nick Fuentes and Kanye West.
By the definition of boycott,
I'm joking, Gibbs. I think a Nazi can absolutely be
Those are
black.
Hitler's biggest
I
guys.
believe in DEI Nazis, okay? I believe that they should also.
Can you imagine what Hitler is like thinking? What would he thinking right now if he could see that the Nazi movement is now buoyed by fucking what's his name, Nick Fuentes and Kanye? I don't know what he'd probably roll over his grave, but that's okay with me.
So real quick though, you guys get this persecution thing going on for Elon. Elon knows the bet he made and he's laying in it. He picked a side politically, just like Nike, Hobby Lobby, Chick-fil-A, Disney, all these people of the last decade that all picked a side and they reap the consequences of the other side boycotting them. So it's absolutely fine. And for some people, it's a smart choice. Like Nike knows their demographics. The people that they pandered to happen to buy their clothes the most often, a particular demographic. So they actually went up in sales. Canadians. And the Disney, on the other hand, went against parents who tend to be conservative more often, and they ended up seeing their stock crash. So it really is a business move. It was a bad one on Elon's part, but he put himself into that fucking arena. He deserves all the ridicule. That's all I got.
Yeah, that's all I got. Well, yeah, I mean, do y'all think that's a fair equivalency to argue that it's like similar to the burning of crosses and whatnot because it's people own the Tesla? Like, let's see, is there any legal? No, you don't think so? What about firebombing Tesla?
In the sense of violence, obviously, like not in the sense of racism, but in the sense of violence. If you're going and setting someone's car on fire, is that not like equally intimidating as someone burning a cross in your yard? Like if you walk out and you see a mob burning your fucking cars, or you see them burning a cross, like obviously there's differences. There's like a religious aspect in one, but it's like as far as like how you're being treated, the terror that you're going to experience, it's like it's
have these Tesla protesters hurt a single human being, or is it only cars?
Well, I mean, I don't know were there bombs found in one of them?
Pin, it was a mostly
were there
peaceful,
not bombs found in one of them?
I would be scared if I was a Tesla. I'm not a Tesla. I'm a human being. It seems like they're doing all right.
Violence is violence. Just because it was a car this time doesn't mean next time it's not good.
Hey,
well, this is like kind of presuming that if you own like a Tesla dealership or you're a manager there, that the people coming up to firebomb your stock aren't going to hurt you. It's like
financially,
you really, like,
sure.
You think it's going to be easy to convince people that like, hey, we're not here to hurt you. We're just going to light all your shit on fire and destroy all your property. It's like, okay,
well, that's why they didn't try that. They just did it. You know, I'm not saying they're peaceful, by the way. I'm not saying this is justified, but my point of this is that there's a very material difference between I'm burning your car and I'm threatening your life because you are black and burning a cross on your fucking front lawn.
Well, okay, so what if you burn, like, so there's been Tesla dealerships like burn and destroy. Like, what's the difference between, like, I guess it's racist. One's like outright, hey, I'm burning this because we don't want black people here. And the other one is, I don't want you here be working for this company, so I don't want you to have your livelihood because of, you're basically of a political persuasion. I see them as pretty similar, to be totally honest, right?
One of them is an immutable characteristic that you can't change, and one of them is you just kind of putting your personal business that you should have kept to yourself out in the public and people judging you for it.
No. If you were but I'm saying, like, say I work as a Tesla salesman, and you firebomb the Tesla dealership I work at, you just ruined my livelihood.
You're right there. From that particular person, absolutely.
But yeah, that's true. They're intimidating. Like, I mean.
They're going after
property damage is not like a victimless crime.
Yeah, no, not at all.
It's not like
first of all,
music.
I'm not.
Wait. Do you think anyone is arguing that, Pentuple? Please, I just want you to hear.
It sounds like you're arguing that. Yeah, it sounds like you're
I
justifying
mean,
property
good to
damage
know,
because
yes.
it doesn't threaten people.
No,
Yeah, it
I'm
does
saying
sound
that
like
it's
you guys are
much
that's where we
different
get it.
from
That's
burning
fine.
across.
Yeah,
That
we're
is what
very
I'm
good.
saying. I'm not saying it
Well,
doesn't have
hold on.
harm.
Is
I'm
it-
not
is-
saying
what's
I'm
the
not
difference
saying
in
it's
this
not
system?
terrorism. I'm not saying it doesn't harm people. I'm saying that it is
What's
not.
the difference you're pointing
Yeah, how
at?
is it different? You destroyed somebody's yard, you vandalized their yard and burned across.
Because it's
I
sending a
bombed
message from the group
Teslas.
of people that lynched them is very different from I don't like
Yeah.
Teslas. These are very different groups of people with very different goals trying to send a very different message. That's what's different.
Yeah, it's that if you
You think
support
that
this, we're
somebody
gonna
who gets their
bomb your
Tesla
Tesla
destroyed is
dealership.
going to be like, "Oh, this is just because it's Tesla. This isn't."
Yes,
personal."
because that's what they're all doing.
Really?
Why do you
Yes.
think they think
Why
like
do you think
this?
it's anything other than that?
I don't know. about
Tesla's
that.
not a protected class of people based off of immutable.
I mean, like
Yeah.
you're
Hey,
defending literal retards attacking cars.
It's
like,
not good.
Hi, FD. I see you in chat, and yeah, sorry for this lineup.
Trying to argue
It's
here.
it's two different
You
forms
are.
of trouble.
You're literally
Hold on,
defending
one at a
this.
time,
You're
one at a
like
time.
making it like not a big deal. He's like, "Oh, they're just."
I didn't
destroying the
say it
cars
wasn't a
'cause
big-
Elon did Nazi stuff.
We're
What do you
just saying
expect
that's
when
why
they
it's
cut
not
USA?
equivalent-
When
it's not
did-
equivalent
What
to
do you
the
expect?
KKK
It's
burning
like the
crosses.
dumbest thing.
You're extrapolating our opinions. I'm never saying this isn't a bad thing. I don't think these people shouldn't go to jail for what they're doing. I'm just saying it's very expected. But when you have someone in this position of power, hurting material, you want to talk about material harm, right? You burn down this Tesla. I agree that could absolutely harm all of the employees there. It might even put their health at risk if they were trapped inside that building when it burned down. But you know what? Cutting thousands of government employees under the specious argument of, hey, you all have to come back into this building that we can't fit you in, and the only reason we're doing this is to fire everyone who can't fit inside. Or, hey, if you work from home and you live 2 states away, get fucked. Like, we want to cut the federal government. Yeah, you're material harming those people too. And I see some sort of retaliation here
So
happening.
their normal reaction should be to cause property
I would
damage.
ask a question here.
I didn't say
So
that.
just-
Is that what I said?
Well,
I'm just saying
well,
I
well,
totally
it's
get where it's
all-
coming
it
from.
Literally,
is.
it's what they're doing. Here's what you're doing. You're treating these people like they're reasonable. You're like, well, they're not attacking people. They're just attacking Tesla.
No, I
because
just saying
it's
I understand.
principled
Here.
out of what the government's
The
doing,
Mario
what
Brothers
DOGE
guy,
is
right?
doing,
I
because
am not
it's
sure.
like
I
a
don't think the
pretty
Mario
weird
Brothers
argument.
guy.
Yeah,
I don't think.
yeah, one
I
at a
don't
time.
think. I don't think Mario Brothers guy was reasonable, right? Like he had some unjust thing where he got fucked over by his back surgery, but then he went and he shot the CEO of a complete.
Took me a minute.
He goes and shoots a CEO for a company that didn't actually wrong him, and it's like he's making himself a martyr for something, and it's like, yeah, that's clearly not reasonable. I think there's 1,000 steps you could take in between lobbying your local lawyer against that person. Or to like killing someone or burning down a Tesla. And that's why I'm not advocating for vandalism. I'm just saying that what Elon Musk is doing is incredibly harmful and incredibly egregious, and burning cars is expected, especially in comparison to the damage that he is causing. Yeah.
So let me ask this. All right. So like a guy do run at this in the chat. He's an interesting guy, and he brought up the idea. I kind of do see this as maybe the same, but one, his argument was, they brought the wood and set up the cross of the yard. Yeah, it's scary. They burned it, but they actually didn't damage it. I would argue they actually vandalized the yard by burning it. You damage the yard when you burn something in the yard. Now, I see this now as the same extension because cars are considered an extension of your home in many states right now. And whether or not we agree with that, we don't have to debate that now. But it basically, you're going, hey, I can burn this guy's yard and it's not bad, or it's bad, but it's worse somehow than, hey, I actually burned this guy's extension of his home, or I burned this guy's car, which is his transportation, and he spent quite a big chunk of his money on this. And our argument is like, well, he supports Elon. If he was principled, he would sell his car. Like, who sells their? I mean, I would never sell my car.
A bunch of people here are selling their cars.
I own a Ford, right? If Ford tomorrow came out and was like, we're gonna donate all of our profits to the Democratic Party, I probably just would.
If Henry Ford came out and said something really anti-Semitic, I would sell my Ford. I'll say that.
Well, that's too late now, but it's whatever. He was dead before I was alive. But my point is, though, I bought my car cash, right up front, boom, bought my truck brand new, cash right off the thing. And if you burn my car, I'm fucked. That's annoying. Like you,
has anyone's car been burned?
Yeah.
Anyone's personal car been burned? I actually don't know.
I'm not. I could look that up. We'll find out.
I know
But
people are like vandalizing
I
cars
mean-
that are personal people. The dealership was non-purchase cars, right?
Well, those were
I mean, somebody
bombs in the
mentioned-
dealership, weren't they?
I don't know.
Aren't there bombs? I mean, like,
Maybe.
it's just obviously getting out of hand, and the fact
No,
that
I'm
you're
just
like
curious.
even making the link
there are-
to your political goals on like the DOGE front and all that stuff. It's like the only reason you'd sink to this level is because you can't win in the House, you can't win in the Senate, you can't win in the presidency, you can't win in the state level. Like, what
Whoa.
drives the left
First
to
of all-
keeping this low?
first of all-
just a
Also,
fact check.
the-
Like, why
the
do you think it's a
entire-
I'm not
reasonable
doing
response?
this.
Just a
I would
fact
argue
check.
it's only a
Also, the
reasonable
entire-
response if you've already
the
lost
entire-
everything.
Wait, you
know
keep
what I
saying
mean?
reasonable. I specifically said not reasonable. I said expected. Those are very different. I don't think it's reasonable.
Well,
Just a quick fact check.
expected would
Hold on,
suggest
hold
that a
on, hold on.
reasonable person would react this way.
I don't think
no?
most people are reasonable, unfortunately.
God damn it! Don't let me. Quick fact check. ChatGPT says.
Don't
over
wait. No,
80
you can't start the sentence off like that. Give me a real source. Come on.
I got fact check. I'm also using Grok. We're waiting for theirs.
Oh,
but it
okay.
says.
Oh,
Hey, we got,
whoa,
yeah,
much
those are
better.
good ones. They say 80. There's been 80 reported cases of vandalism, including arson of private vehicles, including dealership and charging stations have been vandalized. So
Okay.
I guess it's both. But so
Well,
we
I don't
got-
know because that could be totally made up. So I'd like a real like statistics. So
Sure. Okay. We got a man in Vegas. Here's one. Rockdale.
three.
I drive a beater, so I'd love
Grok
if
3 is
somebody
incredibly
set my shit
accurate.
up.
Incredibly accurate. Grok 3. It assessed non-fun perfectly.
what did it say?
It said he's Trump.
That I'm like Donald Trump. Instead, I asked it to tell me which politician I'm most like based on my tweets, and it said Donald Trump.
Well, maybe, especially
Also,
if you're
just
doing it
real quick,
ironically.
example, the entire reason it's terrorism is because there's a political motive. That's the entire thing that makes it terrorism. If you don't think it's political, then it's not going to be terrorism. Like,
Well, this would be political, right? This is by your own metrics.
that's
I
my
mean,
argument.
Yeah,
Yes,
we
it
are
is
saying it's
political, and that's
terrorism.
why it
We've
is
never said it
terrorism.
wasn't. Yeah.
Like,
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
And so we should charge them with terrorism. That was
it seems
Yeah,
like you
sure.
were
We said this at the
insinuating
beginning.
that you
all right, cool. And it's the same. All right, interesting. Thoughts for the rest of the people. Drew, do you have thoughts here? You've been silent here.
Yeah, I'm just kind of taking it all in. I mean, I haven't really paid too much attention to. I've only seen like clips and stuff of the like all the Tesla news and everything's going down with that. So I've just kind of been taking it all in, just observing it all. But yeah, it's been interesting.
All right, so let's bring it back to Soy Pill's point. He brought this up a little bit ago. So he argued with the cancer research. Say like 99 people aren't affected, but one person is. What does that one person do in that situation? What is your argument in that case? Do you think we should understand?
Just streamline it. Just say the people getting unjustly laid off or something like that. Like if you ruin someone's livelihood, like, and they have no recourse to do anything about it, I would expect some degree of those people to become radicalized by that. I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's reasonable. I'm not saying it should happen. I'm just saying if you fuck people over directly and they have a direct line of, hey, this specific person's fucking me over. I am now homeless. I'm now poor. Maybe I'll die without a medication, XYZ. And it's like, hey, some of those people are going to fucking want revenge. And it's like, oh yeah, like this guy's going up. He's gutting agencies in the ridiculous way. He's just taking a fucking sledgehammer to a bunch of agencies in the stupid fucking way. He's literally, promoting all these Nazis. He's going to the Germany. He's promoting the far right Nazi party. I totally understand why this is happening.
If you think it's expected and like normal, why are we seeing this just now? Because I would say that
Because
most
he's
of
being
Americans
incredibly
on both sides,
extreme about it, and it's
Well,
unprecedented
sure, but
how
I would argue-
stupidly blatant he is. So
Sure, but I would argue that most people on both sides of the political aisle would argue that for decades our government's been ripping us off. They've been insider trading. They've been laundering our tax dollars. Like we've been
and as much as a
we've been getting ripped
libertarian
off,
complains
getting
about
overtaxed,
taxation being
like-
theft, unfortunately, most of the time their livelihood doesn't actually diminish.
Wait, but
all
do you think
much,
that like
so.
what Elon's done has had more of an impact on your personal life than like the level of taxation that we're suffering from right now
Yes.
under our government?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah,
Probably.
I have tons of family members right now that are losing their jobs in government for dumb bullshit reasons. I have friends of family members being deported. I have friends of family members who can't get their passport because of dumb regulations they're implementing. Yeah, it's much worse this time.
But are you arguing we should consider them when we're talking about government tax-paying like jobs? Because if not, then why don't we always hire more people? Because then more people have jobs. It's just good.
No,
We're talking
I'm
about the government.
talking
You're not
about
entitled
people's
to that position.
livelihoods getting fucked over
Right,
for a
but
dumb bullshit
if you're
reason.
getting fired, that happens in the private market as well. It doesn't happen just in government.
Okay,
and if you're getting
if
fired and
the
you're like, oh, I'm
CEO
entitled to this
if-
federal
I'm
job.
not
I have this
saying
cushy
anyone
job,
is
200K
entitled
a
to
year.
this. This is
I'm gonna
ridiculous.
radicalize
Hold on,
because I
no.
got fired.
Okay. You got to listen. Either look, if you don't repeat back what I'm saying in a way that makes any remote sense, you're clearly not listening to me. Look, if you're in Amazon and the CEO of Amazon just said, "Hey, fuck 80% of these people. I'm just going to arbitrarily come into your warehouse and just fire you for no fucking reason without any notice and maybe even violate labor laws to do it," I would expect some degree of those people to be radicalized by that, especially if they lose their ability to pay for their health insurance, to pay for their home, if they're going to become homeless. I'm not saying that they're entitled to those jobs. I'm saying if you come in and you do some stupid bullshit, you're going to radicalize some people.
And also, like Phil mentioned, this stuff is unprecedented. Like, we've been getting taxed at what you think is an absurdly high rate. It's actually not that high rate for a while now. People aren't used to what's going on with fucking DOGE right now.
So my first question is,
raise taxes.
First, what DOGE is doing is just the audit. They're not actually like doing anything. They don't have authority to do so based on.
That's in dispute right now. You know that's in dispute right now.
It's not. I saw the update of it the other day.
Aren't pending court cases about DOGE firings?
I've been watching Tanya Chutkin cover it. They're trying right now, and there was a ruling, I think this morning, where a judge was saying that they can't sue for that.
Can we not play this game? We know it's Elon Musk who's spreading these initiatives. Like, it doesn't matter if it's this organization or this specific thing is the one doing it.
Like, isn't Elon Musk?
Hold on. Let Tyler finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, because that's what I'm saying. Is the game here is what you're playing, and I'm telling you the reality of the situation is he's not even the head of the department he's in, let alone has zero authority to actually do any of these things.
They talk out of both sides of their fucking mouth about this shit, dude. It's ridiculous.
I'll fight you on this one as the Republican. Come on. We all know that he's the genie behind the curtain, like that. Like, don't act like that's.
He's doing it.
Okay, but so all right. I hate this argument because as a Republican, I'd rather argue about the meat of things. Whenever we're sitting here going, Sally's actually in charge of DOGE, when we know that it's he's pulling the strings. I don't agree with the statement that he's the one cutting it. I think he's doing the audit stuff. But I don't think it's fair to say he's not the one running it. Do you really think he's not the one giving I can't even think of the girl's name that's actually supposed to be in charge of DOGE.
Absolutely not. So that's just my first point. The second point I wanted to get to as well, but the first point is absolutely he's not. The person that's running it is Trump, the person that campaigned on running on cutting the size of government, saying it's inefficient and overbloated. Not just saying, fuck this stupid shit, I want to cut 80% of jobs like it was proposed earlier. But he actually came in.
Trump is Elon has any sort of influence over that, though?
Yeah, what do you think Elon's doing?
He has some influence. I can give you guys multiple examples of things that Elon Musk has recommended Trump cut that he said no to.
So I agree. Well, hold on. I've made this argument before on these several panels. Is that it's a lot of times people say they don't like unelected bureaucrat, or they're like, "What's the checks and balances?" Like, here's the thing: it's not that there's no checks and balances or unelected bureaucrat. It's that y'all don't like the check, and then the check is Trump. Like, so Elon comes in, him and whoever is actually running it, are going to give him his audits, and Trump's going to go yes or no, and that's the check and balance. And people don't like that they're in cahoots. Like,
the check is Congress who approves the funding, which they're going around, even though they have control of both the House and the Senate, and could just pass a thing that says, "Hey, you should spend it differently." That's the check that they're avoiding.
They could actually, yes, Congress.
They could and they should, and I would have just a policy problem instead of a constitutional problem with the way they were doing it. If that's how they did it, I would much prefer they did it that way.
If Congress was much more specific with how the money would be spent, then we would see the challenges to impoundment that Trump is trying to work on right now probably much sooner. But a lot of what Elon Musk is actually doing is only in the discretionary spending. The mandatory spending is only recommendations. They have to be cut out budgetarily. There's people in the House right now trying to write that budget up using the recommendations Elon Musk put for these departments that they can't actually cut from the executive level. So, I mean, if you look at this shit, they're actually looking at his suggestion. And that's it.
You agree with that, Pentuple?
I mean, that's my understanding of DOGE as well.
All right. What about these reports where we say he actually did try to fire people from the Department of, what was it?
I don't know. I'd be like, would everyone agree with firing these people? Like, what people are we talking about?
Well, obviously not.
Like, we're just mad at Elon because Elon said it, or like, what is the actual statement that's being made?
Cuts
like,
to Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, Medicare and Social Security, not Medicaid. It's Medicare, Social Security that Elon was proposing to Trump and firing people, and he said absolute no on that. We're not touching them. Those are just off the top of my head examples.
Well, that makes sense because those are very politically popular.
Absolutely.
I think there's a lot of waste and fraud. I don't think we should lower the actual legally established benefits that anyone's getting. It's kind of like voting. It's like we're not trying to stop anyone from legally voting. We just want to stop people who aren't eligible from voting.
It's
a very simple concept.
Wait, Pentuple, what percent of Social Security spending do you think is waste, fraud, or abuse?
I have no idea. Not zero.
No idea.
You think it's zero?
Every single dollar.
You
think it's zero?
You're dumb, anti-welfare, libertarian.
Do you think it's zero? Do you think it's zero?
No.
Okay, then it's not zero. What does that mean?
Wow, I think it's under 2%, and it's absurd. What they're trying to do.
2%. Okay, 2% of what? That's a percentage. What's the raw number? How much money is it?
Less than 1%, but
okay, 1% of what number? Is it 100 million? 10 million? 5 million?
I don't know
why
percentage means nothing nominal and not the percent.
Because the percentage means nothing.
More.
Percentage could be
what do you mean
anywhere from
percentage
5 million,
means
20
nothing?
million? What's the number?
Why does the raw
it doesn't
matter?
mean anything on its own.
Does it?
What is the raw number?
Doesn't it kind of speak to whether or not the organization is efficient, depending on how much percentage it's wasting, not based on what the raw number is?
What level of fraud and waste do you accept when we're talking about taxpayer government?
It depends on how beneficial the program is.
Yeah,
if the program is really beneficial.
You think we have like a target 2%?
This is retarded. If we spend $1 trillion on Social Security and 1% of that was fraud, I wouldn't care that, or I would care that $10 trillion.
What's 1% of a trillion?
Huh? What's 1% of a trillion?
1% of a trillion.
10 billion?
How fucking dumb this is, right?
Holy shit.
If I'm assessing whether a program is like a net benefit or not,
10 billion.
I don't really care. Like the
Aren't you the same people that argue we need to just tax billionaires more? It would be a miracle to get 10 billion out of. It would be a miracle to get 10 billion in taxes out of a billionaire.
Yeah,
it's nothing when we're talking about waste.
Wait, non-fun.
I know. Wait. Just to be clear,
yeah, non-fun. Go ahead.
Whether something is efficient or whether something is a net benefit. I don't care about the nominal, like not even a.
I clearly, I know you don't, because you don't understand how it works. You don't.
Hold on.
First of all, if anyone doesn't understand, it's you.
Small percentage.
This program is going to be wasted. I don't care like the nominal dollar. I care about what.
Yeah, if $990 billion were helping people, but 10 billion of it was waste, you're fucking retarded if you think we should cut the whole fucking program. Like, yeah, the 10 billion matters. I think we should fix it. Yeah, you haven't said anything intelligent. I'm sorry for even attributing an argument to you.
1% or 10%. I think that's a reasonable standard. We shouldn't want any waste. If it's 1%, if it's 10%, if it's 50%, we should cut that fraud and waste.
Is your argument that waste is bad? Wait, is your argument that waste is bad?
Let me get some control here.
Whoa! Okay, hold on. Bridge built, guys. We agree.
Well,
yeah.
Okay.
That's exactly it. That's why we would like to audit it so that we know how much is being wasted.
Okay, wait, hold on. Whoa. Wait.
We want to actually stop the waste instead of just knowing how much we're wasting.
All right. We're gonna just mute everybody. We're doing that. All right. Okay. It's always on quiet. All right. We're back. Shh. 1 second. Nobody can hear you. 1 second. I'm taking control back. All right. Because I was interested, and I want to go to Tyler, but I want to continue this real quick. So here's what we're gonna do. He said audit, and then everybody exploded. So here's how we're gonna do this. We're gonna go to Soy Pill. I'm gonna go to Nava. Then we're gonna go to Tyler. And y'all aren't gonna interrupt Tyler, and then Pittemple, you can get in there afterwards. And Drew, if you want to get in there, just raise your hand. Yeah. All right, perfect. So that's what we're gonna do. We'll go to Soy, non-fly, because they both objected to the audit thing. And then we're going to Tyler, and then we'll go to you, Pittemple. So I know you're gonna want to rage. That's something somebody says in the near future, but let's let everybody go so we can hear the full argument that you're going to hate the most, all right? Because it's always Billy Mays, but wait, there's more. All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Soy.
Oh, I'm not mad. I'm reveling in the fact that my enemies are this dumb, that the arguments they make are, 1% of it is waste, but I really care about what the total budget is and not the effectiveness of the program and whether or not we should cut it. Yeah, waste is bad. If that's your argument position, cool, we agree. I don't think there's much else to say about that. If it was $1,000 was the budget of the Social Security and 1% of that was waste, I would also think that is, still a very good program. And also, the waste would be a lot less irrelevant to cut. I understand that $10 billion is a lot of money. Social Security isn't a huge fucking benefit. It keeps 22 million people out of poverty, 17 million of which Gibbs is okay with dying from last debate. But, I think it's really good. And there's some fraud and waste. It's not that big of a deal.
Non-pod.
Yeah, the reason I know how much waste there is in Social Security is because it's already been audited. And unlike DOGE, the people who audit actually know what the fuck they're doing. So rather than saying like a million, bajillion, quadrillion dead people are on Social Security, they say this is the number of people who are dead on Social Security. 98% of them don't collect benefits. We know the reason because, again, the audit states the reason. A lot of times they don't have electronic death records for these people. And guess what? To go through the Social Security database and get rid of the dead people would cost millions of dollars to do. And that's might not be worth it because the money we save from 2% of like 60,000 people collecting this money is not worth is not worth the cost of going through this database. Like there are actual real cost benefit analyses and reasons that these things happen that the people who actually audit it every year do, or I think it's every 2 years do. DOGE doesn't do that. They just lie on Twitter.
But what does Big Balls think?
Hold on. Okay. Tyler's gonna go. Then we're gonna go Pentuple and Drew. All right, go ahead.
All right, I was gonna spit some facts here. First, Pentuple, you're first. So what you're doing here is similar to what the anti-capitalists do. They say everything's not perfect, so let's throw the entire baby out with the bathwater. What we had
say that. You're strong.
Hold on. What we had when the greatest president ever, Bill Clinton, was in office was
here we go.
It was welfare reform. What he did was pass it on to the states, let the states do their own versions of reform, and we saw fraud on these entitlement programs drop to the current levels of below 2% where it is today. Praise Bill Clinton. So going into that point, what DOGE is actually doing, what Navfon started to allude to, is yes, we have all these people on the records that are probably not receiving money, but the fact that we're still using paper records in a fucking silo in the middle of Pennsylvania shows us how inefficient and behind government is and how much DOGE is needed. What they're doing, I linked an interview in the group chat the other day with the DOGE and the NIH. They have 48 departments, and each of those departments, they have their own HR team. They have their own IT team. None of them are communicating with each other. So what they're doing is they're instantiating one or two big IT teams, firing 2/3 of those employees that are no longer needed. And if that's the type of efficiency that they're doing, that's the exact thing that Trump ran on and got elected on. So I'd say they're doing their job, at least in the NIH, pretty good too.
At all? That's everything? Oh, you said that was Penn Temple. Okay, cool.
Oh, that's not everyone. It just started with Penn Temple.
Penn and Drew, and then we'll let y'all fight again. Go ahead.
I mean, I don't have anything to add right here.
All right, Drew.
Platinum got me. God damn it.
Yeah, so I know you had mentioned that some of your family had gotten fired from their jobs. Like, can you just kind of give us an idea of what those jobs were that they got fired from?
I don't want to name specific jobs, but I have people that work for, DOD, NAVAIR, NAVC, who are subject to these ridiculous, stupid policies that are, ostensibly to make things more efficient, but very obviously meant to cut government, spending for employees that, may or may not be doing an amazing job. Obviously, I'm biased. I think my family's doing good. One of them is getting fired because she has worked out of state for things, and she can't return to office because she lives 500, 600 miles away. And it's like, this is ridiculous. Like, I'm doing a great job remotely. Why the fuck are you implicating this incredibly stupid thing? Oh, so we can fire everyone who can't make it. Another one is, didn't respond to the email that said 5 points because he got a directive not to respond to it from his boss. Then a week later, now he's on the chopping block and he's going to get, kicked the fuck off because he didn't answer the stupid fucking email that is just an arbitrary reason to cut people. I mean, we look at what DOGE was saying before Trump got elected. I mean, Ramaswamy was literally saying, hey, what if we just, Thanos'd half of all federal employees and said, if you have an odd social security number, get fucked, you're out, right? Like, they just want to cut arbitrarily. They're not looking at, hey, who's doing a good job, who's not, who is providing the most for the company, who is showing up to work. Like, they don't give a fuck about this sort of stuff. They just want to privatize everything, and that's why they're gutting it, and it's stupid.
Well, to be fair, I'm not a fan of Ramaswamy either. I don't like Ramaswamy, but also,
why
is the email directive that you were talking about? Is that the email that was like, give me five things you did this week? Yeah, that stupid fucking thing.
What's so
bad about answering that though?
Well, hold on.
So he actually, in principle, there's nothing bad about it.
Soybean brought up a good point though, right? Whatever he says, this is actually something I might have taken umbrage with. Is okay. Elon sent this out, right? Or whoever, somebody sent it out, and then his department head said, "Don't do it," because I run my department. And then if you're fired for not doing it, and your boss told you not to do it, I'd be pretty fucking pissed off. Like, right? Like, would you be mad? Like, if your direct boss for your department was like, no. And then, like, some other guy from a different department was like, yeah, you're fired now because of that. Like, I think I'd be kind of mad. Would you be mad, Drew, or Penn? What would, like...
Yeah, of course. But, like, it's also, like, is that how we're going to make our decisions? Because everyone who gets fired is going to be mad, no matter where you're fired from, no matter what your job is. Like, it sucks to get fired, but like, that's not the basis we're making these decisions on, I would say. It sucks.
No,
like,
I got laid off from a company because our company was going insolvent, and I was not mad. I was like, okay, that makes sense. But when I would get fired because some dipshits came in and said, hey, everyone, here's this arbitrary goal that I want you all to meet.
Argue.
Yeah, I'd be pretty fucking pissed. And I
would
expect some degree of those people.
But again, it was just the it's not like it's anything insane. It was just like,
it's not about it is not about, first of all, some people do one thing every week and they do it really well. But second of all, the idea is not to, hey, I actually want to see what you're doing. It's, hey, I'm going to do this arbitrary dumb thing that I know not 100% of people are going to go for, especially when they're directed not to, because it's coming down 7 or 8 degrees from like your direct boss. And it's like, who the fuck, like, he's not looking at all of these? Who's looking at all these? They're probably feeding it to an AI. Yeah, it's because because it's like, hey, this dumb thing now I can use to justify firing people that otherwise are doing an amazing job. But oops, they missed this one email. Maybe they're on vacation that day. Get fucked. It's just a very transparent actually way of getting rid of people for no good reason. In the same way they wanted to Thanos half of everyone. So
hold on, the miss the email thing. I'm not as sympathetic to, because I've been all over the world. And I get, like I said, even in like third world countries, when I was in Belize, I was doing work emails in like the rainforest, right? Like, so you're telling me you can't respond to an email on your phone with 5 things?
That's not what I said at all, actually. I didn't say that.
Right,
I didn't say, it's actually not a particularly onerous thing, a task in and of itself to write 5 bullet points.
Right. So I guess the point I'm making is, because I guess you alluded to it. I don't want to put words in your mouth. That's not what I'm trying to do. You said you missed work one day, or you're on vacation, you missed that email. Like, I feel like if you're at a government job with a salary, isn't part of a salary that you answer to emails? I feel like that's a pretty normal
Not when
business.
you're on the clock. That's literally how it works. When you're on vacation, you don't have to work. And it's stupid that you come in and say, hey, here's this directive. I invented it on Tuesday. It's going out on Friday. If you don't answer this, you're on the chopping block. It's fucking retarded. But hey, it's not stupid. They know what they're doing. It's not to actually check in on. They don't give a fuck what every federal employee is. All like what millions and millions of people, the biggest job employer of the country is doing. They're not reading these 5 points. It's just a way to justify firing them, and it's stupid. That's why it's an asshole move. And I don't know if you've ever had a job. I've had jobs where they do this, by the way, and it's not like, oh, it's so hard for me to say what I did this week. It's just like, go fuck yourself, dude. I'm working, and if you're like doing this dumb fucking looking over my shoulder thing every 10 seconds, you're making me feel like I'm in a prison.
Yeah, I don't like micromanagement either. But let me go to you, Non-Fod. Do you agree with that statement? If you're like, because I just brought up the salary thing. Do you agree, like, you're a salary from a government employee, that you shouldn't have to answer an work email if you're on vacation or something? Is that like a thing you're totally
I'm sure
against?
there's exceptions to that for like national security jobs or
I'm
whatever.
not talking about that. I'm not trying to do a gotcha or something. That's not what I'm trying to do. Like, say you're like, I don't know, Bob at the TPS reports office place, whatever. You're like, and you got an email on Tuesday and you're out of work. Do you not check your work email when you're like?
Guys, he has a this guy in the middle, Pentuple, has a Black and Beautiful pillow. I just saw it now that he's moved. That's fucking hilarious.
Sure.
I think a lot of day-to-day civil servant job is not going to require. But I agree with Soy. The issue is not so much that like they just have to reply to the email. It's that like, is this email just being used as basically an excuse to fire government workers? Which, by the way, they openly just want to get rid of a lot of these civil servants anyway. So like.
They openly stated that in the cabinet meeting that under President Biden, the Department of Energy grew 20% in terms of spending and size of their workforce, and they want to downsize that entire 20% back. So yeah, absolutely, they're stating that as their goals.
So let me ask.
By your logics and arguments, why don't we just hire another 12,000 people? They'll all do an amazing job. They'll all have a livelihood. They'll all be happy.
Everybody.
Wait, real quick. Pentuple, can I ask,
Go ahead.
Pentuple, can you based on what you just said, can you explain exactly what my response to that would be? Like, why I would or would not advocate for that? I'm really curious.
You're suggesting we shouldn't downsize because these people are good at their job or because they'll be super upset or anything like that. It's like, all right, well, why don't we just flip that in the reverse and say, why don't we hire 5,000 more people, because then we can give them that thing that we can't take away from them. Like you're saying, no. Wait, hold on.
I got you.
That we're now accounting for in the decision, right?
I got you. No, I just
diminishing return.
Right. No, I got you 100%. So this, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying, and I think it's like a good faith. Like you just maybe I didn't articulate this well enough. I'm not saying we shouldn't fire people. I'm not saying that there isn't fraud and waste. I have worked in the government. I worked for like the UC Berkeley contracted national lab. There's people that just don't fucking show up to work. There's people that scale the fuck up. And I'm saying if you want to make it more efficient, the way you do that is not arbitrarily firing people for some dumb bullshit reason. You audit, you see what these people are doing, and the one way of not doing that is asking what they did, because obviously someone slacking the fuck off is going to be able to sandbag 5 points into an email. That's not like a justification for firing them. It's a terrible way to audit, and you look at what Elon's doing, that's not his intended goal. So that's all I'm saying. Also, do you have a black wife? Because your pillow is black and beautiful and you don't look very black to me, but I'm just curious.
Yes, but the point is, when we're downsizing, we are going to fire some people that are doing a good job. Like, because the point is that we're making this decision based on other factors, right? Like, we don't need 12,000 people in this department. We need 8,000. So 4,000 are going to let go. They might all be doing a great job, which is why I'm saying if we flip this on the reverse, what if we said, oh, we could hire these 4,000 people. They'll all do an amazing job. Why don't we just hire them? But then when we account for that, we might be like, we don't need to hire 4,000 more people.
If we need to cut to save money, I'm not arguing against the idea of saving money, but you understand that the way they're doing is not efficient. They're
Yeah.
coming in and they're firing
No, I know, but when you're
everyone
saying
in the
wait, wait,
Ebola
wait,
response
people who are
team.
doing their
it's
job
literally
well.
like it's so easy. Like I think there are a lot of firings that Trump and DOGE have done that are not net benefits. They are not on net good. I think there are a lot of governments that are probably agencies that would be on net good to downsize, in which case I would support downsizing these agencies. Also, I think there are agencies that it would be on net good if we did increase spending of them and did hire more people. Like I like doing what's a net benefit. I don't like doing something that's not a net benefit. Obviously, hiring literally everyone is probably not going to be a net benefit, but there are probably agencies that need expanding.
I agree with Non-Fon. Good things are good and bad things are bad.
This is
So
true.
I guess let me ask this then. This is because I haven't really heard an answer to this. I've heard, I mean, y'all kind of alluded to it, but on the right, I know the argument has been, we want it to reduce the government in general, right? And so I also think they should be done more efficiently. But whenever you promise and campaign on sweeping change, right, and then get elected with what seems to be kind of a mandate, based off you win the House, you win the Senate, you win the presidency, and you've promised sweeping change. And you promised it in a hurry. What is an alternative? Because it seems like a lot of crime, but there's no alternative. Y'all are saying we should audit this way. And it seems like the Kevin O'Leary kind of thing where he's like, okay, in my company, sometimes you fire people, you realize you make a mistake, and then you go and rehire them back at market rate, but you clean it out. Or same thing with the Twitter story where
when the agencies you're doing
this
this are in control of our nuclear facilities, in control of our Ebola response team, and or the USDA, I don't think you should do the business practice. And by the way, I've worked for an Elon company. His practices work insofar as his companies succeed, but if you come in and you just fucking fire everyone, if you work everyone to the bone 80 hours a week and pay them below average market rates for engineers, you're going to have an inefficient workforce that's unmotivated, and it's either filled with loyalists or people that quit after 2 years and eventually going to run out of fucking people. And so I agree, if you are promise expedient change that's going to make the country less wasteful and more efficient, you should find a way to do that. And the way you do that is not going and firing people, realizing you fucked up, and then not being able to rehire them because they got rid of their government emails. He's a fucking moron. He's taking a sledgehammer to try to put a fucking thread through a needle, and it's just dumb. There are better ways to do this that aren't just unilaterally doing these cuts. It's stupid.
What percent of the federal workforce out of the executive branch do you think they've fired out of the departments that they're already finished with?
Not very much, because USAID is pretty less than 1%.
Yeah, it's less than 1% of the departments he's fired people, and most of the rehires, there have been some rehires because they fired with the nuclear thing. They had to rehire people that were actually experts. Most of the rehires have been court-ordered rehires because he's trying to challenge a case called Humphrey's Executor, which is from a government agent that named Humphrey that was fired, died. His executor sued the government and got 5 months of back pay because he was improperly fired. And that sets the grounds for government firings from the federal branch. So he has directly stated he's trying to run this up to the Supreme Court. So that firing might actually be his intent behind this. Not suggesting 4D chess, I don't think Trump's smart, but that might be something someone suggested to him, is overfire intentionally so we can get challenged.
Pentupler, are you arguing with your black wife right now? You're muted.
No, sorry. No, I was ranting in my chat because Tyler did the thing that I don't know how to describe my frustration with this, but when he says 2%, I'm like, I don't. This provides no information to me on its own. Is that? A lot.
Hold on, he actually.
Yeah, because it's not enough information by itself.
It's
there's so many questions immediately.
Let me try to build a bridge here because I think I understand what you're trying to say. I think he's right. Whenever I go, he saved 1% of the national spending. Or something. I'm just making something up, and it's cool. What the fuck does that mean? Well, is that he saved us $1,000, and it's 1% of 1,000? Is it is it $350 billion? You saved us 1% of that. That's a lot bigger number. I think it's when you just use this 2% out of context. Oh, I say he's only cut 1% of government jobs. Well, what the fuck does that mean? How many jobs is that?
I agree.
What doesn't give any sort of scale. I don't know. It's not a personal thing.
Yeah, no.
The
only reason it makes sense is because I was building off the context of what he was saying. He was saying they're taking an axe to these departments. and gutting massive amounts of people. When you look at it, they haven't even cut 1% of these.
Well, so what is 1%?
well,
So what?
hold
Okay,
on,
you say 1%. What is that number? What
Because
is
it's
it, like,
useful
total
for a
number?
relative positioning for
Yeah,
that.
well,
So you say, well, okay, so you
As
can,
of-
that's his point right there. You're like, oh, it's
As
1%
of-
of his total number. Well, you don't even know what that number is. You're
Yeah,
just giving me
well,
the 1%. Like,
the Department of Treasury has terminated 7,600 people as of last week, according to Reuters. And say on the same page, Department of Agriculture 5,700. HIS is talking about the people that they've cut recently because they have DOGE in there right now, and it's mostly redundancies. Again, they have
but get this, Tyler. I don't
Okay,
care
that's
about the
over
raw
100%.
number.
Okay,
Okay,
here's the answer.
I
Here's
care
the
about the
answer. Yeah, over
functions that they're
100%.
getting rid of. I care if USAID had 2 employees and they get rid of it and we're destroying our soft power. I would be upset. They're trying to get rid of the Department of Education. I think that's like one of the smallest. It's like what 2,400, maybe 4,200. It's not that many, and I'm still upset by the firings. It's not about the quantity wise. It's about what the functions that they're dismantling, how they're dismantling it. It's clearly inefficient. It's clearly not done with any sort of care. He does not know what these things do. He demonstrates this time and time again when he tweets about, hey, like Reuters is giving money to the government's giving money to Reuters to subvert, intelligence or spread propaganda because he can't fucking read the note. Like, it's just ridiculous shit like this where this man is just a fucking moron. Like, I'm sorry.
What functions of the Department of Education are going away though? Because I don't see any of the functions going away. I see
that remains to be seen. Apparently, allegedly, they're saying we're just going to transfer them, which is a very weird argument to me because if you're saying, hey, we're going to let the Department of Justice handle the civil rights enforcement, we're going to let the Treasury handle Title I and disabled function, then why do you need to fire these people? Because ostensibly, the reason it was even made in the first place by Jimmy Carter is that he wanted to consolidate all of these different departments doing all of these different things and make sure the communication between them was more efficient. So if you're going to split all of these employees doing one thing in this one department into all of these different treasuries, making it less efficient, and if you're downsizing them, if you're firing some of these employees, why not simply downsize the Department of Education and say, hey, we don't need this many employees? It's because the actual goal of what they're trying to do, and if you look at what the Republicans have been advocating for 70 fucking years, is they want to privatize schooling. They want to get rid of public schooling. They want to defund them. They want to have school choice in the sense that they can have more religious schools, more homeschooling, and they've tried this in Arizona, and it's performed terribly. But that's their goal. Okay, so they can come out and say, hey, we're getting rid of fraud and waste. We're just splitting up the DOE, but that's very clearly not what they want, and that's not what they're doing.
You're overstating it. One,
By the way,
they're not
the
trying
DOE
to get
is like-
rid of.
Sorry, the
public
ED,
education.
excuse me, DOE is Department of Education.
They're not trying to get rid of the Department of Education. They're trying to allow for private alternatives.
But
to
he
the Department
tweeted
of Public School.
ED RIP or whatever. Like, the
Yeah.
Department of Education is dead. Like, this is so fucking obvious.
Yeah,
like, you're
I
arguing
agree.
with
I
Elon
agree.
Musk
I
right
agree.
now.
disagree.
He's
I
not
disagree
delivering.
with you on
Point
that,
being.
Tyler. Hold on, Tyler. Hold on. Like, this is once again where I got to call people out. I mean, I guess you're not on my side. You're a center lefty.
Public education.
but,
is,
like,
I just want an
Well,
alternative.
let me call you out here.
He's the new
This is-
left.
there's a
already
reason.
private schools.
There's a
That's how
reason
it's
why
legal.
Lyndon McMahon got put at the head of the Department of Education.
Oh,
and that
yeah.
was
So
the
maybe I
gut the
misspoke.
bitch. Like, that's
Maybe
what
I-
I voted for. I mean, like,
yeah.
I mean, I don't know what
Maybe hold on. Maybe I misspoke because they want the
I mean,
Department
at
of
least
Education
call
gone.
it like I
They
see it,
don't.
like,
What he's
that's
saying
what I'm
is
voting for.
they want public education gone, so that they can. That's just overstating the case. They don't want it gone.
I don't
They just want
necessarily
an
agree with
I
that.
don't
alternative
think.
to it.
I don't-
No,
The
they
state-
want to
state-based.
they want
That's
to
what he said.
dismantle. Yeah, no, I am saying this. They want to dismantle public education as it exists. They do not give a shit about it. They want things to be school vouchers, and that's going to push it in a way that people can choose schools that don't get chosen because they are in areas that might not get as much funding and won't get as much funding that will be made up because of the Department of Education will collapse and be dismantled. This is already happening. Schools are closing all across Arizona. They want to leave the people that are less well off behind in the same way that Gibbs might want to let 17 million seniors die because they want to get rid of Social Security. Like, that's just what they're advocating for. I'm sorry.
Boo, the seniors. I don't
Well,
like.
that's-
Listen, base. I'm saying, like, listen. I'm tired of them taking my tax. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, if the Department of Education was this giant sacred thing that we should have protected, then they shouldn't have abused it with the Title IX overreaches that they did time and time again. One of them where it resulted in hundreds of lawsuits of men kicked out of college for Title IX infractions that didn't violate the law and ended up violating the men's civil rights because they were accused and kicked out because of rape they never committed.
Do you think we should get rid of the entire military?
No, and the same thing.
Well,
with, like,
no,
transgender shit,
because the military, they did this like one thing one time wrong, and I think we should just dismantle the entire thing because they did like the Black
Department
Bloc.
of Education's only been around for like a couple decades. I think it came out 81, 80 is when it came out.
Oh, okay.
It
So
hasn't been around
the
very
existing
long.
Well, DOGE is fucking up a lot. Do you think we should get rid of DOGE?
I
They've
don't
only
think
been
Doge's
around 2
fucking up
months.
anything.
Not a single thing. You don't think they fucked up with firing the nuclear engineers?
No, because they don't have the power to fire. They fucked up maybe their recommendation. That's
How
it.
are
They
you
don't have
center
the power
left?
to do it.
I mean, that's still a fuck
because
up
I
then,
adhere to the Constitution. The Doge has no power. A guy that works for Doge has no power. Like just saying that Elon Musk can snap his fingers and Trump's going to do whatever it is. It's a partisan political narrative that doesn't have any place in reality. Like you might do good on Twitch, but like in the real world, these narratives get.
I'm not on Twitch actually.
These narratives don't exist in reality.
You got a good point.
You can't take me seriously. I have a pickle Rick in the background. Come on, man. I'm gonna put on my hat too.
Hey, I think you're doing great for the left. Yeah, we need more fire from the lefties. This is good. I like it. Y'all been getting too complacent, you righties.
Look, this is dark woke, all right? I'm calling you retards again. We are using ableist slurs, you know? I'm saying the N-word off screen.
We got gothic MAGA, we got dark woke now, bro. I like it. It's good.
Base, whoa, dude, your black wife probably has a problem with that, all right? So I would,
No, she's cool as hell, bro.
Listen, the reality, everyone from Trump to Nancy Pelosi are all good people doing what they think is the best for the American people, and we should thank them all for their service.
Can the left and the right agree that this is the most cucked of all of us right now? This like guy who's servile to Nancy Pelosi and Trump? Like, get the fuck out of here, buddy.
That's the truth. They're all decent human beings. Come on. They're not murdering or raping people. They're all right.
well, first of all, Trump is raping people, or should I say, penetrating with his fingers, as found by the courts. So.
Civilly or something, right? Not
technically only sexually assaulting. Excuse me. Legally, I don't know if I can say that.
So there's other women who have accused him too. That's just the only one who was found. That's just the only.
I'm just saying he's been civilly found.
I believe E. Jean Carroll, which I do
really,
not believe.
I believe all women.
I do not believe E. Jean Carroll. I reject her claim.
I believe that you're Tara Reid.
Call her a liar. I say, you lie, heathen. Be gone from me.
I identify.
That's what she said to Trump.
Harris violated me.
Oh my God! Moving on. Yeah, I don't know. Like, okay, so like, okay. Well, here's my thing then, right? So Trump ran on DOGE, was one of his big policies, right? Immigration. I feel like he's already accomplished more in 2 months than Biden did in the entire time he was in office, right? It's done. It's problem. Now, we can argue whether we like the deportation stuff, yada, yada. But when we look at DOGE, I see this as another campaign promise filled, personally. I look at it. He said he was going to run this. People that voted for him, and they wanted fast change. Like, this is like what populism looks like. And that is scary sometimes. But, like, if you run on something like this, how do you implement it if it's not what he's doing right now?
Like, go through Congress like you're supposed to and don't violate the Constitution. Although Tyler would argue,
well, you're a lawyer. You're a lawyer, but do you think they're violating the Constitution?
By doing what? Sorry, I zoned out.
Do you think DOGE is violating the Constitution?
In what like the appointments clause violation? Like he has too much power for not being appointed? Is that what you're asking?
They're violating the Impoundment Act by not giving notice. They're violating the Constitution by firing IGs and not giving notice. They're violating the congressional Article 1 that says, or no, I'm confusing whether or not the executive power is the Article 1 or not, but the congressional power to allocate spending by going around and just saying, fuck you, Congress, I don't care that you approve the spending, I'm going to cut this. They're violating a good bajillion things.
Okay, so you're talking about Humphreys and you're talking about impoundment, but you're not talking about appointments. Like Elon Musk has more power.
No, that very well might be one, but I don't know whether or not the specifics.
That's the one we were discussing earlier about Judge Chunkin in DC setting up the groundwork for that. So I'm just curious as to what you meant by that.
Yeah, not that. I do not know the details of whether or not Elon's appointment is legal or not, but I don't really care. I don't like what he's doing. It's more of the actions that he and his organization, which you imply don't actually take, but it seems pretty obvious.
Yeah. Now, or do you guys think he's violating impoundment? I think that they intentionally are violating impoundment so they can get it challenged. I think that's fair.
They can force the issue. Okay, cool. I mean, like, I'm not a lawyer. Like, I don't focus on DOGE. I focus more on boring shit. But like on balance, I would say, yeah, I'd probably lean towards them violating the Impoundment Act. And even if that is just to force the issue and try to get that overturned, I think that's probably still bad. Especially like. That's just not first of all, it's not a power I want the president to have. I don't even know what Congress's role at that point would be. Like, they could appropriate funds, but the president can just impound them like indefinitely and like not spend it. Like, that seems like it makes Congress even more. Of a
So why do we even have the president involved in this process? Like, if we just have, why don't we just have a congressional department do all of this spending? Like, why is the president involved if he's not supposed to have any sort of influence over it? Like, why did we involve him at all?
To have any sort of influence over it, like he does have discretion to temporarily pause funds or whatever to like if he thinks there's actual like waste, fraud, or abuse or whatever.
Well, he clearly does.
That's not a violation. I said he does. I said he does have the power to do.
So the violation you're arguing about, right?
Wait, but that's not a violation of the Impoundment Act.
Right.
You can defer spending. You can choose how to spend money to some limited extent, but it's not violating the Impoundment Act.
Like, yeah, you would have up to a year before the Impoundment Act was like violated, right? Wouldn't it, like, as long as like this is what I've always been curious. Maybe one of y'all can explain this to me. Big brains here, we got it. So say we all agree that if they put it forward and he keeps it for a year, doesn't spend it on anything, that would be a violation of the Impoundment Act, right? Is that the general consensus here?
The violation is he didn't even go through the correct channels to notify Congress and give the memo. He just kind of did it. So
there are
so here's my question. Well, hold on. Here's my question. This is maybe a dumb hypothetical. We can get back to the meat again, but I want to answer it. It's my show. So
we haven't talked about burning a Tesla in like an hour. I just want to say.
I know, right? Well, listen, that's okay because we're moving. It's good. This is good. So my question is, right? Say with the Impoundment Act or whatever, or say we got Trump goes, hey, we need to cure cancer. Congress goes, here's the money for cancer, and it's like, let's say it's $1 billion, but for $500 million, somehow they cure cancer. Now, what do we do with the other $500 million? Is it violating the Impoundment Act if it doesn't get spent on curing cancer? Are we just going to waste another $500 billion, even though it's already cured? Like, what do we like? What's the rule then in that situation?
Are you? Oh, go ahead.
This is pure hypothetical.
It's up to the president's interpretation how to, and this is something Nanfan just said he's not in favor of. So it's up to the president's interpretation of how he allocates that spending. So let's say we use $500 billion to cure cancer. That other $500 billion could be used to subsidize poor people getting the medicine. Could be to allocation. Could be to what they do in restaurants is they'll have like doctors come in and a medical a medical private group will come and advertise their medicine to them. They could fund shit like that. They could fund all sorts of ways to make this more available to the public with the rest of that money because the president can interpret how to spend that with his executive privilege.
Tyler, let's do a bridge now. He finishes the bridge. The funds are approved for some bridge project. The bridge is done, right? Like, there's leftover money. It's not like a type of thing like you just described, maybe put in a different category where there's not like a clear route for the rest of the money in a related topic. So we have this leftover surplus of funds. Like, can you just give the same analysis?
That I think is what's being challenged. I think there's I don't know much about construction.
None of that. I don't think any of that is a violation of the Impoundment Act, though, right?
It would be
like that.
It would be so that the Impoundment Act is being challenged. What happened in the past, and one of the reasons this was created was Congress allocated $2 million to the president at the time to build warships against France. The president took that money and instead spent it on the Louisiana Purchase. And that was one of the major reasons. I
can understand that, but I'm saying, like, take the bridge example. Like, if we build a bridge for under budget, are you saying, what would be the violation of the Impoundment Act there? Like that's not a.
Well, would Congress have to agree
I think you send
that
they don't have Congress and they recall the funds? That's what I've been.
I'm not a fucking constitutional lawyer, man. I'm just going off of my fucking 3 legal.
I guess the question is, if there's leftover funds, is the default that it must continue to be spent, and that Congress would have to make some sort of
okay. If you're talking about a specific agency, that money is already allocated to them. It's not, maybe a project has a specific amount of money, but if the money is in the agency, I'm 99% certain that they either roll that back into investments to pay off debts. Maybe they can give it back to Congress. Like, it can be reappropriated, but like it's not like the agent, unless the agency had a goal and it stops. It's not like the agency disappears. I think it rolls over to the next year, and their budget then depends on, like, hey, you clearly went under budget this time. This is how much you reported, so we will give you less funding in the next year. That's how I understand it works.
So let me just ask this real then, because that's interesting. So let's just say the money's overspent. They got more money. So, like, all right, Elon and them, they want to clean it up. They want to cut spending, yada yada, and so they have a surplus. Why wouldn't, they proposed paying down the debt, they proposed taking this money and giving it back to taxpayers. Why would we want to, like, reinvest it instead of, like, putting it towards something else. Like, but that would violate the Impoundment Act, is what I understand. From what I understand,
I think the money is already allocated to that agency, and as soon as you go over, like, you still have the money, even though you spent less than you needed. It's like, oh, okay, Congress can decide, let's take it back, or they can say, hey, we have this other project, it's going to need this much money, we can start putting it in there. They can pay off debts. Like, what I'm saying is, like, you're not violating the Impoundment Act by taking the money that's already been given to you and doing something other than what you said you were going to do because it went under budget. If you're still within the agency.
Doesn't that understanding leave a lot of room for fraud, though? You could just like get Congress people to over budget you, and then you get to spend all the money, and like, I mean, that would
there are
maybe it does.
It's not generally just
that would demand a DOGE response after some time.
There's more rules to this than we're suggesting, because it's not just money within the agency. Joe Biden was given a lot of money to do things on the border. What he did through DHS was create a visa program for 4 countries in South America that let in 360,000 people a year, and he bypassed Congress's authority on that. He ended up getting sued by 22 states, and the court shut it down. So he took money that was allocated for immigration and asylum and used it to make an asylum program, but because he didn't have proper authority to spend it in that direct way, they shut it down. So there are a little bit more rules to it, that just because it's in that department that they can spend it however they want. But they can, it does carry over budget-wise, like, to the next year. And that's something Trump could say, like, look, we still have $1 billion sitting here. We don't need $1 billion from Congress. Take that and invest it elsewhere. That's what Gibbs, you're suggesting, is a political argument that the politicians need to go out and make to the people, not that we actually put into process.
But also, Tyler, $1 billion, that number doesn't really mean anything to me. What percentage of the budget of that agency was it?
I'm just
no,
it's
the opposite. It's the opposite.
It's
the percentages that make everything seem small. When you say 2% to 5%, I mean, it's always it makes you it feels smaller. It's like to make it feel like
but
it's
it also
nothing.
makes
When in
them
reality,
feel bigger too.
it's
like,
the same amount of money that the billionaires need to be taxed. Apparently.
Okay. Well, yeah, you have a great understanding of my tax policy. True. Double. What do you think is more important, the nominal amount of debt we have, or our percentage of debt, or debt as a percentage of GDP? What do you think is more important?
There's definitely conversations where they're like, you're making relative comparison stuff, but when we're talking about like waste, fraud, and abuse, and you're like, oh, it's only 1%. $10 billion of waste, fraud, and abuse is a lot of money. That's a lot of money, no matter how you spin it. So like putting a little percentage on it to try to downplay it, like, oh, it's just a small percentage of that budget. 10 billion is 100,000% of other budgets.
You understand that?
I mean, like, it's a lot of money.
How efficient the program is. Like, that informs us. That informs us at how efficient the program is. How much of this program goes to waste, fraud, and abuse? How much? Yeah. If I put $1 into this program, how much of that is going to be wasted? Like that. That's the relevant thing there. Not like if I put $1, like. Just knowing the nominal amount.
Well, it depends, but that's not what we were talking
more
about.
Money, I have no clue.
No,
how
but
much
it's exactly what we were
actually...
talking about, Pentuple, because you're trying to assess
the
efficient.
We were talking
you're
about
trying
how
to assess
much money was being wasted.
Right.
And you guys were like, "Oh, it's only 1%. It's like less than 1%, but it's $10 billion." So you're going to say it's not a big deal that we're wasting $10 billion?
Yes, because of the program. Yeah.
And there you go. This is why you guys aren't in charge anymore. This is why you guys are going to lose elections.
Yeah, because dipshits like you don't understand how numbers work. I'm sorry.
Go ahead and make this argument.
Wait, Pentuple. Please tell me that you do in fact think that the percentage of money that goes to waste, fraud, and abuse in any given program, that is an indicator at least of how efficient that program is, generally speaking.
Well, okay, so let me
generally speaking, yeah.
No, I need to double fucking answer this question.
That's fine, but I have a question.
You're not even on the same page as me.
No. I promise you, you and I are not on the same page. Me and Non-Fun are.
When you say 2%. And it's $10 billion. You're suggesting this is not a big deal? It's not $10 billion?
Hold on.
We are using it as a measure.
That's what I'm saying. You're playing a game to make it relatively small. When in reality, the same people that are arguing we need to just tax billionaires more would be dreaming to get the same $10 billion out of any billionaire in tax.
Can I ask a question?
Can I ask you a question? Switch models. When we're talking about taxing billionaires, it's a ton of money. And
we're getting control again. I'm getting control. All right, sorry. I hate muting people, but I'm taking over. I'm taking control. You picked up and you're muted. I can't hear you. All right, so he's still going. All right, whatever.
He's still going.
Hey, I'm ranting. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna get my thing in here. I got questions. All right, so this listen. What Pentuple's saying and then I'm gonna let you respond to this non-fog, and then I'll go to Tyler and then Stoy.
It's not that hard to understand.
Is this right? What do you say?
Pentuple, we understand what you're saying.
Well, so just
do you understand what you're saying?
Well, hold on, stop.
You don't.
Stop.
No, you guys are like,
God damn it.
you're fixing the numbers to be relative to make your point, which is not the point that you were making earlier.
Wait,
hold on.
Gibbs, can I try one good faith question? One good faith question, okay? Like complete.
Sure.
I think this might clear things up because this is. I mean this sincerely, okay? When we are assessing how efficient something is, right? If I said that 50% of Social Security money was stolen every year, and it's the people like don't deserve it, and they're going and they're spending it on Bugattis or whatever. If Social Security had a budget of $500, in the grand scheme of things, $250 is not that much waste in government. I understand that 10 billion is a big number, but what we're saying is, if I'm assessing the efficiency of Social Security, and I say 99% of Social Security is used effectively, that is a measure of how effective it is.
Hold on.
Sure, we could cut out that $10 billion, and that does matter. We're just saying that this is an effective program. That's it.
Right, but you're suggesting that the margin of error doesn't change when you grow to scale.
No, we're not.
You're suggesting that it's acceptable. When you have a $500 budget, it might be acceptable to have this much fraud and abuse in there because
right.
If you're right,
I'm agreeing. Let me agree.
Gibbs. The percentage doesn't tell me anything.
But
because what you just said, if it was 50% in that example, that doesn't tell me anything.
It tells you how effective the program is. It's very inefficient. We're doing this to measure.
So you just proved my point.
We're using this to measure the effectiveness of a program. And if I tell you that 99% of your dollars, if it was a $100 budget and 99 of those dollars are going to go and be effective, you would say that's a good program. $1 is not a lot of waste.
It
10 billion, 10 billion. No, hold on. 10 billion is a big waste.
No, I wouldn't say 99% is okay at scale.
All right,
no, that's what I'm saying. $10 billion is never acceptable at any scale.
Let him finish. I'm going to say something, and you can talk. Hold on, go ahead. Let's finish.
Yeah, so no one is contesting.
Out here after this.
I don't think anyone is contesting. Non-Fon, I promise you, Non-Fon is smart enough to understand that, yes, 10 billion is a lot of dollars, and it's not good that $10 billion are wasted. We are just saying that if we are talking about the efficiency, no one is going to use the metric of, hey, if your program is not 99.99% efficient of Social Security, it is not worth,
Do you think if one...
Hold on. No, Pentuple. Wait. All right. I got.
Okay, go ahead.
Because I want to go after it. So here's my question. I think this is maybe going to illustrate Penn's argument a little bit, right? I just not to brag, but somebody brought the Tim Pool thing. But during the Tim Pool thing, Prime brought up the little saver tracker and pulled it up. And a point I wanted to make is similar to Pentuple's is it said $8 billion. I think it said, and I could be wrong on the exact number, it might be like $20 off or something, but it was like $757 per American, like per person was saved by like this amount of money being cut just on programs, whatever. That this is what the thing that was pretty left-leaning was saying. To me, like, all right, $750, not that much. But to like my friend Mel that was just here, she'd be like, oh, $750? That's like 2 car payments, right? Like, hey, let's go. That's a lot of money to the average American. If you're going to go, hey, we spent $8 billion being just wasted, and you can turn around and say you're going to get $750 on your next check on less taxes.
Gibbs,
I feel like that's a lot to people.
You are agreeing with me. You are saying that certain amounts of money as a percentage of their total net worth or income, it matters more. So $750 is not a large percent.
The percentage matters
the
more
percent.
I understand that, but you're right. You're right. No, you're right, and that's kind of what I think you're missing. What Pentuple's saying, which is like, I
promise you, I understand his policy completely. It doesn't make sense. It makes sense. It's just a dumb way to evaluate things. $10 billion is a lot of money, especially look, $10 billion. I will never make even close to that much money, right? But when you look at $10 billion in the scheme of Social Security, one of the 2 largest things that the government spends money on, I don't want to burn $10 million or $10 billion every year. But if I'm looking at how good Social Security is performing, and it's like, holy shit, especially compared to other agencies, and maybe this might elucidate a little more, Pentuple. If you look at like, hey, how much waste and fraud is in, I don't know, like a private company? How much waste and fraud is this? And you measure that because you can't compare those. No, you can't compare those as a number. You can't say, well, there's 10 billion waste in Social Security, but there's only 3 million waste in Walmart. And it's like, well, hold on, this Walmart only makes $10 million a year. That's 30% of their income is wasteful. That's a fucking dog shit Walmart that they're not running correctly. Versus 1%, which is still a lot of money because 1% of $1 trillion is 10 billion. It's much better program because only 1% of every dollar I give there is going to be wasted. So that's why you measure it as a total effectiveness. You don't say the raw number. The raw number is going to change the raw number
with Walmart's.
So, but
we are very far from the point.
I want to let me just go one little further. This
Just a basic logic.
So hold on. So if we agree that 2% of 2% of like
it is basic logic.
Hold on. Follow. Play with me here for a second. We got 2% out of Social Security, right?
Mm-hmm.
The problem is when we look at overall budget, it's 1% here and 2% there and 1.5% there, and these numbers are just 10 billion, 20 billion, 5 billion, like, and they start adding up. It's like death by 1,000 cuts. What do you think like cleaning these things up looks like if it isn't going through these organizations and finding 2% and knocking out that 2%? Because 2% of one like thing is not
so
bad.
we're not arguing against not knocking out that 2%. Like, look, if there's a way to fix the 1%, 2% fraud or waste in Social Security, I'm sure everyone here would be for that. But think about it this way. The government is the largest, funder of anything in America. Let's say we suddenly expanded our budget in the government from $1 trillion for Social Security to $1,000 or $100 trillion. Suddenly, 1% is now $1 trillion. That's way more money. That's 10 times, 100 times as much as 10 billion. What the fuck? That's a lot, right? But we're measuring it. Hey, is this program working, right? Are we spending, $999 trillion and keeping people out of poverty? Like, it depends on the scale of the thing. So if you're measuring how effective something is, the raw number tells you nothing. The entire reason we started this is because Pentuple said, hey, 1%, 2%, that doesn't tell me anything. Well, it tells you exactly what you need to know as to whether or not you're being efficient. Yeah, it could be wasteful. If you want to say, hey, this program, this huge fucking military program wastes 3% of its budget because we're flying planes around that are waiting to land in El Salvador to fucking deport these Venezuelan gangs or whatever. Yeah, like that might be wasteful, but the budget is like what, $1.7 trillion. So yeah, 3% is going to be a much larger number. The scale does matter, but the percentage is how you would measure that effectiveness, and the raw number actually tells you nothing. It tells you how much is being wasted.
Tyler.
All right, let me up in here real quick. So Pentuple, the standard you have of the 1-2%, if you look at any historical context here of it not being acceptable, this is the best we've ever had. This is the best any system put together has ever had. Hold on, I got a lot of stuff I looked through here while I was waiting. If you look at businesses, the amount of their product that breaks or is lost for whatever reason, their loss percentage is much higher than 1%. And that doesn't mean that it's inefficient for them. Like, that this amount is factored in. Like, the only way to actually get rid of it, to combat it, is what Joe Biden tried to do when he hired 80,000 IRS employees, was increase the size of the workforce. So if you want to catch this fraud, if you want to rule down on it, what we saw when Bill Clinton restructured welfare, allowing the states to do it, it gave the states more money to hire more employees. When they hired more employees, welfare fraud dropped from 8%, where it was classically sitting, to 2%, where it sits now at an all-time record low. So I get that it's bad. I get that we want to get it down to 0. But at the same time, I'd like to get murders down to 0 too. The fact that we still have murders doesn't mean get rid of murder laws or go in and audit how murder laws work to change them to make it 0 by default because you changed the rule. Like, it just isn't feasible to meet this. And I posted a meme in the group chat. That's you right now.
Let me build a bridge to Pentuple. All right, let's say there was like some cure for a disease, right? And it's 1% of people die.
We were talking about fraud earlier, and you said it's only 2% of this department. I didn't know the department. I didn't know how much their budget was. That's why I'm saying it wasn't enough information, and it just came off as trying to minimize it. Everything you guys have said since then is like, I mean, yeah, like when we hear
awesome.
like the numbers, like the things that some people are saying are making sense to me. I'm understanding what you're saying, but I'm not saying that. Right. I'm saying when you grow systems at scale, the level of like error you have should decrease as you grow. You introduce redundancies and stuff. If 99% of basketball players in the NBA didn't have career-ending injuries and 1 out of 100 did, the NBA would never accept that. They would immediately be looking at they'd be looking at the boardroom, be trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. So it's like it's not.
Yeah, and if 1% of every meal I had was human shit, yeah, it's a different standard though.
Well, and here's the thing: if I had known exactly how much the department was, then it maybe it wouldn't have been as annoying to me. It's just like it's
No,
we
but that's
throw
the whole
these numbers
point,
out,
is the
and it's like
percentage is what matters.
intentionally feels like it's to minimize the number, when in reality, like, let's address the numbers as they actually
Well,
are.
it's funny because it's the exact opposite, because you look at the DOGE clock and it's not telling you how much percentage of waste they're cutting. It's just a raw number. And so it's like, hey, we went into the fucking military and we cut 0.00001% of inefficiencies by upgrading to this specific, vehicle or whatever. And it's like, hey, we just saved $1 gajillion. It's like, yeah, but that's fucking useless. Like, you just spent all this time and money to save a little bit of a percentage of a budget for this huge fucking program. The percentage is the only thing that really matters. $10 billion could go to other things, and you can argue, hey, maybe the budget for XYZ thing is too big. I think the military budget is too big, but that has very little to do when you're arguing about the efficiency of that program.
I think any system that has 10 billion in waste is inefficient. I mean, how do you justify $10 billion in waste? Like,
because it keeps
like,
22 million people out of poverty.
Right.
Right. So,
like,
how if you have 10 billion in waste, how many people are getting?
Quintuple. That view entails horrible things. If, let's say, hypothetically, comprehend this hypothetical, you had a program that, like, let's just say, kept literally 300 million people out of poverty, okay? But it had 10 billion in waste. Would you say that's a bad program?
It doesn't sound.
He's not going to answer. He's not going to answer.
It certainly doesn't sound sustainable. Yeah, I would say it's probably not a good program. It's wasting 10 billion in waste.
Great. Okay.
Okay,
Well,
wait.
Going to do that?
Just real quick.
There's a program. There's a hypothetical program that saves every human being on the planet, but it wastes $10 billion.
So
Would you
the
support
COVID
it?
vax?
No, every single
COVID
person.
vax?
No, not just millions. 8 billion people survive, but $10 billion goes to waste. Would
Okay.
you support it?
Okay, so the COVID vax.
No.
8 billion.
Are you
waste.
fucking
No.
sick?
Wait.
Are you thinking about this?
I mean, it's a ridiculous question, obviously.
No, you
Well,
understand
okay, and would you say yes?
I would say don't do it. I would say don't do
It
it.
doesn't sound like a wasteful
Program that
payment.
Wait,
$10 billion is inefficient and bad, okay? That is what you said. That necessarily
No,
entails...
I just
I'm
want
gonna
on
be
the
honest with
record.
you. I
I
would
just
say
want on the
hypothetical.
record that you guys are like totally fine with 10 billion in waste, and we'll run on that in the next.
Yes!
Hold on.
we can do, man.
There is a line between there. Let's
It's
let's
the
just
best
say
we can
this.
do, Tyler. You really believe that? You really
What
believe
we
that?
can do without
You really believe
people.
we're doing the best we can do, Tyler?
No, hold on.
Pretty good, man.
No, hold on. Let's just build a bridge here. If there was an actual hypothetical scenario where every person on Earth could like live the wonderful lives, and we could start the Imperium of Man and conquer the stars or whatever it is we're going to do, it went for $10 billion and only $10 billion worth of waste, I'd be on board. Sure, let's do it.
Well,
But
yeah.
there-
What the fuck?
Oh yeah, yeah, no, yeah.
Hold on, there is a line
Yeah.
between.
Is this 10 billion in waste that we're talking about saving our lives?
Yes, it literally is.
But that's like saying it's like, 10 billion with the waste for 22 million people that are like too lazy to work or something. Like I don't like. Sorry, don't want to support those guys. Like there is levels to this. I mean, I'm not saying that's exactly the case here, but like there's on one side, sure, if that's all it's going to cost. On the other side, come on, there's got to be some kind of lines here, right?
Yeah, Gibbs, I'm going to try
always
one
bring up
last
the
example.
line.
I'm going
It's just-
to try one last example, non-fun, and then I will stop talking about this. All right, Pentuple, would you say that if my daughter's lemonade stand had 10 billion waste, it was a bad thing?
Dude, if your daughter's lemonade stand at 10 billion in waste, she's like the goat of lemonade stands.
Okay, but would you say it was bad? Like she's running it poorly?
If she's wasting $10 billion, yeah. she's
Yeah, I gave her a
probably
budget of
got
$5,
some-
so
Yeah, she's probably
Okay.
got a. Well, she's wasting. Then how's she wasting it?
I don't know. She is
How
so
is she
fucking
wasting it
stupid.
then?
I raised her terribly.
That doesn't.
okay?
Your hypothetical just fell apart. That doesn't even make sense. How do you? How is she
was-
wasting it if you? If
Yeah,
you gave
she
her
runs
funds and she
Alright.
makes $10 billion.
Okay.
We're
All
talking
right.
about the
Clearly.
money.
Something. She's
They didn't make this
she's-
money.
she's
they
insane.
didn't run a
Wait.
business.
Okay,
That's
yeah.
the point.
Clearly, she fucked up. All right. Now, if a program's budget was $100 quadrillion and it had 10 billion in waste, would you say
Yes,
that's a
that's-
poorly run program?
It would be better than the 10 billion that we have right now with whatever the current numbers are. Yeah, it would be better.
Oh,
But
oh
still, I
wait,
think
why?
systems
Why would it be
grow.
better? Why would it be better? Why would it be
Systems
better?
grow.
Wait, answer.
As
You're so
systems
close.
grow,
You're so close. You're so close. Why would it be
As
better?
systems go, What?
Why would it be better than the 100 quadrillion budget with 10 billion waste? Why would that be better than the current system with 10 billion waste?
Are you arguing that there's relativity everywhere? Like that's your argument?
No. I'm asking you, why is it better?
If the government's wasting $10 billion, that there's something they can do to look at it, and it would be important to do. And if we could save $10 billion, if we can identify that we're that we're doing this. With $10 billion,
you're saying it earlier though.
Keep doing it.
Pentuple, you were saying it earlier. You said no, if there was $100 quadrillion budget and there was $10 billion in waste, that would be better.
Yes, I understand the relativity of numbers. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you?
Percentages can show relativity. That's what I've been saying.
I genuinely am not sure that you understand the relativity of numbers.
Let me you guys are confused because you guys have built this out into like 50 different directions.
How much money? How would you say it's a good program? What's the 100?
If I say I spent 2% of my net worth today, how much did I spend, do you think?
I don't know. I don't know your net worth.
Do you have any idea?
No.
Exactly. That's my whole fucking point.
But you know what?
I didn't give you enough information.
But that's bad. No, but that's bad in any case. Spending 2% of your net worth. If your net worth,
and then I told you I had this much on, I own this and all this. You're adding all this other shit. I mean,
no.
It
does. It tells me no, Gibbs. It tells me Gibbs, please. Look, this tells me everything. No, Pentuple. That tells me everything I need to know. I don't care if you're a 100 billionaire or if you have $100 to your name. If you're spending 2% of your net worth in a day, that's probably a ridiculously stupid fucking purchase. And yeah, it's a little less painful when you have $100 billion, but it's still fucking stupid, and that does matter.
All right, before anybody responds, I have an idea. Drew, you've been sitting here soaking it in. Thoughts. Let's hear the thoughts. What are your thoughts? You've been sitting here. You've been quiet. What do you think about what has been said for the last 30 minutes about this subject here? You like that watch I pulled out, didn't even have on? Terrible. Go ahead.
I see both sides. I mean, I forget some of the names. I see Non-Fon's point. I see Soy Pill's point about like the relativity of it all. Where it's like if you have a program that's $100 quadrillion and what was the number, like 2%, and it's like 10 or if it's like 10 billion or whatever, then like obviously it's gonna be better. But I also see Pin's point about like it doesn't excuse the 10 billion waste. So it's like I think there's good points on both sides. I mean, it also just to be fair. Well, yeah, okay.
Hey, he said he saw your point, Non-Fon. Don't be mean. All right.
Yeah, he's working through it. We have
he's building bridges. We're burning them down, and he's
challenging your guys' point on the relativity.
Oh yeah, hold on. Let him finish. Go ahead, Drew. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I mean, just to be fair to Pin's point, though, I mean, I think he was just making the point that you have to.
So what do you think, though?
No.
Tell me what you think. Yeah, what do you think here? What do you think is the nut and bolts? What would you propose?
You think it's acceptable that we waste 10 billion if it's relatively a small amount compared to some other numbers?
No, yes. I mean, I think we need to look into the 10 billion wasted because, like you were saying earlier, Gibbs, you were talking about like how we could, distribute that out and give that back to people. So
how would you propose we look into that? What do you think that would take?
What do you mean?
Would it be the general? Would it be a special department? What would you envision?
Yeah,
dude, I'm literally.
You'd hire somebody to take care of that for you. Maybe a new employee or two.
I'm literally. I'm retarded, so it's like I don't really know how that would work. I'm just saying, in principle, I think that it'd be a good thing to figure out where the $10 fucking billion is going. Yeah, I think that'd be a good thing.
That's perfect. So you're a normie then. So like, okay, what do you see? Like, when someone goes, we're cleaning out a government agency, right? I feel like the rest of us here are all online pilled, right? So it doesn't sound like you're as online pilled as we are. So, okay, when you say, hey, I want less government spending or less government waste or whatever, what do you, in your mind, envision, just like that looks like? Is it similar to what's happening now? Is it not that? Are we, like, what are you envisioning?
I mean, I would envision that you would go in, if you're talking about just immediately getting rid of all the government waste, I would imagine you would just go with an axe instead of a scalp. I would imagine that you would just kind of gut it all, I mean, not necessarily in the sense of like getting rid of, whole agencies, but I mean, at least the bad parts, like finding them and then, gutting it, and you might make some mistakes here and there, but.
Who defines bad in this?
What do you mean?
What is your metric for like what's good and bad? Like,
yeah, let's say in this instance, Elon Musk would say that there's a DEI program he doesn't like, and that would be bad. Would you say that's bad as well? And if so, how did it get implemented? If somebody must have thought it was good along the way to make that, policy, right?
think that's just the nature of politics, though. It's just whoever's ruling. I mean, I think that one side, like if the Democrats were to come into power, I think they would say, yeah, like it's a good thing that we have DI programs. If the Republicans were to come in, it's like, yeah, we should cut the DI programs. You know, I mean, me personally, I lean to the right, so I don't think that we should keep the DI programs. But I mean, I think it's just a question about the nature of politics.
Leans to the white.
Pentelbo is your wife. Is your wife a DEI marriage?
She's a DEI wife.
I actually wait. I bet I could say something that Pentelbo you would agree with everything I'd say. Can I try?
You can try.
No, we're gonna try. Okay. $10 billion is a lot of money.
Yes.
Okay. It would be better if that $10 billion was not wasted and went to things that we could do effectively in the government.
Or not like yeah. Or it could just be not like go to the government at all. They could like reduce our taxes by that amount. Would be nice.
I like that.
And when we're talking about the effectiveness of something, the percentage matters. But on the flip side, if I told you I saved you a bunch of money, like I was trying to quantify how much I saved you, if I don't know the budget, that means nothing. The percentage means nothing. If I said, hey, I'm Elon Musk, and I cut 5% of X agency, and I'm going to return that to the U.S. budget. And you find out, oh, that's the lemonade stand budget. You cut 5% of $5. That's nothing and useless, and you waste a bunch of time.
Yeah.
That quantify that nominal number matters way more, right? So the whole point we're saying is just one, that the percentage matters when we're measuring effectiveness. Two, when you're telling you how much money you saved, if you don't look at the budget and what the program is actually doing, it doesn't matter what $10 billion is, because if that amount of money is, 100 quadrillion, then that's an incredibly effective program that we should keep, especially depending on what it does. So yes, the context matters. Percentages are not always the end all be all. And the nominal does matter when you're talking about how much money you're saving. We're just trying to say that Social Security shouldn't be cut because it's doing a really fucking good job of keeping people out of poverty.
Right.
Is Social Security doing that? Because like I said once again, I feel like why is okay?
Wait, why do you care? You just say let it fuck them, like let them die. Even if it isn't doing that.
Because it is or not, but
because I don't. But let's just argue for a second whether or not it is. Like, I mean, if we require instead, like, let's just make it a law, right? Like a proposal instead of Social Security. Instead of it going into the Social Security fund, you just require that percentage to be invested into a S&P or mutual fund of their choosing. Why would that be worse?
Because if the stock market crashes and they aren't able to pull it out, then a bunch of people will die because they won't have any money.
Don't make me agree with you.
I mean, wait, but people don't pull it out already.
Oh no,
people don't have access to
what do you? Okay, no, but yeah, okay, let's hear you. What do you don't like that proposal, or like, what is your thoughts?
No, I do. I'm such an evil neoliberal dude. I love welfare. I love welfare so much. Oh my god, I love welfare. The welfare state is one of the best things the Democratic Party has ever done. Okay, Social Security probably not technically the most efficient way.
Something juicy coming if he's setting up all this preamble.
Yeah, I'm ready for it.
I think a system similar to Australia's, where it's just an employer-side payroll tax, which at the end of the day does fall on the employee, but it's an employer-side payroll tax. They pay it into a fund that grows over time. The same way Norway has a sovereign wealth fund that grows over time. It's probably better than a system that it only invests in U.S. government bonds. I don't know. That you could let Social Security invest in the S&P 500 as well, but.
Interesting.
And hey,
what happens if it's
not the magic money computers? We can
Democrats want to cut Social Security.
Oh, that's
what I just heard. Democrats want to cut Social Security.
Non-fund.
Well, I'm
non-fund doesn't like the guarantee of Social Security. Democrats. He's a dirty neolib.
I do like the.
He's a fascist. Scratch a neolib and a fascist bleeds.
True. I think it'll actually be more solvent in the long. If you look at Australia's fund has continuously grown over time.
Why should I care what those fucking upside down criminals do?
So I just want to. I say
the Social Security trust fund is depleting, so it's probably going to be insolvent. It's there's a
what happens when it's insolvent?
And how it's going to cause.
But what happens when it's insolvent non-fund?
It goes down to 90% instead of 100.
It goes down to 83%, I think it is. And also, you could rectify it by just taxing people a little more, because right now, I believe it is not a progressive tax on people who make over amount of money.
You could also rectify it by burning old people. So I mean, just throwing that out there.
Yeah, increase increasing
these things
taxes
is a little
is like
worried.
burning old people. Actually,
Bro.
not promoting Social Security is essentially the same as burning 17 million old people. So
Before we get too far along, there's something Nanfan said about a half an hour ago. I've been just chomping at the fucking bit to get you here.
Oh boy.
Go for
Okay.
it.
Let me get on you, but so you said you don't like the president being able to interpret laws and challenge how those laws are interpreted by how Congress wrote them or how previous executives might have interpreted them or just however the fuck they want. You said you don't like the president having that power. Maybe like in this instance, the president interpreting how to read how Congress should count the votes and challenge that with an Eastman plot, right? You don't like that?
I mean, I will caveat this with there are probably reasonable cases of like forcing the issue where like you do something that you want evaluated in a court, but I think a lot of these things are not like reasonable. Like I don't think it's reasonable to have the birthright citizenship EO just to like force the issue in court. I don't think that's a reasonable thing.
So if a president was taking previous laws that were written with a different intent and you're using more of an originalist argument there, he took those originalist intents and altered them to his own ends to, let's say, cut student loans, you'd say that's probably a bad thing and maybe an authoritarian act in some way, wouldn't you?
I think that's. I mean, it's probably more reasonable.
You're trying to talk about the student loan. No, hold on. We talked about this non-fun, me and Pisco, and yeah, it actually was bad. The courts challenged it, and then he didn't do it again. Instead of forcing it down their fucking throat over and over and over again.
He did. He did different ways.
Yeah, he did a different way. He did a completely different way with a legal
7.
precedent of doing it. Yeah, sure,
7
exactly.
different ways. That
Sure.
sounds to me like trying to force it down the court's throat.
No, forcing down the court's throat is either trying over and over again the exact same way or just ignoring the court outright, which is kind of what's happening now. Those are not equivalent. But also, I will concede that, yeah, the way he tried to get rid of student debt was illegal, and I'm glad it didn't happen.
I mean, I don't think that right now we're at the point where a court has been ignored. Temporary restraining orders and the injunctions that are being placed on him aren't the same as court orders. They're a step down in some way, and the Trump administration seems to think that they are able to bypass that. They have the legal right, and they said they're ready to fight it out in court right now. So Pentuple's probably the best person to talk to there in terms of if that's legal or not. I have no fucking idea. I'm not a law guy. I code.
What was sorry, I zoned out.
Oh, nothing. I just wanted to attack Non-Fun real quick for his inconsistencies, being a simp of Biden. Biden was at his best
do you have any
in the
response
90s.
to this?
I wish Biden.
It's just it's not the slander on fun.
I mean, I'm basically okay with what I said. Like I said, there were probably reasonable times to force the issue or whatever, and not reasonable times to force the issue. I don't think a lot of the things Trump are doing there's a reason most of Trump's lawyers did not sign off at the Eastman plot because it's fucking absurd, and there are clearly fucking absurd challenges that you can make to court that aren't made in good faith. And I think that Trump does a lot of those, whereas Biden isn't really doing that.
And when pressed in private, even Eastman said that would not clear the Supreme Court, and he was hoping that they wouldn't even take it up. Yeah, he was
banking on the political questions. Yeah.
Yeah, his plan was that they wouldn't even fucking take it up. It's such a dumb, idiotic way to absolutely.
Safi, if you're a software engineer, that means you have lots of money. Super chat me.
It's a good way. Some ways it's abuse. Some way Biden, might have overstated his parole authority and let a lot of people into the country that probably shouldn't be here. But it is what it is. So I also
So let me ask you this. You said basically forced it down his throat with the 7 different ways, right? All right. So here's my question, right? What is the president supposed to do if he wants a policy done? And so he goes in there, tries a different way, and they strike that down. Then he goes a different way, and he finds, I guess, the loophole. Isn't that, and then to where there's no judicial way to get rid of it? Isn't that kind of the way it's supposed to be? Is you go different ways, the judiciary decides, hey, whatever. If you still don't like that he got through this way, then you legislate it out. Isn't that how things are supposed to be done to an extent? Or do we object to that process overall? Or
no, if you try to pursue different legal means, that's totally reasonable. The problem with Trump is that, he's come in with a precedent and a playbook of, hey, we're going to do everything in our power to ignore these courts. When judges go against his will, he says this is an activist judge and lobbies to have him removed or impeached for no actual good reason other than he didn't do what I wanted. And this is very different from, hey, this didn't work in this legal way. I'm going to try a different legal way, or I'm going to appeal it. Those are very, very different.
you don't think there are activist judges though, in general, What do you do when you have
if the implication is that a judge who would completely ignore all like evidence of a case and just rule the way they wanted to because of the party they're aligned with, I don't think you would struggle to find many of these, and especially not the ones that Trump
there are some though, right? Like on both sides that want to legislate from the bench. You don't think that's an issue?
I'm sure there's one that exists, yes. And I would, and I'll give you this. Wait, hold on. Let me give you this. I think most of the Supreme Court, you could even argue all of them, are activist judges insofar as they very often rule with what the party of the person who elected them. That said, they still often go against that. Like even Amy Coney Barrett or Gorsuch like aren't as extreme as maybe Alito or Thomas or Roberts. So it's like, okay, yeah, they're activists insofar as you can't remove a politics from someone's brain, and they're going to think things that align with certain political parties. Sure. But I think what Trump is implying, especially all the way back in 2016, is like, oh, this guy who is Mexican can't rule in this case because I say bad things about Mexicans. Like, that's insane. Obviously, that man's not an activist, but that's his implication because he just doesn't like what they're doing. That's the only reason he's saying it.
I would put Roberts in the moderate category as well. He's the guy that gave him Obamacare, so they call him a rhino.
Roberts, you never know what he's going to vote. Non-fun, you were saying something.
I forget what I was saying. I think I just said, like, obviously, I was responding to a little bit earlier when you weren't talking about activist judges. You were just talking about what the president should do. Like, a lot of it's going to depend on good faith. Like, if the president's like literally trying to find like a loophole, that's probably not good faith of him, and it's probably bad. But if they're just trying to do a policy that they do genuinely think is good, and they're trying to find a legal route to do it, I don't necessarily think it's bad as long as like the way they do it isn't like obviously a loophole that wasn't intended or whatever.
So in order to ensure that, though, that has to be a power that they have access to. And what you're saying is you're retracting your initial statement.
What do you mean? Like, I don't think I don't know what you mean. So, like, I don't think the president should have the power to fire the head of the Federal Reserve, but I recognize if he does that anyway, like, that might be a constitutional issue, right? And, like, the courts could ultimately come down and say the Federal Reserve can't actually be independent, it's unconstitutional. But I don't think the president should have the right to do that. I don't think that's a reasonable issue to force. I don't think that's,
And that would be what Humphrey's executor is about.
All right, yeah, perfect. So this is about perfect timing here. Let's get some closings, and you can tell us anything y'all got exciting going on in y'all's lives if you're going on streaming. It's about that time. I've been going for almost 5 hours here. So we'll start with you, Tyler. Go ahead and tell us what you do. Give us closing thoughts, and we'll give out some final thoughts at the end here, and then we'll be good. Go ahead.
The only thing on my notes here I didn't get out, I kind of wanted to ask the right-wingers if they would be cool with federal overreach if we see some of these Soros DAs like Prasner, Bragg, and back in the day, Boudin with the BLM riots of peace, if they don't actually go through and persecute these people, would you like to see the federal government go in and overstep the state authorities and violate their own version of federalism to see these people punished or not? That's kind of what they're doing with ICE to a degree as well. Do you like that or no? But we never got to that. What I'm working on right now is I have a housing policy I've sent out to every left-winger I know, having them help me build it up. It's a housing policy that starts fundamentally left-wing, incorporates a lot of things right-wingers like to try to actually make something that both sides can at least be somewhat happy with. The next step now is to get together a panel of right-wingers and try to sell it to them like I'm selling them a used car and get all their retractions and use that to amend the policy next. So anyone that's interested, professionals, if you're an economist, city planner, do anything like that, hit me up, lawyers, anything like that. Or if you're a political person from maybe a niche political background, hit me up as well. I need those too. So
fantastic. Thank you so much. Let's go to old Drew over here.
Yeah, like you said, Gibbs, pretty normie takes from me tonight. Just sort of observing it all and taking it all in. Yeah, I mean, I thought there were points on both sides. But Pin, I know you need the percentage, the total
God damn it.
number of the percentage that goes. But no, I've just been just been streaming a little bit, podcasting, and yeah.
Fantastic. Non-fun.
Free trade is good. Welfare is good. Liberalism is good. If you want to watch me defend all those things, hop over to NonFun420 on Twitch and Kick and NonFun on YouTube. I got a bunch of debates uploaded on my YouTube channel. You guys should all check them out. Basically, everyone is in some of them. Pentuple is still wrong about the balance of payments, by the way. I don't think he ever admitted that he's wrong about that, but check me out.
All right. Well, from Non-Fun to Pentuple.
Hey, I run MAGA headquarters and I stream politics and baseball. And I'm coming after Tyler. I have beef with Tyler now.
Football's better
So-
anyways, you pussy.
Yeah,
You
disagree
fucking
with
idiot.
Yeah, nobody likes baseball. He's right here. You're gonna find no support for your arguments here. Soyville.
Bruh.
Yeah, I don't advocate for violence or vandalism. I, however, do think that Elon Musk is at the very worst Nazi, or best Nazi adjacent, at the very worst probably an actual Nazi. I totally understand why people are pushing back against that. I make YouTube video essays, and I am going to actually probably a Tesla protest on Saturday where I won't commit any crimes, but I will film and interview people, and there'll probably be a video on that. As for the panel, thank you all for being here. I think 33.33% of it made good arguments. Otherwise, I had a great time, and thanks for having me, Gibbs.
Yeah, hey, I want to thank Non-Fun and Soyville for coming to back-to-back panels today, and appreciate all y'all. We had a little bit of a disorganized panel today. I think this was a really fun one, to be totally honest. Sometimes the less organized ones are better. It depends on the chemistry, I think. But yeah, this was good. I hope we'll see all y'all again soon and whatnot. Let's see, I'm going to raid somebody out, but I don't know. We'll figure it out in just a second. But thank y'all so much for being here. Appreciate it as always. I think all my upcoming content, I'll be back Monday, guys. And for sure, I don't know what we're doing Friday and Saturday, but probably gaming. It'll be exciting. Let's raid. Who are we going to raid? You know what? We're going to do this just because it'll be funny. Let's raid. We'll raid your new dad. I haven't raided him in a while. He's a good one. If y'all like comedy, yeah, he is a Comedy Central. He's been on Comedy Central for a bunch of stuff. He's from my hometown. Good people. Good people. Bye, everybody.
All right.
Bye.
Thanks for being
Andrew,
here.
you want to hop in over on my side?
All right, guys, let's debrief with Mr. Fawn here. I'm gonna hop into his server. How was that? That was fun.
Nice.
Wasn't that fun?
That was pretty fun.
Dude, holy shit. The fucking hold on, I'm gonna pop this out so I can put it on my stream. Window capture. Where is your thing? Huh, that's weird. How do I guess I have to add a new one. Give me a sec here.
Whoa.
Hold with me, chat. Hold! There we go. Why isn't it sharing? Strange. Okay, no one's going to be able to see you. I'm sorry, I'm just going to switch to debrief.
Damn.
Yeah, it's okay. Everyone knows what you look like. You gorgeous boy. All right,
Yeah.
Let me turn this off here. Turn this on here. There we go. Yeah, what the fuck? Like I that was like the not like ghoulish, like cruel, most ghoulish, cruel panel I've ever been on, but just like the arguments being made there were so insane to me. Just like like oh, it's 10 billion, that's horrible. It's like like they just don't. Is that Tyler guy? Like he's pro Doge and pro Bill Clinton, and like some of the like the brain dead ass arguments. Like I didn't even get to this, but the whole idea that like, oh, we have like documents and cellars instead of digitizing it, and it's like, how much money would it cost to digitize this using a system that is government approved, hiring all these employees? Like it's just so fucking ridiculous. These people just like don't know anything. Like, and I know I don't know anything, and then I get to these people who don't know anything even more, and it just frustrates the fuck out of me.
It took me a while to understand Tyler's politics, but he's into like weird. He calls himself a center lefty, but he also like he still hates welfare. He's like relatively pro-Trump, but he will at least admit some insane things.
But how is he center left then? That's not center left.
I don't know. Well, he calls himself center left. I wouldn't really consider him actually center left, but
yeah. And he said he was like, Bill Clinton, our greatest president, and then he brings up what Tara Reid, which was was that not the person who accused Bill Clinton of sexual impropriety, or am I thinking of
it might have been. I kind of thought it was the person who accused Joe Biden of.
Oh, excuse me, Joe Biden. That actually might have been it. Tara Reid accusations.
That's what I said.
Oh, it was okay. That was Joe Biden. Okay, I thought I know the whole Monica Lewinsky thing, but I thought someone else had accused Bill Clinton, so I was very confused at that point. But yeah, wow, that was it gives us fun. You should look up. Yeah, FanFX says you should look up Social Security costs compared to the number of defendants served. I know there's like a good number there, but it's just like it shouldn't even matter if it's like keeping 17 million people out of poverty and has 2% waste. That's like, it's clearly a fucking good program. Like, it's just so dumb. And like, oh God. I love when they like are just making the dumbest fucking number arguments and they invoke like, oh, but you just don't get it. It's very logical. And I'm like, oh my God, like watching you in real time.
Yeah,
that was
Quintuple
so fucking funny.
Actually, he's the only person like I don't enjoy, or not that I don't enjoy him because it's fun to yell at him or whatever. But
yeah,
like,
that was
don't
fun.
like respect on these panels. Like he has me fucking banned in his chat, dude. He fucking hates me. He does like I don't know if he doesn't know how to use OBS virtual cam correctly, so you could probably see that like he has the Discord call in the background of his yeah, he doesn't have me there because he disables my camera and has me muted half the time. Like he fucking hates me.
Oh my God. Yeah, and the fucking like he does baseball and what was it? Baseball and politics, and it's called like the MAGA Central. And then this other guy, I forgot, Drew. Drew's just like, I kind of see both points. I'm just like, oh please. But but no, when he said, well, okay, yeah, but 10 billion waste, but like, are we saving people's lives? And it's like, yes, that's what Social Security does. It keeps people out of poverty, and a bunch of them die when they are. But that was fun. So yeah, I'm glad, I think that was the first debate panel. I know we were on the same team in the masculinity one, but this was the first one where we both really engaged, and I felt like we really did. That really did feel like a good 1-2 punch. So good job. I had a fun time.
Yeah, I had fun too. Thanks for
Yeah, and I'm gonna wrap up and read these super chats, and maybe I'll raid into you if I do. You know how to do that? I'll send anyone stragglers into your YouTube chat.
Yeah, I think you hit like edit in your YouTube thing, you go to customization, and then there's a redirect option, and I think you should be able to search my channel.
Let's see. I just want to make sure I know how to do it before I do it, because I'm gonna keep streaming for just a little bit, but create highlight, delete ads, redirect. I know it's here. It's gotta be here. Stream settings. No. Auto start, stream health, view activity, analytics. I'll figure it out. Anyway, I'll talk to you later, and if I can't figure it out this time, I will do it next time. But good debate, and talk to you later, man.
Okay.
Why did we studied so much for this? Why? For the Yemen thing? Why did I study?
Yeah, I know.
All right, see you, man. Bye. Wow. Thanks for sticking with me. I didn't think I would do another impromptu debate like that, but here we are going on 4.5 hours. And I tell you what, after the bathroom break and, a snack, I could go for another 4, guys. So I'm not going to become a full-time streamer, but if I needed to, I could just for you guys. I'm going to read your super chats, talk to you guys for a little bit, and Skiddleon Diddle. Jord Ray, thank you for the £8. Giving you this so you don't have to go on debates like this twice in a day. Hey, I had a lot of fun. If you guys hated that, I'm sorry. I know I have less viewers than normal. I don't know if that's because it's a Thursday or whatever, but I like that. If you guys like that, I'll do it more often. But obviously, primary focus is always going to be the video essays. That's why most people are subscribed. That's what I like doing. But the debates are fun. I really do like it. And I like interacting with people that like my stuff. So David Kern, $2. Thank you. 40 miles to drive to vote is nothing, but mail is too much. Exactly. It's so it's so ridiculous. What do we got here in your chats? Anybody want to hit me with a lead pipe? Did I miss a context? Natalie, why are you asking to be hit? Yeah, don't hit women unless they request it. Yeah, as long as it's consensual. Let's see here, guys. I'm going to see if I can raid you into non-fawn. YouTube, how to raid. Live redirect. Redirect relations, customization. Let's see here. Edit. Customization. Ooh, here we go. Redirect, add. Oh, here we go. All right, guys, I'm going to redirect you. I don't know how it works, but go check out Nonfon. He's great. He's horribly, horribly underappreciated. Thank you so much for sticking with me for 4.5 hours. After this, I am going to go finish writing a script for a new video. I'm going to Tesla dealership protests on Saturday, so more content to come. But thank you all for staying, subscribing, liking my stuff. I appreciate you all so much. Type 1 to end the deep state, and have a wonderful night.